Here we go then. OG taking on PARIVISION in our first semi-finals. OG, I'm familiar with Train, but here anyway. Looking to take fights really early outside B halls.
They've got some tricks up their sleeves, we're sure that much at least. And Viku, not just tricks, that's aim! Nikodos is the trick, and now he's gone. They revealed how that would have worked. They've gotten away with an advantage to start off the pistol here, and PARIVISION, their initial plan now has to be changed and turned into a clutch scenario where OG have quite a few cards.
This gets really weird for PARIVISION because you're worried about a flank, you're worried about how much control they've taken off the fact that they know that you're in B halls. So Kristen's on a really good angle here towards B. Spook is now delegating his attention between helping out B, but also looking at Pop. And Buzz is worried that there could be a massive flanker around Ivy. But PARIVISION haven't moved. It feels like they're just going to commit in towards this B bomb site. But with 50 seconds left, plans can still change. And it looks like they are, as they're going towards Pop.
Gotta figure out a way out of this one. Wiggle your way back in. And it's got two players waiting for them on the A side with a third one rotating connector very quickly, so the job doesn't really get any easier, and Spooky's also made it now even worse. The J-Mod V3 dealt with, and OG first on the board. Halfway to as good as it would have gotten potentially on Dust 2, going by history alone.
Wow.
Just gotta put it out there, man. Hey, they're already halfway there.
No bomb plant means no money. In the PARIVISION, just going to remain on Glocks. Try and get Travis involved for a little bit of a smoke play to get the bomb plant. But you got to remember, look, in Train, CT side is king, so it is already very good that OG have been able to get this pistol, especially if they've not really been playing this map all that much. If they're able to get off to a really good start, if they're able to get 6, 7 rounds on CT, in fact, I'd rather put them in the 7 and 8 bucket, then we're all good.
All around PARIVISION. Just waiting. Nothing crazy. Eventually. Through the smoke? Surely not. No. Gotta be through upper. This is when most people do to kind of decide to send in their bosses whenever going to be. I don't know why. But has become the sort of norm almost. A little round as well for Buzz, just to put it out there. 3 for the MP9. Bombs a little bit of cash. That is all good. Well, and handled. This time as well, bomb plan for PARIVISION. They're going to be sitting pretty for that first gun round. Travis... Okay, here's the question. Does Travis buy Kevlar and an AWP? And forgoes head armor? I don't think so.
Yep.
Oh. You think so?
You gotta prioritize the AWP for Jame. You gotta remember, this guy was part of the VP outfit where Sanji was just on MP9 every round. So one round he even had Kevlar Glock to drop Jame an AWP. So if you can get an AWP, you will give it to Jame. And a really cool design in the rounds to sort of give PARIVISION that bomb plant. Nikodos has eaten a lot of damage by the nades, but it's not going to upset him and Krisen. They're just going to take the fight anyway onto Belchnok. There you go, Travis. Now you can maybe upgrade. AK dropped on the floor. He still has one. A swing back in from Nota is good, but he's stuck in between the mollies. So this bonus round, this double MP9 has worked out amazingly.
This is again the same as the pistol round, same situation. They've been shot down out of B upper. Kicker sure has been left alive, yeah, but he does not have any control on Buzz and Nikodos. They just hold this because there's no reason not to. This is one of the most powerful positions on the current train. Means everyone else has to be a bit more wide awake. Jame does have a flashbang if he wanted to give that up for Travis and let him search, but Smoke deployed instead. On the kill feed, Fiku is a dead man. IV taken away from OG's control, and that should mean at least one rotates away. Either Nikodos or Buzz. But you do see the AK stick around.
This is really nice out of PARIVISION because they're now testing the macro of OG. How's your rotations? Or Kickit's now seen Nikodos up close. Molly is good to force him either into the fight or away. And he hasn't got the HP to contend with. Because remember, he got naded before. So space opened up. Buzz back sight. Kickit wasn't ready for him, but Buzz only had an MP9. And Jame will finalize Nikodos. So Spook is all that's left in this 1v3. PARIVISION have played this to perfection. And all Spook can do is hope that he can get the surprise element on one of these players. Doesn't get the kill on James, who's even swapped back to an MP9. Trying to get the damage done. It'll be a conversion through the MP9. The HE will get the kill, but he can go back for the AWP. Everything gained for PARIVISION, and a really nice way to approach the mid-round.
It's a wonderful way to approach it here. PARIVISION, slow and steady. Even OG as well, right? They have the correct read almost on the situation where they have Spook coming in to assist from Connector, or from Pop Dog to Upper B, quick and ready for it, but it's not good enough. Got down to the rotations, slowed down, and wonderfully dealt with by PARIVISION to get that first on the board, but we still got our next round to go. OG still have weapons, and this time PARIVISION have been granted access to Pop Dog. And the OG should be ready for something else instead, and they were looking to set up for an A main play, but now they've been shot down out of Pop Dog. 2 down, no price paid just yet. It's 3rd and 12 for Spook. And it only gets worse. Travis left alone in a 1v5, and guess what? Not gonna happen. No ace up his sleeves this time. Change of pace denied.
A really good hold. And here's an example again of OG, of all the pieces coming in. Everyone gets a kill. Everyone is able to deal with PARIVISION. Early flashbangs, then the pop denial util. Doesn't really work out. And as soon as PARIVISION get the space, they think, maybe we can just explode off the back of this. No. OG, they instead just have all these players leaning a little bit further back, but we're all in close proximity to trade. And winning that round after doing a significant amount of damage in the previous has just given them so much room to breathe. PARIVISION have got no money, and OG can just go 4-1.
Alright, Brandon, I've been doing a little bit more deep diving here to figure out what other strands of hope are there for OG on this map. I've had to go back to Face It, and all the way back to CSGO statistics.
Okay.
For that, I think essentially everybody has a fair bit of practice on this map when it comes to CSGO times. So still different, but you know, still the same different, whatever, you know. The least I think anybody's played on this map, believe it or not, is Krisen. He's got about 119 games on CSGO for this one. You've got a couple that are around that 500-600 mark. But you've got a fair bit of practice for anybody who's over the age of 18 on this team. Believe it or not, shocker, I know. So you've got that to go back on. But for CS2, there's a difference between 2 maps to like 70. So different strokes for everybody on this team when it comes to currently train as well. Things look a little bit different, but currently, it looks good, right?
Yeah, the only thing I could think of if we want to actually go down that rabbit hole is I think Fika used to play it when he was on AGO. That's
true.
That's all I've got, but I can't even remember if that's real or not, or I'm just pulling it out my arse. We'll have to see. But it does look really good, and obviously they picked this for a reason. We were speculating in the green room off air whether this was they've deliberately leaned into this and they go 7-map veto at the major. But if so, why are you exposing this now? I guess is the question we all have. But do you know what? They're looking really damn good on it. There's nothing where I've actually thought that they're a team that do not play this map. Everything looks really decent. They've been prioritizing a different area of map control early. This time it's more A main, and they've just denied that. They've denied close pop control, and they're saying, do you know what? Go into B, because then you're going into our setup again. Crizzen moves over towards helping out Buzz. You got Nikados that can maybe come over. So now PARIVISION have to focus Ivy.
Yeah, this is a very nice CT round for OG as well, and this and the couple others we are seeing here, where it is them recognizing how much space they're actually giving over and where is that space potentially going to be. Right here, you saw Fiku started off on that train, guarding Ivy from a bit further away. But now they've kind of all fallen into a slightly different sort of setup, but they're all worried about these positions that are just empty and dead air for them, and unsure which way this actually is going to be going. So now that lack of information slightly pays off for the side of PARIVISION, because they can just walk in, and no doubt fighting first too. Lets that side get completely overrun with only Fiku from afar.
Oh.
With the FAMAS in his hands, a dead man. Never mind, I lied. One more. That would be one of the best rounds that FAMAS has ever had, according to my statistics. I pulled out of my own ass as well. But retake is on.
Crizzen's in a really good spot here. I don't think James is going to be ready for this whatsoever, because the pressure's now being applied in camera. Yeah, James backstabbed. So now Nota's got to try and deal with this, and that allows the space for Fiku and Buzz. Travis gets an important kill. You still don't know about Nota. Travis is still playing. Travis is trying to give Nota all the edge, and he is able to do it. Nota goes back on a swivel to deal with Crizzen. It's a 4K for Nota, but that round's all created by the space that Travis generates.
Oh, 4-2. PARIVISION getting themselves back into the game here, or into the game. One more, kick it. Out of main, out in Ivy. Nota again doubles down for an entry. That is wonderful to see. Kick it as well with a third. This is very quickly PARIVISION showcasing the individual prowess they can also have. We made some of the comparisons as well, right, between OG being more of a team effort all around than relying on those individuals when you compare to a bit more against PARIVISION. Crizzen somehow stays alive. Dodge the spray, dodge the flames, a little bit of damage taken, yes, but feels like there's only a timer on him waiting to expire, and just as I get to it, Kicker does remove him. Left alone in 1v5. How about some damage?
That'd be nice if we could get any of it. I think OG are doing exactly what I was speaking... No damage. OG are doing exactly what I was speaking about in the previous round, where they're looking to take an area of map control away. The thing is, that becomes readable. So here in this round, PARIVISION go, okay, let's think about this. They've taken upper B holes. They've gone for some pop control in the previous rounds. This round, they went for A main. The only thing they've really yet to exploit is Ivy, and they'd be giving us that ground for free. So OG walks straight into the setup where Nota again is set up for that success. He can get that double kill. OG needs to start shifting the timings of when they push to take this map control. Obviously not in this round, but in the next gun round, because otherwise they're going to start to become really readable, and Kicker and Jane will take over the game with their mid-round call-in.
That as well is a conversation we didn't really have, but I'm sure we've had a few times in the past, as well as the Kickers, the Jame, IGLing ship, and then a score just to add a bit more to it. Right, getting Dust out of back to James' side. It's a very nice combination. I think here in PARIVISION it's clicked very well with Kicker being that IGL and Jame. Allowed to be more impactful than just when he was IGLing back in VP as well. It looks very nice. And something that I think actually fits CS2 very well. Right, from the limited amount of times I've actually managed to see PARIVISION, James been looking really nice. The way he's been approaching the game as well. Then having the team around him as well to support that sort of playstyle is very nice to see. I remember we had the articles way back in, what, 2020? 2021, I can't remember exactly, but right, there was times when people say, no, it's Kicker at IGL, I think it's James, then between tournaments, kept swapping. No one really knew what exactly was what's happening, but here in PARIVISION, it seems to have stuck with just one, but it is a fun conversation between, like, who is taking a part of which map, or which rounds, and which situations as well. To have that sort of reliable second caller as well to fall back on, it must be very nice for an IGL, Kicker here as well.
Yeah, for sure, because Kicker tried a little bit of in-game lead-in. He obviously was on PARIVISION for a bit. Before that, he was on ITB for a very short period of time before ITB imploded and went boom. So it's cool to see that he has just been given that trust. And you're right, he's got all that chemistry and experience with James that it makes a lot of sense why this two is working. I did tongue-in-cheek say yesterday that if PARIVISION were to make a roster change, and if they were sort of to sub-kick it out, because sometimes I feel like his calls are a little bit readable, and bring Boomich in, that would be a really cool upgrade. But I understand the way it works, I think, from a personal approach rather than just a Counter-Strike approach.
Yeah.
I have to sort of see how this keeps going over the course of the calendar year. And here we go. OG has now stopped taking this control early, which I think will help them a lot. It's just whether they've got the necessary reactions in the mid-round. They used all their smokes very early.
Yeah, look at, by the way, I wanted to mention this previously as well, but now makes a bit more sense. OG are just giving up a lot of control towards the A part of the map and making these early rotates to have two defending B. Which, for PARIVISION, which, if we were to go back in time and rewrite maybe a little bit of it, for James IGLing, not in this case, you definitely kind of work off that time. They're not afraid to run down that clock, and here as well, seems like they've at least found a good timing toward that side, where Buzz has found himself 1, 2, and 3. What? He must have been boosted. No way he finds those 3 otherwise, but he's got another one. 1 for an ace, finally shuts it down, but Buzz has made this round his.
Surely it's over. I mean, Nikodos is already in B lower. Travis is never going to be expecting that. What on earth is that impact out of Buzz? We'll have to watch it back, but as one of the best anchor players in Tier 2 Counter-Strike that we've got, I feel like Train is definitely in his wheelhouse. Feels like it would be a map that it would definitely shine in. And I love this little jiggle of weaponry as well to make sure everyone's got AKs. Nikodos has now got an AWP. Biku's been given an AK just to his left. Everything's okay. If we've got a replay, I think they were all through smoke. Here we go. He just spams them all.
That's insane.
That third kill is a fadeaway. That third kill is a fadeaway last bullet onto James. That one's unlucky.
He was already so committed to the spray. Why not just go the whole mag and it just finds the round essentially from one play? That is insane. Something about Danish smokes, you know? Must be on an old NVIDIA patch. You never know. Biku, however, he's got himself an opening this time. I like this change. And finally, when they are going for this aggressive control towards main early on, they are being given a challenge, which is a slight change from the last few rounds, but he responds. Committing such acts toward the A side of the map, this PARIVISION responds to go fast toward the B side. Nets them 1 and 2. Biku tries to get out, but may not be all that easy. Still catching the Molotov. Now to post plant as well. First one found, Belchinook down.
Belchinook keeps trying to force fights because he feels like he needs to do something because he's 1 and 7. Oh, Nikodos has the chance to go to Travis back site. Where's James going? He's going all the way around the world. He's already behind Pop. Travis just needs to live because if James can make it to connector in time, he's going to win the round. No, Nikodos is holding. That is a sick joke for James. And now Travis is left completely by himself and he can't manage it anymore. I can't believe they're holding for James, but Nikodos is omniscient.
All too ready for his tricks. This is OG at a game we did not know they had. Now, it's not just a pistol, it's not just that second round and maybe that third as well. It is a full-on game they are giving us here on Train. And tell me it doesn't look like PARIVISION is almost getting caught up in that sort of pace that OG is now setting here. They've got these first few rounds on the board on that T side where, yeah, they played it kind of how they want, but now that's a direct response to what OG was doing. And it is hard to get out of a zone like that.
I think biggest error there is the fact that Belchnok overextends. Because if Belchnok doesn't overextend, James doesn't make that play, and it's a much more just consistent afterplant sort of round. So I feel like Belchnok overextending really just spins things out of control. But fair play Nikados for being prepared for that. James now already down to below half HP. Has to be moved away from Ivy. And again, as you mentioned, a lot of space being offered up to PARIVISION. It's now the age-old question, if you've got all this space, what are you going to do to it? Because essentially, you still need to get onto these bomb sites. And a double upper push is currently being held, but can Nota get any? And if not, can he get both?
First one succeeds. Grizzin also tagged up. Forces him back and forces OG to reconsider this. Looking for a completely different approach now, but maybe not. A classic ace split instead coming through yet again. And at this time, no Mad and Connector to worry about. Boz is gone. There goes Spook, follows him to the grave eventually, and Nikados takes the next angle, watches for it, and Belchnok a perfect jiggle for it, finding himself not just one, but two in this round, finally showcasing what he's made of as well. Mentioned, right? He's trying to make up for his lack of performance in that last round. Here he's got two extremely important ones and seemingly saves this round for PARIVISION.
It's your classic little anecdote, isn't it? Where it's like, don't force the kills will come to you. And that's exactly what happens there. Gets the necessary swing. PARIVISION forced to go into that A split because Travis is sort of stuck in A main because of the Nikados AWP and because of that incendiary, and the bomb was there. Because they did so much damage, you're on towards, I think it was, yeah, Crizzen. You're like, okay, well, maybe you could just swing it into a B play, but they couldn't because they were so invested over at A main. They had to go for A main. They went for it anyway. It works out perfectly because of some really good trades. A really important opening coming out of Travis. Got to remember, again, this is still T-side Train. So the fact that PARIVISION have got 5, they're looking to make it 6, and the money is in a dire situation for half the squad of OG. This is still a pretty decent first half, all things considered, for the T-side.
It is. It is. And it's also PARIVISION coming back from that sort of zone I talked about, them being caught up in OG's pace potentially. But they seem to have recognized the sort of timings and rotations OG maybe are going for here as well. Maybe took a little bit of gamble as well with that slowdown of the pace in the previous. Here, a trade has been forced. Up, down. What the B side, Buzz will relay that Molotov and information to his teammates. But PARIVISION, 4-4. This is going to be a different sort of round as well for OG, where they are making plays aggressively at that, because Grizzin in Sport has found himself Travis falling back from Ivy, and he's got control of main. Guess what? That doesn't leave a lot of options here for PARIVISION. And even less for OG to consider at the moment. Grizzin's looking at Pop Dog with that up. We've seen a whole phase of Grizzin on the op. No, he's capable of hitting these shots, and now he might actually have the hold for it. They are going to be jiggling for it, and Belchnok dodges death. Just barely. About towards the site. The angle's taken. Is Belchnok crazy enough to jump? Yes, he is. That is sick.
And he's missed, and Nikados has missed as well. So now you're putting all this pressure on, but keep your eye on Fiku. Fiku can still win this round completely for OG. He's going for a bit of a pop look. Kicker is holding. So now he's moved off the line just a little bit. Great nade onto Belchnok, and Fiku moves back in towards B. Bomb committed. Belchnok, you don't need to swing, but maybe he could just win the round single-handedly. A second one added to the tally, and he's ready for Fiku as well.
It's the timing, though, might catch him off guard. They are not going to be thinking about this anymore. It's such a late trade, if you want to call it that, for Fiku that he is going to be able to slip in here. Find the first one. Question is, when's that second? Nikodos might need to help him out on this. What to circumvent a potential undesirable outcome, but it doesn't seem like there's much of a chance for that anymore. They will be instead slipping away. Belgiano collects his triple. And, hey, last few rounds, he stepped up here at least for PARIVISION. The 6-6 half suddenly looks a whole lot better than what we had in mind otherwise.
Tell you what, if this is an OG thinking about the potential of a 7-map veto in Austin, one of the best teams to probably play on a map that you're unfamiliar with is PARIVISION, because this game is going to teach you an awful lot, not only in the moment, but also when you look back on it in the demo. Because what's brilliant about this last round of play here is how much PARIVISION changed the tempo of when they're aggressing. And you think about that because it does two things. Krizen's really stressed. He's pushed off the line, goes deep in towards camera, misses the shot. Then Belchanok takes his time a little bit, but he still goes all the way up onto the red train, jumps over, takes the fight, bang, immediately. And then PARIVISION completely cut all contact. They slow things down. Kickert's worried about pop. Belchanok takes space in towards A. Nota shuffles over with the bomb, pausing, waiting, securing the bomb plant. Then it's Belchanok that then swings on towards the connector. Everything is done in so many different avenues that it makes you so uncomfortable. And that was such a great round for PARIVISION to earn that equalization.
It's not just that, but I think it's a lot of these last few rounds we started to see, where it is OG and the same sort of rotations they're making. They're kind of showing that they have a couple of ideas in mind. They have essentially that one default hold on they want to fall back on if things go into a situation, but they haven't been given that sort of advantage to work with. So, explore from that, but for now, the pistol still goes. Might come back to that a little bit if we have time for PARIVISION to showcase what their CT size will look like, but try to find its first one. They are opening things up. Order to Travis. This Belchanok down, but another man to patch up the CT position. Just Notown next, and guess what? He's not the last line of defense either, because you still have Kicker coming in from spawn. He's the man with the kit and a smoke. If he stays alive, that could be good enough, but the problem is OG have yet to plant the bomb here, making them rethink this entire round. Eventually, down by Nikodos. They are planting it safe. Makes the position of Spook a little bit unnecessary here, so aggressive, but it doesn't have a lot of options to fall back either, and now Nikodos as well choosing to go aggressive on this. Might be a little bit disastrous if they don't get these entries, but we don't seem to be thinking about that at all here. Kicker. Smoking at a few skits. 3 to find, there's number 1, spotted. Can't guarantee it easily. Have to commit to the fight, that eventually will take it. 2 more to go. Keep an eye on Nikodos and Krizen both. They have good positions to stop this from ever happening and already down. They gotta try to double peek him, force the duel, and through the smoke is Krizen to find it. One blows up, but it's OG7 on the board.
And you got to be thinking in that situation, why on earth has James not moved at a moment's notice? And it's because they took all the space over by Connector, but they're continuously fighting PARIVISION players and the bomb's not down. So James thinks, and Kickert thinks at the same vein, well, surely they would have planted by now. Surely the bomb isn't on the back of these players that have pushed Connector. They have to be going A, and this is all a little bit of a ruse. But no, OG had the bomb the entire time, and then Kickert and James get blindsided. It's an eco out of everyone, apart from James, who's got a scout.
I can respect the scout here. It's kind of similar to me in Dust 2, right? You can buy a scout and just be fine with it, even if you have to not, or even if you don't play an open the next gun run or whatever not. It's completely fine. There's a couple of these sorts of duels here that will very specifically work for that scout, and you can see as well James making use of it toward the B side, hoping they come this way. He tags him up, USP, the manpower, they'll back him up instead. And you could probably even make it work on that A side, but just assuming there's got to be a couple of smokes, the execution may not, or may make it a little bit difficult to use, and you already see those smokes going out. Or at least one. There is no follow-up on that toward the A side, interestingly enough, but there's a duel, that's the A side, and that's the round. We're looking at 8 to OG. Now, Brandon, is this what we ever had in mind? I'm gonna go with a no.
No, I guess not, but if I'm thinking about this objectively, 6-6 CT half into a pistol win. We're waiting to see PARIVISION for who they are on CT side gun rounds. And I feel like this will be better for James, this will be better for Belchnok, who's had a really good resurgence. Travis is very good on CT side. So I'm really interested to see what OG have got planned here. But yeah, to answer your question directly, no, not expected. But objectively, PARIVISION have really still got a chance here.
Absolutely. I'm just kind of thinking this is by no means the game I ever expected from OG on this map. In any situation where they would be in the lead even once or even twice here. Right, like first pistol, whatever, that's fine. But after what I would have assumed, PARIVISION kind of take over. Now OG, both pistols in the bag. And they are leading. The buy round, sure, comes out for PARIVISION. James still has that scout, a little bit of extra money as well, since he did manage to bring that over. But round 15, where PARIVISION will get to show us what they're made of. And they're going to have to do it against the bonus round. Makes things a little bit easier, surely. Double nades, looking fantastic. Beautiful usage of these HEs. And look at that, it's immediately forced him off as well. Boss just scales up with no one to contest him. They're afraid.
Those double nades have, to be honest, all but guaranteed the round win early for OG. Whoa, that smoke's cool as well. That went all the way through camera, bounced, and landed left side Ivy. Okay, they are cooking. They have been workshopping this map hard. Fair play, OG. And
saw that in the previous, but never actually got to see it land itself. But they've got some cool smokes here. We already saw on the CT side as well. They had the upper B stairs smoke thrown from connector as well, so they kind of know what they're up for on this map. And it makes sense, right? They're the ones who did end up letting this map go through. They can assume it's going to be picked in that case. So they had a bit of extra time to prepare, unlike PARIVISION, who you put it really well. Probably had no idea this was coming. You had no idea to prep for train. So OG have at least, you know, I'm going to assume a couple of hours or maybe even up to a day to prepare for this one. Well, for now, it's the whole CT side. Put down 1, 2, 3, and there's number 4 joining them. Viku, I said, decent in a clutch, but despite all the HP that PARIVISION have left remaining, barely up to 60 there, unable to convert it, too much of that pressure comes through here for PARIVISION. A disadvantageous position, but guess what? It does not matter at all. They have a very nice setup with Nota and Travis working together here. Stopping the pop dog control and even kind of baiting his teammate, but it doesn't matter. It looks really damn nice there for the CT side.
Yeah, it's nice because it serves to keep Travis alive and use Nota whilst he's on low HP. So a brilliant setup from PARIVISION. And again, this is what I'm saying. Look, you've got the gun rounds. You might be able to do 90 damage per HE onto these players, but you are not out of the strugglesome streets of train just yet. You've got to get by all these crossfires. You've got to get by PARIVISION anticipating what you were going to do. And so far, they've had a really good read on the game. Fast play. Out B. Belchnok struggling, but Nota isn't. 1 kill back, and James is still here on site with Belchnok. He just needs to survive. He'll be swung upon, but still takes one to the grave. Important trades here for Belchnok.
For someone who started 1-8, he has stepped up massively. And he's not said his last either. Maybe in this round, yes, but the rest of the game, absolutely not. Left at a 3-on-3 kicker. Look at how comfortable he is just pushing the smoke. Not alone either. He does have the help of Travis. So they can quickly tell James, prepare for the A play. They are coming. But his fast flank is... There's no way OG's ever going to expect this. They're not even going to get a bomb down here. I guarantee you that much. But Nikodos... One found. Grayson is actually looking behind him as well. He is expecting this play. It's just the timing of when. And that is the unexpected pocket. That's a freebie.
It is a freebie, but you can still plant back sight. And Nikodos can still be set up. Good thing for PARIVISION is that these players are low. Bad news is that they're going to play headshot angles. Nikodos and Viku just set themselves up. Molly is really good to force Nikodos out, and now it is just Viku needs to hit 2 instant headshots. They line up, but he can't get it. PARIVISION's retake a success story, and the scoreline is level once more.
Oh, that is such a quick timing as well they find. It is that flank from B that lets them have it as well. It is such a nicely played round for Kicker. I wish he did wait just a second more to swing out and then take both down with the bomb as well. But it doesn't matter. When the round is still a success, you try not to worry about these things, but it is a wonderfully played round for PARIVISION. A nicely played round for OG, bar for the one exception of they didn't expect such a fast flank, and you can't even blame them for that. And as we move on, with an 8-8 scoreline, a fast A main smoke, I'm assuming. Maybe? Yeah?
Yeah.
Nice. Got some lineups immediately out of the spawns as well. Now, I've actually not checked, but I'm gonna assume Train only has 5 spawns for both sides. Is that right?
They do.
Okay. Was Dust 2's the... Is it the only exception?
Dust 2's the only exception, yeah.
Okay.
On T side.
That's the, yeah, that's the one thing I try not to note about in DS. I don't want to learn spawn lineups, that's just me. It's too nerdy for me. I'm done with that era. These guys, thankfully not. Lets them play a high-level Counter-Strike in every single game. It showcases these wonderful lineups for those of you who still want to see those. But this, OG, pistols, I like the pack tactics here as well. Everybody's moving as a unit. If any unlucky PARIVISION players decided to swing them, I'm scared I'm gonna see a rough situation. But James still managed to find himself one. As it tries to lurk out B. Hopefully get some attention. No time's cleaning up. Look at these shots. My god. James does come to assist, but that is a wonderful round for Nota. He is farming 20 kills in. And he is absolutely having a wonderful time. Your PARIVISION finally take the lead, by the way. For the first time in the game.
He was good yesterday, he's good today, and he's now pulling away completely. Now the next question is, look, Belchinok, Travis, James, kick it. When you start seeing some more consistency out of you, because OG are still posing questions and you're not coming up with appropriate solutions. Good Molly to stop that push, but look at James. James is rushing pop with an AWP. I don't think you ever expect this if you're OG. You might be ready for a rifle, but I doubt you're ready for the AWP. That is a really risky shot out of James, one in which he will just about escape. That could have been a disaster.
Yeah, quickly takes phase, however, they recognize they should have been taking a phase off that attack as well, but they don't get a chance to do that. Kicker still wasn't going to be going aggressive and does get caught by the trade. So even him still makes it out, or makes it out with some impact in the round. James, no impact for him, but a trade nonetheless. Look at this PARIVISION side, is so quick on these already. Notice once but twice in the round, OG think they might get away with something, they will not. Unless... outside main, another one taken. Vigu down to all of these board being given away. There's still trades happening all across the map. This is just a chaotic round at PARIVISION. Wouldn't expect them to be thriving in this sort of chaos, but they might still come out alive here.
They're creating the chaos. We'll come back to it in just a sec, because it's this 2v2. It's Nota and Travis, different points of elevation. Flashbang. Oh, good enough to get Travis off the angle, but Nota will trade, and Prison picks up the pieces and makes sure that OG secures that round. I love the way that they approach that, because look, James takes a really aggressive line, sure, and then he uses his low HP for good, because he guarantees that trade out of Nota, and it's Nota's little shoulder jiggle that baits Viku into taking the first shot, into giving over the bomb, but Prison ultimately wins out that fight. 9 rounds each, one more buy, you assume, for either team before they're forced into an eco. This round decides a lot.
I'm so happy we can see this out of the first map already. I was worried for the worst case scenario, but we are seeing so much out of OG here as well. And PARIVISION, both being proactive. That is what I want to see. OG CT side maybe was a little bit simple. It was just waiting for that first minute or so, around 1:21 minute mark. They started to make rotations, patch things up toward the B side if things hadn't gone their way just yet, if there were no entries being given. But for PARIVISION, we are seeing them being more proactive to counteract that sort of first half from OG. You mentioned as well, right, when it comes to just watching this game back for OG, They're going to learn a lot, and one of those things is maybe be a bit more proactive on that CT side. Mid-rounds specifically, and that's what we know about OG as well. Mid and late rounds, so many of them can do pretty much any role required. And it feels like it should be doable, but back to that in a second again. For now, you've got an aggressive hold towards main and Pop Dog at the same time. This is OG walking into a blender, but can they make it out alive? But James got that first from Pop Dog. Buzz strikes for two of his own. And out the back of red, James still awaits.
Yeah, he's stuck now. He needs to try and fight his way out the corner. And Prison next up to the chopping block. James is owning them outside of A main. You don't associate him with quick scopes, but he's combat AWPing out of this scenario. He's low, so is Travis. This is still somewhat of a winnable 1v3 for Buzz, as James has now exposed, but he does not miss those. A 4k for James on 4 HP forces OG into a 30-second breather.
And the worst situation as well is this first kill. Prison has the ball, but they have to get on a recovery mission, so adjusting, and Nikodos tries to make it up immediately. And then for the last few situations, for the last few seconds, there was just no time to work that one out for Buzz. PARIVISION, they've been forced to fight a tooth and nail for this one, even in situations we don't expect them to. Reinventing themselves as individuals almost in this team, when it comes to Jay more specifically. It is so damn nice to see this sort of versatility almost from PARIVISION. And my god, if it isn't entertaining, I don't know what is.
I love that setup, and the only reason why it doesn't quite work is because the player at Red Train is standing maybe like a pixel too far forward to enable Buzz to get his kill, and then Kick It should be trading and doesn't trade. That's the egregious error, but fortunately James does everything in his power. We said we needed one guy to step up alongside Nota. We got it out of James, we got double digits out of PARIVISION, a full eco out of OG. But even if OG go on to lose this map, you got to be so impressed with what they're bringing to the table here, because they are playing their permaban and they're making it look like it's in constant rotation of their vetoes.
This is why I like these out of left field vetoes so much. Even when you play chicken with a veto, that as well is so nice, but here that chicken is something that OG was ready for. But it is giving us one hell of a game even so, but it feels like the longer we go on, the less and less we're going to see of OG. This T side, right, it started off fairly okay. That's the pistol. That was then one round they managed to pick up, and now that you actually have to show more of that tactical side, things look a little bit awkward. But speaking of it, hello, Prison out of the Glock. Nikodos' Deagle having found it the first. This is a full eco.
They might save.
OG, 2 kills, a bomb plant, and a full eco win.
They're saving. Oh my gosh, that's all. That's all because Nikodos hits a brilliant Deeg shot, gives room to Travis, and James got no idea that he's that close because Travis never jiggled it in towards hell.
That's ridiculous.
Oh my gosh, that is a hell of a way to lose a round.
I mean, that's. I'm just talking about a tactical side of OG. We might see less and less of it as the T side drags on here, but that is a route that you should never get away with. That is one that PARIVISION, it's going to haunt them in their dreams.
That's a horrible round to
Especially if
lose
this
as well.
leads to OG taking this map.
It very well can do, mate, because look at the loss bonus, right? 1900.
No. You're talking about it as well in that 9-9 round where that economy is going to get wiped out. OG, it did get wiped out, but it didn't matter. Now it's that exact same situation where neither team has anything to fall back on besides just one individual, and that's Nikodos. But OG, they've put it yet again to that 10-10 scoreline. Both economies on the line. And PARIVISION, their first timeout of the game, by the way. They have been going this entire time without needing any influence from Dustin. They just felt like they've had it under control, but now this is the sort of round that you absolutely need someone to tell you, you're going to win this one. Because OG, they are bound to have issues still on this map. In my eyes, it is the tactical depth they might show here. it most likely will be just one where they're relying on those individuals and a very simple execution off the back of that. Find an advantage, hunt for an entry. I feel like that is what OG is going to be going for, but we'll actually see if I'm right.
Belshot might push.
Feels right.
Good
Here we are,
denial.
however. Started off a Molotov from Belchnok. That stops the early aggression into Pop Dog. The execution is simple, but it's kicker to find those instead. Buzz will trade out, but advantage is still there for the PARIVISION side. Smokes blocked them from entering out of Pop Dog and Main. Now they finally forced their way out. That is Buzz to try to fight it that second. Jane lives. Delta Tail and OG, they try to go for something very different. Catch PARIVISION completely off guard. They almost do, but Kicker, the FAMAS, despite the abundance of flashbangs, still lives on to tell the tale of how he defended round 21 from a pesky OG.
Tell you what, I mean, look, it's the 2 kills he gets initially, but it's what he does afterwards that wins the round, because he disengages, he lives, he then drops his own smoke into the mouth of A main, not a deep one that is really shallow, but what it does do is isolate Prison away from Nikados. And that means that Kicker can have a free fight. An important trade coming out of the Pop Dog player of Buzz, who has been unbelievable all map long. Said that this should be a good map for Buzz, just on his playstyle. Up to 20 kills. But Kicker, through his mid-round decision to leave through the red smoke, smoke himself off, give himself another chance where he's taking that fight in his control, isolating these players, means it's going to be a very long save for Nikados, one in which he knows he's going to be able to get, as long as he doesn't push too far forward, because PARIVISION's money is in the bin. They have to save. But it's back down to 11-10. It's back down to OG having to force back. The issue is you force, you go all in, you lose, the map's over. So it's another one of these rounds where you're hoping the Deagles can do something alongside this AWP.
Yeah, here's this is not the first round that OG kind of lose when it comes to just walking out of main like this, right? The first one is James combat opening. That's a slightly different scenario, but still one where they do not manage to get themselves out easily. Even here as well, right? You have Buzz finding an entry out of that second, but it is that line that PARIVISION just say, we will hold this no matter what, and they will just not get past it. It is so damn impressive of the CT side to be able to combat that so effectively, and hold the line as well as they do here. Not just once or twice, but essentially every time they've had to when it comes to just walking out of main. And Pop Dog adding on top of that as well. It is something that OG will have to figure out an answer to, and it probably means to slow things down a little bit. And this round, it has led to the sacrifice of Jame.
Big one to take. But in the meanwhile, you've got Kicker, you've got Nota that is taking all the space back outside of B holes. Now, Buzz is watching for this to a certain extent. But as he moves away, that's where he gets punished. And now if you're OG, you feel like you have to use your space Ivy. And that's exactly what PARIVISION wants. Smoke thrown by Belchnok. Him and Travis can create a crossfire. And you've still got all the pop space by Nota and Kicker.
Reason as well, it was spotted. The information that I think that is Kicker is having toward the upper B area is just so immense. It is not easy to get out of it. Prison just wasn't ready. And right back to jump spot. That is such a powerful position to hold. Even for an AWP from the further back, gotta be boosted. It is such a strong place to be in for the CT side if you get that control. And no, you don't have to worry about Pop Dog. Now, enough of that sort, and now that T side. They melt away.
They've done it. You really feel like they've done enough now, PARIVISION. 4 alive as well. James now reacquainted with the AWP as Nikados is removed. 1 Deagle, 4 Tech 9s. 1 round, you imagine, separates PARIVISION from getting their map pick over the line, albeit very, very challenging. Oh, And it gets started off in a very bad manner as Nikodos pop flashes Ivy and James just takes a shot blind and connects on him. Fast B play. Belchanok in a really good position. Nota takes the contact first between the two of them. They ensure that Train does not go any further. It's left the station for OG. PARIVISION will take their map pick.
Wonderfully done here by PARIVISION. It does get closer than we thought it would, but we find ourselves here at the end either way. And coming to it, welcome back, GRT. How you doing?
Yeah, not doing too badly, of course. Yeah, that was unbelievable, honestly, from PARIVISION coming through and doing a great job. Thanks, guys, for all that awesome commentary throughout it. We're going to jump into the highlights now to check things out and how it went down, of course, as we were in that BO3. Hopefully we'll get those highlights up and you guys get to take a little bit of a break while I take over here. But either way, you know, I felt like PARIVISION really had their hands full in that first half.
Yeah.
You know, it was very difficult for them to kind of get things going, and credit to, I would say, OG. And I guess if you guys are going to stick around, you can chat with me here. So
fine.
credit to OG, honestly. Oh, never mind.
Bye.
Bye. I'll see you guys later. But yeah, no, honestly, PARIVISION had their hands full. Credit to OG. They looked practice on it. I think Brandon said it was the beginning of the second half where they threw a smoke. I think it was towards Ivy. And they're like, oh, okay, yeah, you got that lineup down. Things look real for them. And we saw a lot of back and forth, even in after the opening pistol round victories for PARIVISION on both halves. And you saw it here in round number 1, but then going into round number 5, it was just a nice shutdown on the anti-eco. Buzz gets 4-1 in favor of OG as a result, and then there was this fantastic hold from Nota in round number 6, excuse me. And I think you guys are going to watch on your screen. This was the difference maker for PARIVISION in half, and also not just that round, but Nota in particular kept them in it time and time again. Twice in a row, round number 6 and round number 7, where he got the 2K. It was he got the 4K and then the follow-up 2K entry as well. Is just unbelievable stuff coming through from him, and then it leads to, you know, that easy anti-eco in round number 8. Key round to talk about, key rounds I should say, in the first half after that. Round number 9, Buzz with a 3K through the smoke. Can't see anything, honestly. And a 4th afterwards, but he had a bit of visibility on James through that one. Either way, just unbelievable lineup that Buzz gets. A little bit of luck, a little bit of skill in the mix. Obviously need to know that lineup, but still unreal. And it helps OG get back into it. After that, you know, you had this round 10 where James is forced into a weird situation because Belchanok, who was struggling at that point, tries to make an aggressive play. Brandon talked about it. It really did throw things for a loop. And then OG are able to take things over thanks to Nikodos watching James coming through for a flank that most people wouldn't expect, but Nikodos was on the money there. And then I think the rest of the half, you know, went back and forth. It didn't really have too much of an impact afterwards, but it's that second half where we saw 4, maybe 3 or 4 rounds in a row that could have changed the momentum of an entire match under normal circumstances. And then, you know, I want to talk about round number 16. Nikodos gets this crazy frag on James in towards CT old bomb, and you're like, okay, that's beautiful, that's enough to win the round. But no, Kickert is on a flank from Pop Dog, and he's able to get, I think, 1 on the flank, and then afterwards starts to activate with his remaining teammate in order to get the last player on that bomb site as well. So really well done there. Then we had these 3-round streak that I was talking about. Round number 18, Nota pushes into T-spawn. He gets the frag and the bomb. So you're like, okay, wow, this is fantastic. They've got the crossfire, everything's going well. But OG play it so well. They don't go out too soon into T-spawn. They try to find out what's going on. They obviously are aware of the possibility of a crossfire, right? So they send one player out, they get one and realize where Nota is. And despite Nota's ridiculousness in this round, again, he's holding PARIVISION in this round by himself, almost gets the 4K, even though his position is known, but he's cut short just at the end. And that's where OG tied up. And you're like, okay, that's the round, right? That's the one that tilts things in their favor. No. That's not the round, because then James, under a ton of pressure towards A, and T-Con, like, they're flooding in our OG, but James hits 2 crazy shots. The first one's already hard enough, close range with the AWP, and then he peeks out again for another quick scope, And Brandon, I think, was talking about, we don't usually see that type of play from James, but wow, fantastic work. And even then, in the 1v1 with only 4 HP left, still clutches it out from Olaf. That's the type of round, again, where you're like, okay, that's it. That's the winner. No! A full eco comes through on round number 20 from OG, forces PARIVISION on a 3-man save. And I mean, like, you don't see this pretty much ever when you have an eco where there's only a couple of pistol upgrades. The Deagle and I think a P250 were bought up, but that wasn't even it. I mean, it was the Deagle that opened things up from Krizen, but afterwards, Nikodos comes in with the Glock and says, okay, well, Krizen got that. I might as well try for an aggressive play, and it works out for him, and there's no one else in position on the A site, so they just pull back and call for a save. Unbelievable. Again, another round where you're like, this is it. This has to be the momentum shift, but even still, Kickert from Olaf gets a quick 2K, played off his smoke so well to isolate a couple of fights. And then after that, it was OG unable to recover in the round. And in the end, in the entire map, I have never, not I'm gonna say never, but it's very crazy to see back and forth play like that, where an eco comes through in a key way and you feel like that's a momentum shift, and then so many different momentum shifts that could have come through and it didn't work out for either team, I would say. Like the follow-up round, Kicker getting that 2K, it was more of a, I would say, a standard round, so to speak, not necessarily the type we saw in the previous two where there's these explosive plays and these crazy action that comes through. But yeah, PARIVISION managed to settle it down and they close it out to the finish line. They don't do it without Nota, guys. They do not do this without Nota. 25 frags on the map. James was more human, let's say, here on Train, but he did have his key moments. We saw that, talked about that 4K, but outside of that, it's Nota popping off time and time again, keeping them in it. Kickert had his moments as well, I would say more on the CT side than the T side. It was great to see, honestly. And even Belchinok, right? Even though he didn't do well in that first half, still came through and was able to contribute more on the CT side once he settled down a little bit and stopped trying to make plays that felt like he was forcing things a little too much. So overall, PARIVISION had to come together to get that win over OG, and credit to OG. There's something cooking here on Train, so I feel like teams have to be aware of the fact that OG could be, in fact, a 7-map team going into that major. Anyway, I've talked enough here, guys. Train is done. It went the way of PARIVISION. Now we'll have to see if map number 2 will also go their way, or if OG can come back into this series. Keep it locked here on CCT.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
So I really want to see how they really scale up. Cheers, John, mate. We'll catch up with you after the game, whether it's a 2-0 for PARIVISION or a 1-1, which is probably the expected result here. Interesting enough that PARIVISION want to start on that T side.
It definitely is interesting, but then again, considering we already had a train, you know, is that so much of a leap? I don't think so. I think it just works fairly fine with it, but either way, get to it in the pistol here, and the boss is down to 5 HP before he even gets the chance to say anything.
And then the quick scale, smoking at long, smoking at moto. You imagine they're going to try and take the ground. Buzz is just trying to chip away these players. Can he take any with him to the grave? No. But then these players on site, can they find anything else? No. Unbelievable trades out of PARIVISION. Two swing in with the dual Berettas in towards short. Spook and Krizen trying to do some damage. Trying to find anything. Fake out on this bomb. Kicker doesn't commit to it. Nota doesn't go in for the swing. So it now will be the digits punched in, and Spook and Chris is still remaining with the dualies up close.
Waiting for the swing here, Balshinok and Kick however, neither one of them are going to be playing this one all too aggressively. Just let them walk in. Not easy, but he's trying. Opening that first one into Nota's crosshairs, and will be both taken down. A total of 4. Nota picking up right where he left off last map.
Balshinok plays it well. Just a little jiggle to the point where it's a non-commitment jiggle. It's a jiggle that gets OG interested in trying to take the fight, but he's never shooting back. He's just being annoying. He's just wasting so much time. And then Nota never moves from his position. They go and fight him on the site. And as you say, 4 kills for Nota. He's the guy. If PARIVISION want to win this in 2, it's going to be through him, and it's going to be through Balshinok. He starts things off on the right foot. A force buy and a gamble lean for OG. If you come into B, it's going to be dicey. If you go A, PARIVISION, they'll just save all their weapons.
Right, Buzzer waits. A 5-7 pretty good, but not this good. Tossing a smoke, no time to deploy the 5-7, and you've got yourself a free ace site for PARIVISION to take. Wouldn't be crazy to see them already giving this one up on the side of OG, but a hunt for kill or 2 definitely is not off the table either. I would also expect Travis and Kicker to do the same, considering they've got, well, SMGs, makes things easy. But it does seem like we're still just waiting it out. One of the many saves we're going to be seeing here on Inferno, and I'm pretty much all over it. I don't like the saving. I've kind of outgrown Inferno in recent times. I don't know about you, Brandon, but I've been finding myself in a spot where it's difficult to enjoy this map because it feels so similar in almost every single game I watch. It's just the protocols that never really seem to change. And when you have a team running, let's say, up banana or down banana on the CT side, it can go either way. So that's pretty much the only change I've kind of seen in recent times. And it's grown a bit stale on me.
Yeah, I mean, look, the save there was always going to be the save there because they
Yeah,
had
that's
that,
fine.
that 4-player lean on B, right? I think, look, you gotta understand what we're dealing with in terms of the matchup as well. Like, we're going to get even more saves because it is going to be PARIVISION playing. Even in that full eco on train, it was the right decision for them to save and sort of give over the round win to OG, even if James gets glocked over at Ivy. So I don't know. Inferno definitely promotes saving a whole lot more, but I think in the context of some of these rounds, we can call it out whether we think it's a bit of an egregious error or not. Break on the smoke, close. Flashbang is good from both parties, and now we get trades out of both parties as well. Nota incredibly low. Kickett's now jumping over towards half wall, and he just doubles. Fair enough. Kicker, it's the flying Mac 10 to open up Banana. Belchanok follows through and gets a second kill in the round and in the game for himself as well. OG left limited. PARIVISION are now soaring into a 3-0 victory. And I think what's been most impressive about this with PARIVISION is that they've stuck to a clear game plan. They've not doubted themselves when they want to go for these plays. And they've not made mistakes that have come back to bite them later. It's a clean anti-eco in the second round, a clean anti-eco on the third round. You've lost a few players, sure, but you now know that this round is definitely in your favor. It's been a great start, and PARIVISION are normally really good at losing to low buys.
Yeah, this round as well could have gotten very dangerous for PARIVISION had they waited, or had Muzz waited about 5 seconds there. Looking at Beltran and Kicker, both vulnerable to that Desert Eagle. But still able to survive in the end. It's 2 casualties, and that's essentially the buy from last round carried over to this one. It's a-okay in the end. PARIVISION pretty much lose 1 or 2 players in 2 rounds, so not an issue for them. And we move over to what round before. We're not going to be seeing any AWPs out early on for OG side, nor for PARIVISION. Actually, I lied, sorry. James just blended in there. Thought that was part of his jersey for a second, but that makes more sense. So ingrained in my brain. But unusual back and forth early on. It's just the Molotov. They were at least going to be respecting that, while James scales up mid with the AWP. We already talked about this. T-side AWPing is not always the most favorable, but he's found himself the entry here to start off round number 4. Boss is down. That was one of the players you mentioned as well. But for now, limited in their success.
Tell you what, I think the decision that James makes when he goes to these aggressive openers, I think it's actually really interesting. I think it's so matchup dependent. I think he's deliberately doing this because he knows, number one, we're going to pause because VQ might be in with a double. Gets rid of Kicker and gets rid of Travis. He's the only defender on B, and he's potentially in for a few more. No. Nota burns him alive, but you still got Spook on this quick flanking Banana. Nikados and Krisen already move over, and Spook is so far on the advancement that even though Nota swings, he can't get rid of him. Flashbangs are brilliant, and between Spook and Nikados, OG are able to clean up PARIVISION in B. But shout out Fiku, because without his double, without him standing his ground, that round is over in an instant.
Apologies. But no apologies to PARIVISION. OG, they'll take that first, and it is Fiku standing his ground toward the B side. Keep in mind, he's the solo defender. Buys enough time for his teammates to come rotating in, and at that point, it's a nice little, I guess, pincer maneuver they've got as well for the OG side. Through Banana, through CT at the same time, and just don't give him too much respect. And so, 1 on the board. One of many. And so, OG, now's your time to try to start things off on that CT side. And immediately as well, would it be nice to see them limiting what PARIVISION is going to be able to get here? Right, last round, of course, James with that opening kill. Don't let him have too many of those. I want to see some nice CT aggression beyond just that Banana side as well. Get in PARIVISION's face, because that was Right, that was kind of the start of Terrain. Those first 3 rounds where they kept going aggressive toward the B side. That has slowly made PARIVISION think things through. Made them rethink as well some of these situations. That is a nice of util going out both ways, but no, that's the one who ends up on 22 for now. Seems like we're also going to have a second phase of the attack. Good utility does let them clear this just in time before PARIVISION were going to go through.
I love how on the front foot this is from OG. Great nades, then you can follow through, and then what this does is it lets VQ again maintain the B bomb site by himself, and you can have this 4-player lean over towards A. And for PARIVISION, you got to figure out whether they're doing exactly the same thing again, OG, or whether they've got more reinforcements. James drops a smoke to block off long as a bit of a fake. He throws it in from underpass, and now Fiku will drop his smoke, drop his flash, and get ready for PARIVISION. He doesn't need to commit into this. He doesn't need to fight it. They can just play retake.
In they go. CT side. Needs to defend at this one. Fiku is just looking for pot shots through the smoke. See what he can find. Now, bomb goes down to 5-on-5 retake. Utility is just about enough there for CT side to make their way through it. About to open things up. First one found. A couple more toward the side. That crossfire as well is what you gotta be careful about with Banana and James waiting. Hounds. But OG being slow about this. There goes a flashbang. Trying to go for the swing as well, but Bosley blinded himself somehow. There's 1 and 2 coming out for the T side as well. They go down. Nikodos having traded 1. They still need to be quick about this one. Nade gets kicked down to 4. Now last 2. Banana, the remnants of the T side, and James awaits in one of his own corners while Nota's getting contact. It's positive. It's 1 more remaining. Nikodos may not have the time for this one. They've got kills, yes, but the round itself still eludes them.
He's so smart. James is so smart because he waits until the last possible second to swing out of that corner, and he trusts that Nota's going to take the contact first. That's exactly what that setup is designed to do. Nota hits his shot on low HP. James even gives it an extra half a second before re-swinging out of that corner to guarantee that OG do not think he's there. It's the element of surprise that gets that final kill, and then Nikodos cannot go for that save. PARIVISION having a really good read and understanding about OG's over-rotations in towards that side of the map. Trusting Fiku with a lot, and this time retake does not pay dividends. Especially considering that the fact that you thought OG would be good in that retake, considering that PARIVISION have basically no util for that post plant.
That as well comes down to just a couple of seconds there. It makes me wonder, right, what if they do commit off that first flash they threw to pool, right? It's that few extra seconds they might have gotten away with for Nikodos still to pull through, but going through, up Banana, Fiku and Nikodos, they don't even realize they've gone through. Prison sure wait, waits as the third man at the trap there. Guess what? Nota's not having it. Holy hell, PARIVISION. This is a fantastic game they've got going on right now.
They're playing brilliantly. I'm really impressed with PARIVISION. And to be honest, this reminds me an awful lot of when they used to play Inferno at the start of the year. And if you look at the fact that they've only played Inferno 13 times this year, they still have a positive win rate on it. And by and large, that comes down to their T side. And sure, recency bias will have you believe that they're not been a good team recently on it. You got to bear in mind they played Sinners 3 times back to back to back in that period. But before then, they had like a 7-map win streak on it, taking down Namiga, Bait, Astralis on this map. And their T side has just been flawless in this game versus OG. I love the pacing of these rounds. This round especially, they know that OG is going to be investing everything they can into this round, so they go, okay, well, let's just change the pace on them. Let's not allow them to get set up and do these faster takes in towards Banana. There's the Mac 10s that go around the corner. Both players are fiddling with util. They can't even shoot back. And now they've got no money, but off the back of that hunt, it's going to be 6-1, barring any calamities. It's going to be PARIVISION, maybe even speed running this second map.
Yeah, that last round at the NGs are just disgusting as well. Like, the fact they don't hear them is insane to me. But a moment's hesitation, maybe someone talking on comms, you don't get to hear the footsteps running at you. And a B rush, man, that is PARIVISION for a 5th. Sets up for the 6th as well, and at that point, we're going to start talking about a Brazilian scoreline unless OG get away with this one.
The fun thing about this as well is that PARIVISION have conditioned B so much to the point where you're going to start 3B as a guarantee for OG in the next round, and maybe you can have Nota's apps flank, maybe you can get Travis to be a little bit more faster in towards second middle. There's a lot more options that you can have now if you're PARIVISION, and I love this decision to go for B again here, because it's you're definitely creating a bluff catcher here for PARIVISION. Let's see if the 5-7s can do anything.
In they go, and Prison through the smoke. He's struck for 2, full blind. Guess what? It doesn't matter. He's got that opening. The start of the CT side, they need to defend the side with kickers. Tagged out at 25. A second round of a boost coming up as well here. Above the smoke, they barely see them. And one remains in the smoke. Can't stop the bomb blood that easily. They have forced him off of it as well, with one remaining. Belgian up the clutch against Buzz. It's not easy, and it's not clean, but it's OG to take the round. It's the pistols that strike.
Oh, it's Crizzen. That round is all on Crizzen. Yeah, Buzz makes a great play through that smoke, but Crizzen stays alive, gets 2 kills, and then runs through to deny the player at New Box the chance to try and plant that bomb. He is unbelievable. OG steal the round away after PARIVISION get the opening kill. The flashbangs, the denial of them into the space, into the site is enough to create a lot of chaos. I said it'd be 6-1 barring a calamity. That is a disaster. And that goes back into the same narrative that we've been speaking about with PARIVISION dropping the ball on these low buys, because it's happened again.
I mean, you can't blame anybody for losing against the pistols. That just happens to you, me, and everybody, even the best involved in the game. You gotta wish that they didn't lose those rounds. No matter how much you will, it is the law of the jungle in this case and situation. That flash is a bit premature. I think it's not going to be affected by any of that, and Crizzen waits that long now. He hears them up close. Is there going to be a second flash? I don't think so. They don't have the availability for such things. But Travis spotted out the lone man towards long at the moment, while Spook's got rid of Jabe. Drops the bomb. Not only the round as well, seems like it is a little bit out of reach of Nikodos all the way back into spawn. You'll find Travis crossing back. Not sure which way to look. There's so many angles there as well to worry about. And OG, second round now in a row. They've gotten 3. They are making this first half still something they can't be proud about.
Good round out of OG. They do exactly what we expect PARIVISION. I said they've been conditioning Banana so much that they're going to go for an A play. And the way that OG counter this is really special. So actually you have 2 players at B, but one of them is Nikodos. So Nikodos on the AWP takes the forward spawn, gets rid of Nota, alleviates all the Banana pressure. Then that allows a pop flash play to be set up for OG in the mid round to take the short space, and that then generates even more room on the other end of the map for Nikodos to push Banana solo, creates another rotation to go over towards A, and I love the way that Fiku and Crizzen play that, because Fiku just spams arches. He does 2 things here. Number 1, he creates all the attention to give Crizzen a free kill. Secondly, he gets all the spam damage on these players, and it prevents the use of Crizzen having to use a flashbang for himself. So great work there from OG. Everything is so done. It is done meticulously. And now PARIVISION are cooked, because this was 5-1. This could have been 6-1, and instead this could be a 1-round game now.
Into the AWP, missed shot for Nikodos. Alan boosted well into the apartments. Get that AK involved, but one thing is to make sure you at least have someone to pick this one up, and seems like they are going to play with that mentality. Nobody else has armor though, so Jay might need to be baited in here for him to be the most effective he can. They've cleared out a little bit of apartments. CT side is smoking off as well, and we are going to be heading back toward the B side to finish this one off. Now, is this a couple for you, one for us sort of situation where PARIVISION decided to win on these pistols featuring an AK, but we don't talk about that? A little bit of a payback scenario, maybe? Got enough of it. We'll see.
Oh,
Cheeky.
well, they've just
Trying to
made
boost. They
noise
get a little
now.
bit of noise.
Yeah, they know. They know this is the play now.
They're still afraid of making that rotation. They'll think it could just be 200 IQ fake. You never know what's going on in their brains. Comes down to Chrism to hold for the first and Piku to assist.
Yeah, good util though. Molly, flashbangs, everyone living, a smoke denying, and that gives you more room. Chrism will find Travis, now we can just hold for the cross. Viku's still alive in amongst all of this. Jame will eventually catch him. Bomb site's been compromised, but Jame has to push further forward. And everyone from OG has rotated back in. They're not going to take the fight until the bomb is definitely committed in. Jame now subjected 2 coffins, will claim 1, but now it's between him and Belchnock playing this double up. Jame goes forward, and he actually gets the fadeaway. You're joking me. That never looked like it should have been his, but maybe the round is, because he gets an ace. He gets all 5 from the unlikeliest of scenarios. From the fact that OG pushed forward on that bomb plant, Jame kills everyone.
That is ludicrous. That's not supposed to happen. The advantage OG have here is laughable. It's one check of a corner, not there. It's one lucky bullet. Straight to Chrism. That is insanity. He got fed up, man. Jame is done with this game. He wants it to be over already.
You did say, didn't you? 1 for you, 1 for me. But the way that transpires, the hero AK getting an ace on all players, it's Jame wielding the AK, getting the ace. Says to Nikados, anything you can do, mate, I can do better. Unbelievable. And even that little small micro, Belchnock tucks in towards the corner. He'll play first. He'll make sure he swings wide. He takes the crosshair away from Jame, giving him that extra half a second to guarantee that kill. Insane round out of PARIVISION. And that puts them back in control.
That is ridiculous. As well, I think every single duel, except for that one, was where James straight up took the duel with nobody really to bait for him as well, which was what I assumed was going to happen if you're going to make it the most useful it can be. But every single duel, except for the last, is where James is 1v1ing or 1v2ing there. Is insane.
That fadeaway 4th shot. He doesn't even know too much about it.
It's illegal. Should not ever be happening, but OG, they feel the wrath of Jame. And look at where that's put the CT side as well now. 1 Desert Eagle, and a lot of hope. Maybe getting to the point of even coping as well, but this first half already for OG, now that we thought it was going to be coming through here, might have been dealt a devastating blow, where instead we're looking at a worst-case scenario, 9-3, because that's not even far from happening. It's this round.
Weird.
Should be easy, right? We say should be. Next round's going to be putting them potentially at 8, and if you win that one already, it's going to be leaving OG with potentially not a lot. Of course, depends how that goes, and saves and all that pending. But this one, it's dealt with just the 1 kill. And PARIVISION, from 7, can they go to 8?
Crisis averted once Jame gets on a really good angle and Belchnock is just killing them all in apps. Because as soon as the first player goes down, you start to worry, oh, can they get an AK? PARIVISION going to be forced to go towards the B bomb site? No, everything's in control. Of course it is. Nikados on the AWP. Last time he brought it over towards the B bomb site. He's doing it again here, trying to take this fight on towards one of these PARIVISION players. 3. In fact, make it 4 strong on B right now for OG.
I really want OG to pick up these last few rounds and maybe that pistol so I can make a really bad joke. But I don't think we're going to be getting there at this point. How with Crimson lost?
It's gamble again. They're going to retake Banana with 4 players in the mid-round. Fiku dealt with. Kicker is now picking up the pieces on the trade. They're still all here. It lives and dies on Banana, and Kicker is just taking matters into his own hands. Spoot will swing. And now for Nota and for Kicker, it's low HP, but now it's a guessing game. And now comes the answer. They are both still here. It's a swing out for Kicker, and it's another ace for PARIVISION. Are you joking me?
This is not what we thought was ever going to be the case, but failed out not just once, but twice with an ace. That is way too insane.
11 HP. 11 HP. And Ikados misses the AWP shot, so the spray holds. And so do PARIVISION. No matter how many players you put in Banana, it does not matter. 8-3 on this T side with the capacity for it to get to 9. Stop fighting Banana, OG. It's not working.
That is, well, that's the full send, full commitment towards the B side. That's not a gamble of a life. I don't know what is, and it doesn't pay off either.
I don't know why they're swinging him in the 2v1. Like, I completely understand the reaggress there. I love the way that they approach that round in the mid-round. They're like, okay, let's just go for the Hail Mary. Let's all fight Banana together. They won't expect this quantity of players, and they didn't. They're able to get rid of Nota, but then why re-swing? Why play the 2v1 that risky?
Prison looking to make a heroic play, but notice watching from spawn. Left them down a man yet again on the side of OG. This is PARIVISION making a hell of a statement here as well, with just how confident they're playing. The individuals on a different level right now, and OG, they can't compete. Nikodos here getting caught. That is less than ideal.
6, mate. Like, I'm sorry, he's not the guy that does this normally.
No.
He's playing out his mind. Oh well, there was a flank, but James holding for it. Of course he is.
He's ready.
Oh, come on, man. It's not fair.
It's not fair. It's
fair.
not going. The engine looked like it was getting started, but it stalled so damn quickly here. It's 2 rounds that PARIVISION robbed and stole away, and OG are left just so far in the dust that it's ridiculous.
Remember, one of these 3 rounds as well. One of these 3 rounds that OG got was a force by all 5 sevens. Like, I can't believe it. A hero AK gives James 5. A spray in Banana. An overcommitment from OG gives Kickert 5. 2 aces for PARIVISION on their way to closing this in emphatic fashion. And now they're on CT Inferno.
You know, you were talking about why did they pick T side. That was a bit of an out of left field pick for PARIVISION. Oh my god, if that hasn't paid off, is insanity.
Oh, absolutely
if you're,
has.
Yeah, if they have been kind of struggling when it comes to just the recent form on this map, maybe that's the sort of changes they need. And the momentum from that, the individuals that have awoken from necessity, essentially, in these rounds, that's got to be enough as well here.
That's got to be such a tilter as well for OG, because you put, what, like 4 players in Banana, doesn't work. You've tried everything in B, doesn't work, and they keep going B anyway. Belchanok has at least found the first kill. Quick scaling up short for OG, but you can't get by Belchanok, who's just deleting them on the way in. Insanity from Belchanok. We could have another ace. We could have a 3rd player from PARIVISION getting an ace, but no. Nota gets rid of Crimson. PARIVISION up to 10. They might as well call it game over.
You might as well. That's, by the way, both pistols, someone on PARIVISION's got in a 4K here. It was Nota to start off the game with a 4K, now it's Belchanok as well. It is just an insane individual show, because you count those up, it's 2 4Ks, 2 aces, and it's 10 rounds on PARIVISION. That could have been a very even 6-6-half potentially as well. But it goes away from those individuals. Then you also have it to account of Soji, like you mentioned. One of those rounds, it was that 5-7 force spy on B. Like, this could have been so much worse as well for either side in reality, but for OG, this is not looking like it's their mapping. When you compare this to Trade, it is one where they just unfortunately are not showing up here. Because at least on there, we did have them with these early round protocols. They were able to get in PARIVISION's face. Here you have Banana, where you kind of have to send players every round, or every other round at least, to test it and see if you can win out to those rounds. They just came out with an empty-handed, no you couldn't. And that's where these rounds were kind of decided for most part. And now it's gotten a little bit too out of hand as well.
Just thinking about how extreme this is, right? Like, they're winning 10-3. You've got 4 guys from PARIVISION that are just over the cusp of, like, 10 kill range. Remember, Nota got a 4K on the pistol. Belchnaut just got a 4K on the pistol. And then you've had aces. Like, it's incredible, the individual effort from PARIVISION. Everyone has had a moment. Anti-flash for Crizzen doesn't do anything. Now everyone's just cleaning up house.
Another 4K coming up. Come on, give it to Belchnaut. No. Missed his opportunity, but PARIVISION, they don't miss their round itself here. OG went for a bit of a Hail Mary out of the apartments to try to confuse the enemy, make it awkward for them on that first duel, and let the others straight overwhelm. Never gets to that point. And 11-3. I'm gonna quickly throw this back to one of the pre-game topics. Whoever wins this, wins the tournament. That was a possibility, you said.
Yep.
Is PARIVISION looking like they're in winning form? Because I would say yes.
Absolutely.
With two slightly uncertain teams of Nemiga and ENCE on the other side, right? This feels like PARIVISION are right now primed to take the whole thing today. But my god, this is an insane show either way. Talked about as well so many things that OG can do right, which is different individuals, different things, versatility, but none of that really comes to matter when you can't get yourself up and running here, when you've been dealt such a poor hand.
Nothing's working. That's the thing. That's the reality right now, and the mental warfare of nothing is working. You go into Banana yourself, you just get laid to rest with you two. And again, Fiku's like, come on, man. I'm 3-12, and I can't even have a fight without being bombarded by you two. So they're going to try and take the fight, and then he gets railed through the smoke by an MP9. Oh, enforcement. In PARIVISION, but with Buzz's space out long, OG look to redirect in towards A, and Jame and Kicker are ready for it. Belchnaut's just got to hold on for a little while longer. 30 seconds left.
That's just ridiculous. And now, toward the side, 25 seconds, rotation's been made. Even if you split through long, that's not going to make the job any easier, because look at Travis in mini-pit.
Oh.
Jame, he might go down. That's a massive miscalculation, but the site hold still stands here. It's the contact too long. They can swing it back and forth if they get this first kill, but they force their way in. Oh, gee, they found a slight gap in the timing. The defense is mixed up. Not sure which way to look at that point, and this is looking like a fourth round because PARIVISION's not going to attempt this one, but it's so many rounds still needed for OG, and this one, it just feels like a lucky break. It's one player looking elsewhere than when you needed them to look long. Otherwise, I still see this as PARIVISION's round, and it's Jame running up short.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing because they had the complete.
I don't know what's happening there.
Correct read. They had the complete correct read on that situation. They get ahead of the moto smoke. Belchnaut gets in towards sight along the box to be ready, and Jame just got his knife out. It reminds me so much of that first map on that eco round OG1 where Jame had his knife out and he got overwhelmed. It is exactly the same thing. It's a rush of blood to the head. I don't know what you are doing here, mate.
Also, look at the time when James running. Like, this is not a thing you need to be making at that point. If they commit B, you just full rotate as a 3-man unit. That is unnecessary. Don't know what was happening. Either they were making and assuming it was going to be all long, maybe one apartment or something along those lines, sure, but even so, knife out is crazy. And OG, they just used that slight opportunity given to them. Take that fourth round. And last time off of PARIVISION, really? They haven't been going through these and I haven't even noticed.
It's actually a really interesting decision here because you're on first stage loss bonus, but weirdly enough, if you eco, then you can get an AWP out. There's no way everyone's sort of bought a little bit and Jame isn't buying. Okay.
That is crazy.
Jame wants an AWP.
He doesn't even have utility. Like, this is, I think this is preparing for the worst. He's gonna say, okay, I trust you guys to win this round, but just in that small case, if you don't, at least try to save, and we can still buy the next round. I'm gonna have an AWP, boys, let's go. It's a very weird situation to be in for PARIVISION, but it's not unwinnable. 4 weapons, absolutely. All you need is to get 1 entry and make the difference there.
This is probably the only thing that sort of happens on Inferno as well. So they gamble in A. If it's A, they're in for a good showing. They give a Nota a lot of responsibility, similar to Fiku. Let's see what decision OG elects to make. Because currently, they've smoked off in towards short, and now they're taking space at A. This is exactly where PARIVISION is.
Well, they're using Jame to bait them in. They only got a P250. I would have expected a 5-7 either way, but a P250 might still work. Draw the attention away, make it a little bit awkward. They've got the 4-man setup here as well, so they're making use of that. I say 4, it's actually 5. My bad, I lied. And Belchinook, he got that first one, makes the difference. No matter how good you are, you're not going to expect a full 5-man stack, especially now that you've been given a double entry. It's Travis and Kicker still waiting at the pits. There's one. Coming through with the second. There's 1 man on the site that still remains. There's Nota. He's been striking. A little bit of a storm brewing here toward the A side, and 1 more to go. He'll get to take it as well. Swinging for the victory. PARIVISION's gamble the stack on A. It is working for 12.
That's actually bonkers that they make that work, because the fact that Nota's in the site, remember, Nota was the B player. Nota is the B player, and then he's the guy that rotates, and he's the guy that just waits, and he plays last. 3 kills. Call it a 1v3 for Nota. He steps up in a big way. OG have got no idea, and it's all these stacks that they tried to enforce that never worked. Come back and work against them. And Jame, of course, he's got his AWP. Chrisen's always equipped with an SMG, it feels like, but he doesn't go round the corner. And when he tries to jump up, he gets sideswiped by that man again, Nota.
A gamble out of the apartments. We've already seen this twice now for OG. But it needs to work. It's now or never to continue the game. The extension of play, but it's Travis. They'll meet. Send them straight to hell with 1 remaining. That is PARIVISION stomping through the Inferno pick of OG, and with that, securing their ticket in the grand finals. What a goddamn game from them.
It's amazing to me, the fact that PARIVISION look better on Inferno than on OG's perma of Train. 13-4 is absolutely incredible. I'm really impressed with how every single guy from PARIVISION, like the fact that we get the individuals on display there, like that's the key thing to me. That's the most impressive side of it all, Nexus. The fact that every single one of these players took it upon themselves to have a group responsibility in making that map non-serviceable whatsoever for OG. They had no chance in this series. It all stemmed from the veto, but it's all settled on Inferno. We've got John to run you through a hell of a game of Inferno.
All right, thank you, Brandon. Yeah, that was unbelievable stuff from PARIVISION, and I think we saw those cracks that sometimes form on the PARIVISION side. Where you're like, why is this happening? Sometimes it's Jame, oftentimes it might be making some weird plays. But let's start and check out those highlights from the beginning as it all went down. And I think the pistol round was very key, of course, for PARIVISION to pull off. But you're going to see here round number 4, where Fiku is the key in anchoring things down. 2 frags there. He allows that flank to materialize, and once that happens, OG is able to recover and take over that round. The problem is that afterwards, it's, again, PARIVISION getting a couple, but disaster struck in round number 7. I don't think we have it here, but either way, it's the 5-7s on what was, I believe, a 4-spy coming through for OG, and you think, okay, this is when OG can get back into the half. They get the follow-up round. It looks good, and then Jame James with the Hero AK Ace. That was possibly one of the most difficult, the highest levels of difficulties, I would say, for a Hero AK Ace to come through, and he absolutely pulls off those third and fourth frags. Ridiculous. I mean, the fourth one in particular, how do you even get that? It's on the fadeaway with the last bullet in his gun, and after that point, PARIVISION just took over. I mean, there was another important round coming through, of course, round 11. OG start with 4 players on B, and it ends up being a full B push down Banana. They get it down to a 2v1. Kickert has already got 3 frags in the round. You're like, there's no way. He's at 14 HP. They double swing him, and Kickert gets the ace, the second ace on the half for PARIVISION in that round. And afterwards, you know, we almost even got a third ace, which would have been unheard of, right? To have 3 aces in one map of play. But it almost happens as Belchanok gets the 4K in the pistol round. And yes, we had those weird moments like round 7, right? Where the 5-7s come through, a bit of a mistake happening on the PARIVISION side. And then round 15, where James gets caught lacking, running with his knife out down lane. I don't know what was his thought process in that situation, because the rest of his teammates were posted up there. Ends up costing them the round, but it doesn't matter anyway, because Nota was on an absolute tear from beginning to end in this series, and he gets a 3K in a 1v3, and Brandon pointed it out, right? He starts on the B site alone, defending it, anchoring it down, throwing that util to push OG in the direction of A, which is where PARIVISION wanted to go anyway, and then he somehow ends up tucked into A, and no one's looking for him at all because of the amount of chaos that happened on that A site, because there were so many bodies that OG had to deal with, but they still survived with 3 players, although a couple of them were low. Nota manages to isolate every single fight, and truly, I think that he's going to be the MVP. We'll have it after the segment, of course, but my feeling is Nota's the MVP. Just the amount of frags he got on map number 1, the impact he continued to have on map number 2. We already talked about it before, that PARIVISION needs these performances from Nota, from Kickert, from Belchanok, from whoever might be that supporting cast. I mean, all of them if possible, of course, if you're a PARIVISION fan. But yeah, Kickert stepped up in a big way with that ace that he found, and also was continuing to get openers after that towards Banana, which was crazy in itself and surprised a lot of us. And what can you do? I mean, if you're on the OG side, you just saw an Inferno that looks amazing from PARIVISION. We were talking about this yesterday. PARIVISION missing out on the major. Has it lit a fire in them? I think the answer is a very firm yes. I've just seeing this performance coming through on Inferno, where they struggled over the last 2. Brandon was mentioning that long run, they have been pretty solid on Inferno, but the latest results haven't been great. I think that it's great to see them finding their form again, going into this grand final. I don't know if there is a team in the next matchup, ENCE and Amiga, that can defeat or take care of what PARIVISION will be throwing their way. We'll see. We still have time. We also have to decide which of those 2 teams is going to end up in it. We have a bit of a break coming up here. I think it's going to be about, let's say, 40 minutes before we're back here with that next matchup. So keep it locked here on CCT. We'll be back with the second semifinal in just a bit. All right, we're back here for the second match of the final day of CCT EU Series number 1 in Season 3. And I mean, look, we got a great matchup, at least on paper. It was a great match between OG and PARIVISION, but PARIVISION really took over on map number 2, and they got that 2-0. So it leads us into this one, Nemiga up against ENCE. Also want to mention, of course, thank you to Nexus for coming through for map number 1. We are switching gears, and Hayes has joined us. And actually, with that, Hayes, how you doing?
I'm alright, been a bit all over the place today, but I'm here, I'm where it matters now, and I'm glad I get to at least see one of the semi-finals, so looking forward to the Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and let's start talking about it right now. I mean, look, we've seen Nemiga, they've made the major, they're looking like a team that could be in form, but I feel like, based on our discussions in the green room, you guys don't necessarily agree on that.
Yeah, look, it's a shame because I really want to like this Nemiga team. And to be fair, I do like them, but I feel like everyone in the Tier 2 community is really big on them. And I've always been a little bit more pessimistic. And then they made the major, and I was like, do you know what? Finally, maybe it's time for me to get on board with this team. I think Sway is absolutely brilliant. They've proved me wrong. They've made the major. And I don't know, guys. Like the results after have not been very good. And I'm feeling a little bit uninspired. And I'm really worried about what they're going to do when it comes to Austin after making this major for the first time. But I'm worried that the occasion might just get the better of them, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be the highlight of all 5 of these players' career. It's going to be the pinnacle so far. I mean, for a few of them, they still have the lion's share of their career ahead of them, looking at Sway, Khan, probably Xanta as well. But I guess that's what the entire focus is about right now for Nemiga. It's just all eyes on the major. This is probably just a bit of a proving ground for them, just to get some consistency, tweak a few things, you know, just iron out a few kinks. But it does feel like there is something amiss for this Nemiga team. You go back like 3 months ago, Brandon, these guys were ruffle stomping everybody. Like they were like unbeatable in Tier 2, but they don't have that same sort of aura about them anymore, I don't think.
Yeah, it's been, look, I mean, they did come out with a couple of big wins here. I don't want to talk too down on them, of course, against Ecstatic. I think that one in particular, I was like, okay, that's pretty impressive considering Ecstatic did beat ENCE a little while ago. And then you have the Monty win. Monty, so, you know, maybe more of an expected victory there for Nemiga. But look, Hayes, in terms of players to highlight, Zway's been pretty good, right? I think he's been standing head and toes above the rest of the squad. Is there anyone else, or perhaps you want to focus in more on him?
Well, the other 2 players I'd look at would be Khan on the AWP. He's so clean, man. He's like so precise with his aim. His mechanics look incredible. But I feel like his form has dropped off like 10, 12, 15% in recent times. So I'm looking at him for a slight elevation. And then Xanta is the X Factor guy as far as I'm concerned. He is like the guy who wants to just roll up his sleeves, get in on the front lines, always in and amongst the action. So if he's having a pop-off game, I feel like Nemiga, like the correlations for them winning matches is very directly correlated to Xanta having pop-off games, just because if he is doing well, the impact that he's finding is immense. So it would be those 2 names for me.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at the results from their previous series, right, even against Ecstatic, it was Xanter, as you mentioned, popping off for them, 45 frags, 100.2 ADR, 1.63 rating. So, I mean, yeah, that's definitely a valid point that you make. So perhaps we'll get to see the same of him here in this one. But let's switch gears. Let's start talking about ENCE. I mean, we're going to see some familiar names, of course, more familiar names on this roster. We got Glaive, Sundai Young in particular. Those 2 guys, they've been around the scene, so to speak. Results have been mixed, though, for ENCE as of late. Brandon, what do they need to find that consistency?
Ironically enough, they just need consistency. I kind of had this conversation when I last covered ENCE, and I said in a weird way that they're victims of Tier 2, Tier 3 competition, where I actually think sometimes they play not enough officials, but they also play too many officials at the same time. It's really weird. Like, that's a really weird way to kind of frame that sentence. But I look at this team and I feel like you're really good in scrims, and then in officials things go wrong. I actually think it's more of a psychological thing for this team rather than anything else, because Nachu and Exkapersky are really good players in their own right. They sign. They have obviously this honeymoon Elisa event where they go on and win. Pody gets promoted, the only guy that's had a successful promotion from ENCE Academy, by the way, into the main roster. There's a lot of... I feel like there's a lot of expectations on this team, and I feel like fair for Glaive and SDY. Don't think it's really fair sometimes for Nachu, for Kaspersky, for Pody, and I think it's to be honest, a psychological problem with this team, and I feel like maybe they need an event win online. So if they're able to win this CCT event today, I feel like we're going to get a really big trend in results upwards on a more consistent basis for ENCE. Whereas if they keep meeting in the quarterfinals, semifinals, unable to get over that hurdle, I feel like we're just going to be stuck here for the rest of the year.
Yeah. How are they going to punch upwards from that point if they can't actually start to close out these sort of tournaments? But what I will say is I have seen enough from this ENCE roster to believe that this should be the team that they stick with going into the next season. I don't think that you should be looking at this ENCE roster and thinking, well, are we ready to maybe have the conversation about changes? I think you got a group of players who are all very good in their particular roles. I think SDY has actually been exceptional. I really love how well he's playing at the moment. He's really evolved as an individual and a player as well. Really stepped into his own. Think about the days back in the Na'Vi days. He was the whooping boy in that team there. Anything anyone didn't want to do, SDY had to do. But he's now really got so much more freedom. He's so experienced, and he seems to be playing incredibly well individually. So I wouldn't say I'm like very high on this ENCE team, but I would buy their stocks now. Like I feel like this is a pretty good time to buy ENCE stocks with them being trending upwards at the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, it's been about 7 months since Nachu and Kaspersky have been added to the roster, so I think they've had their time to really cook here. We'll see if they can convert into the next season. I do agree with you guys. I don't really see another 5 players there, any changes that you've made to this roster moving into that season, but you know, we need to see the results, and I think this is a very important test for them to come with victory, because as they've been tested over the last 3 months, when you look at the teams they're beating, you know, they're beating Cybershock, Comnata, Saw, who haven't been very good, Nexus as well. But then when they face off against the tougher competition, Passion UA, for example, Ecstatic, you know, those 2 teams actually played them like 3 of the last 6 BO3s. Then they struggle, and it's strange. Even especially after coming out with the victory against Spirit Academy, I thought maybe they've exercised those demons, you know, getting a win against a tough squad like that. But then afterwards, they lose 2 in a row. So anyway, look, there's a lot of hope and promise, I would say, on this ENCE roster, and I think you guys framed that nicely. So let's jump into the veto and see what maps we're going to get between ENCE and Amiga. And I don't think we've got any particular surprises here. Inferno is the perma for ENCE, and Nuke is the same for an Amiga. So we're going on to Ancient for ENCE, which I'm maybe a little bit surprised about because they haven't been that great on it. Anubis is usually the map they like to pick into, but they're moving away from that. Brandon, it seems like you already have something to say about that.
Look, this year, Amiga have not been good on Mirage. In 2024, they were unbelievably good on Mirage. Here is a really good opportunity for ENCE, who have been trending upwards, as we've been saying, to pick Mirage and punish. Instead, they don't. Ancient's a really rogue pick for them, and this could actually be maybe a little bit of a disaster class in the veto.
I mean, it certainly is a curveball. I do feel like ENCE just don't have a very stable map pool at the moment, so they're probably trying to just figure out where they want to go moving forward, and maybe they're looking to try and integrate Ancients into the map pool here and turn it into one of their powerhouse maps. I do tend to agree with you, though. It's not a great look that they didn't have the confidence in their Mirage. They've lost 4 of their past 5 as well against teams like M1, Sangal, so that's maybe kind of disparaged them a little bit.
All right, well, we'll have to see how it goes down. Interesting veto, but we're ready to jump into the game to get things started here on Ancient. Guys, take us through it.
Yeah, look, the reason why I'm just moaning about Ancient, to be honest, is because it hasn't ever looked convincing. Like, the results that ENCE have got have not been amazing. And the fact that they lose to Nexus in OT, I mean, that was... like, come on, guys, respectfully. You beat Spirit Academy, that's a good result. Lose to Na'Vi Junior, fine, that's what you expect. Lose to Bait on this map, lose to Fnatic, lose to Heroic, lose to Bait again, lose to Ecstatic, lose to PARIVISION, who are in our grand final. It's
not much inspiration in amongst all those results you just read.
None of those. They're all losses. The wins that they've got against Comnata, who I don't even know who they are, respectfully. Saw, sure, but that was in OT. 9
So are we thinking the Amiga 2-0 here?
Yeah,
is that
to
what
be
you
honest,
kind of the direction you're headed in?
That's what I'm putting forward, yeah.
All right. Yeah, I can kind of get on board with that. Let's see. I feel like ENCE have what it takes to piece together a strong Ancient. They just haven't shown it, but I think the potential's there. They've got strong role players, which is very important, especially on the CT side. Let's see. Here we go. Second semi-final underway. We're looking to try and book a team to go into that grand final against PARIVISION later on this evening.
Oh.
And it's going to be Khan with the P250. Always the AWPers with the P250 in the pistol round.
Yeah, don't blame him. One shot headshot makes your life easier, makes you feel better as well, because suddenly that investment has paid off. SDY now delegate between 2 different angles. Needs help from Glaive. They are all on the site, and SDY finds absolutely nothing. Glaive wanted to go through the smoke, but thinks better of it.
All right, well, going to have to be a retake here for ENCE with the numerical deficiency. There's a kit and a smoke on Glaive, but they're going to need a number of kills before they can even think about attempting that way to win the round. Poddy spots a player, but can't do much about it. That's a good kill from Risky Bob, instantaneously taking down Kaspersky. That's the one thing you get from this Nemiga roster, is just heaps and stacks of firepower. And if all of the players are on, they can be so difficult to play against.
We need to have a conversation about webcam angles, guys, because if we go to Risky Bob's POV in the next round, like, this is not an acceptable camera angle. I think the MRQ did it best, and that should be the example moving forward. We need to see all your monitor.
Has he got like the hand cam going?
No, you'll see it in a sec. It's actually pretty hilarious.
The Jane cam is not great either. I remember seeing that yesterday.
No, we need the player, and we need the monitor where we can see the game.
I mean, yeah, that is ideal. Kind of takes away from it a little bit. I always loved having the webcam just on the player's screen looking into his face, because you could get way better reactions out of them. But obviously, with it being the online realm, it's just not going to work.
So this one is fine, and then we go to
yeah, that one's very good. This one's like you could use this as one of the examples of how it has to be.
Like Zway's one is kind of a bit, but
like,
you know, it's not the worst on the teams.
Leah's good. I can get on board with Leah's. Xanta's
okay.
Perfect. Yeah, he gets a good pass there. Nature, probably like a B.
Wait for Risky Bobs, mate.
We gotta grade them. We gotta grade them like A to F.
Oh.
Well, you strike me as like a B plus student at school, Brandon. Straight A's.
Yeah.
Straight A's. Good lord, sorry, I didn't even do you justice. I was like a C plus kind of guy, so don't worry, wasn't thinking that I was better, you know, smarter.
It's okay.
Stronger, better, faster, stronger, harder. I can't wait much longer for the next gun round.
I can't wait for Risky Bob's POV. I've stopped all commentary. I want Risky Bob POV. There we go.
Under the screen.
Yeah, come on.
Under the monitor. I mean, that's like you haven't hit any of the notes at that point.
No. More importantly, though, that was a full eco out of ENCE, and they came away with nothing. And Leah just got another 600. Lovely stuff.
Lovely jubbly. All right, well, here comes the gun round. Not going to be an open play here for the CT side. Full bonus round for Nemiga. These sort of rounds on the T side, I love it when the Ts just go for something out of the ordinary, whether it's a fast and direct play, just something crazy and chaotic. It's normally in towards A, right? You throw the early util donut in red room just to try and feign that you're going to try and take control of middle, and then you just group up and go into A in the first 15, 20 seconds of the round. That's become a very popular go-to strat in the first gun round T side Ancient. But instead, they're going to send their troops in towards mid. Oh my goodness, Khan just driving by with the MAC-10. Himself and Zwei will combine.
Yeah.
And that A-bomb site's completely open for the taking now.
I think stylistically as well, Nemiga are a really tough matchup for ENCE, because Nemiga love to go aggressive. They love to trade really effectively. And ENCE like to be methodical. You know what Glaive is like with his calling.
Yeah.
Everything's got to be taken in phases. Nemiga are not like that whatsoever. They will run at you, and they will try and get the round over in the first like 25, 30 seconds. It has been the staple of their gameplay. It's just been brilliant to watch so far. Kaspersky wants to hold on to his M4 and will be able to.
All right, at least at the bare minimum, he will be afforded that luxury, assuming that Zwei isn't able to hunt him down here. Probably going to have to fight again. Yeah, I mean, if ENCE can keep all 3 guns in play, that enables them for a full buy in the next. That's why Nemiga are hunting the way that they are right now. Kaspersky drops a smoke grenade to try and give himself a little bit of cover, backs up into the molly, and eventually he will go down. So Nemiga, very clean start here for them on their opponent's map pick. Already a little bit of a question mark here for ENCE early on.
Yeah, you do start to get a little bit worried now. Especially at 3-0, especially where you've got a couple of rifles that have been saved, and then the rest of the guys are just going to have 5.7s, armor, MP9 for SDY. Let's see if we can get the rifles a little bit more mobile in this round for ENCE. They need to start taking some fights on their terms, but they instead catch flak with the grenades. And the 5.7 unfortunately doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but the AKs will. Xanta and Sway light up the feed, and that is one of the rifles. In fact, that is 2 of the rifles now dropped.
I mean, that's just brilliant combination coming through in towards middle there. The timing on the collapse from elbow and coming through from shelf at the same time. Just really good timing from Nemiga. This is what they do. This is when they look so good, is when they're in that flow state.
Yeah.
They seem to just move as a unit where you know that you can just tell everybody's on the exact same page, on the same wavelength. It's like that good old euphemism Shocks used to use where it's like, boys, we're all 5 fingers, or we're 1 finger on a hand, right? We're 5 fingers on 1 hand. We form 1 unit. And you can see that Nemiga have certainly got that ironed out at the moment.
Yeah, and look, don't I should see his webcam again. Don't get me wrong, like I really do like this team, and we were saying in the pre-game, look, we expect more from them, because you're right, they were completely destroying people like towards the first half of the year, especially towards the back end of 2024. They went out to Res and won a LAN there. This team has got LAN experience. You got to remember they were at IEM Chengdu as well. I know Sway wasn't in that outfit, but these 4 players were. That was the event that put Flamus on the map. They've got a lot of good things going for them, but I think this is why we set such a high bar for them. But the fact it's going to be 4-0, the fact that Nature's got off to a bit of a rough start, the fact that SDY's not yet got a kill, we'll see Pody on an AWP very soon. But I am a little bit worried for the longevity of this series, especially because of this veto. I feel like if ENCE picked Mirage, as silly as it is to say, I think we definitely get 3 maps. I think the fact that they picked Ancient and the Nemiga is performing like this, I think we're 2-0.
So you've seen enough. 4 rounds was all you required.
Well, actually, I saw enough when I saw the veto graphic, to be honest.
Yeah, you did call it back then already. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, how's that shot from Risky Bob? You do get this from Nemiga. It's a group of 5 players who are all very competent individually, strong fraggers, and they're looking sharp, razor sharp right now on Nemiga.
Well, here's the thing, that they love a fight, and this is why Eskapersky and this is why Nachu, I think, were picked up by ENCE, because on Mao's NXT, Nachu loved to fight. On Young Ninjas, Eskapersky was the guy to take a lot of those fights. And I'll be honest with you, I was not big on Eskapersky when he first joined NIP. It took him a little while to adjust in, but then he started getting more aggressive, and he was really, really good. Glaive needs, and even though they've been on this team like 8 months or whatever with NKJ, Glaive still needs to find a way to blend the 2 ideas together, because you've got safe players in Glaive and SDY, but SDY can still get aggro. Let your players do what they're best at.
And that means he's going to have to evolve a little bit, because now he's playing with that young, fresh, raw talent. Either way, it's going to be a big, fast push in towards a bomb site from Nemiga, trading their way successfully onto the site itself. ENCE have been locked out. Now Nemiga are trying to look for space to get the bomb down here. Right in the corner of the site. They will be able to activate the C4. Kaspersky on a big flank, though, will be able to take down 1 good follow-up damage onto Risky Bob. That means SDY can get that kill for free, and Kaspersky will be able to finish off the job as well. ENCE are on the board.
Much better from ENCE. The way they approach that retake is really good. Let's start giving them some credit, because you've got SDY that gets affected by the molly, but then doesn't commit to any sprays in Donut. They break the smoke over at CT. The point is, they're providing a lot of external pressure to then not allow Nemiga to worry about A main. And suddenly, this fast flank from Eskapersky, it pays off. The spray is brilliant. Nachu, SDY, and Glaive all come through in the same moment to promote good trade spacing. And in a blink of an eye, all of the offense is completely destroyed. It's a great round out of ENCE for those little pressure points they're applying in CT and Donut to allow that A main flank to work.
And right on cue as well, just as you were saying how Kaspersky has kind of leveled up a little bit in terms of how he likes to make more plays. Or were you saying he made too many plays on Young Ninjas? Actually,
No,
maybe
no,
I've got that. You
no,
were
no,
saying that he has
I've-
kind of stepped up and become more
Yes,
active now,
absolutely.
right? And that's what we've just seen in that round there. You know, he's the one who's in middle. He sees no presence or resistance at all, and he just immediately commits to the push and then wraps around Namiga. And that's such a massive aspect in the retake, because as soon as he gets that kill and the follow-up damage, Namiga just starts to panic because they got no room to work with. They don't have Temple, they don't have Donut, they haven't pushed into CT. So they're literally getting crunched in on the bomb site, and then it makes it so much easier for the rest of the players who are filtering into the retake as well, because now Kaspersky is such a massive thorn in Namiga's side.
I just hope it's consistent, because you get this sometimes at events where it looks good for a round, it looks good for maybe 2 or 3 rounds, and then it just goes off the boil again. This is actually a really important round, as silly as it is, for ENCE, because if they lose this, their money is still going to take an advanced beating. They're going to feel like they're not in control of the game. And this ENCE outfit loves to feel like they're in control of the game.
Well, let's see if we can get some control here on their map pick. Have got actually a decent amount of money in the bank on a couple players as well because of how successful that previous round was. Oh, missed flash. Means Kaspersky doesn't get that support, but hasn't been punished, so that's alright. Certainly more presence from Namiga on the opposite side of the map, just trying to draw attention away from A here. Well, ultimately, it looks like they are going to head, but I don't know if it's going to be a full commitment. They still have options available with the bomb back towards spawn.
That's a fun molly that just bounces off the stairway to land
Defying
on the
all
boost.
physics. Yeah.
Oh, and another molly. Nature's got a pocket of space, but they know about this Namiga. They're waiting for him to jump up. They're waiting for him to make a mistake. And instead, it's going to be Sway that boosts up, and he just gets the best of Nature. SDY still here at Donut, but keep your eyes on B ramp, because Xanta is dealt with by Kaspersky, and Pody follows through on towards Lear. The bomb was dropped. The idea was to go back in towards B the entire time, but was way opening up A. This is where the bomb's got to go.
This is the only frustration here for Namiga, is that they could have had the bomb down ages ago had they just brought it forward with them. However, maybe it could open up some other opportunities. Where he's gotten the kill in middle. The one thing ENCE has going for them is the fact that both their remaining players are over towards the safe bomb site. But Sway, I mean, he gets that kill when Risky Bob is the one who looked like he would have been able to find it. He will finish off the job, does Risky Bob. And Namiga immediately back to winning ways.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Sway, because look, you got to take matters into your own hands. And he does. And what I really love here from Namiga is they're aware of what their molly does, and it traps Nature in. It makes him susceptible to this boost. So you've got Khan that's holding for the jump up at Temple, and then you've got a boost up from Sway to guarantee that kill. If he retreats, he's dead by the AWP. If he doesn't retreat, he's dead to our boost and the rifle. And even when it goes completely wrong over at B, Sway gives them an outlet. Namiga back in front. And look at this advanced push out of ENCE. Oh, Lear's got no idea. At least there's a trade out of Xanta, but the pressure's still on.
Well, they will actually just recede a little bit here. Will ENCE off the back of that little skirmish. Oh, Nate, you got to be careful. He's just stepped off the angle because he's worried about someone who may push through a main, but he will find the favorable timing on Zway, who's trying to cross the traffic in towards Red Room. And in the meantime, SDY is now taking that space. Oh, Poddy, very good covering. I was looking at SDY thinking he's in deep trouble with him looking in towards Elbow, but Poddy had him covered all along. And the Mickey will now try and head in towards this B bomb site, but they get shut down emphatically as ENCE now starts to trade rounds.
Yeah, brilliant. Really, really like the design of that. The fact that Nature comes over to cover close for Zway's push, and then SDY can come over and take elbow space to allow Nature to go back towards A main. And then you've got that coverage out of Pody. And then as soon as SDY gains that space up heaven, Pody can then rotate towards B, because that's where the crux of the attack is coming from Namiga. That round is perfectly played at a macro level for ENCE. And it's something that Namiga, again, still need to worry about. This back and forth will favor the T side, but only if it remains to be a back and forth.
Yeah, and it's only going to be back if they lose this round here, because for ENCE, they can then start to string some consecutive rounds together after playing against what should be an eco in the next round. So let's see if ENCE can kind of break the pattern here. Break Namiga financially. Okay, I like that from SDY. Faking, there could be somebody in the cubby, extinguishing the molly. And then there's going to be presence from Red Room and a player in Donut. Kaspersky finds the opening kill with the wall bang. And this is looking nice and active from ENCE right now.
Nice shot. That comes from Khan over at B ramps. Now Poddy feels like he has to remain over at Cave. Flashbang's trying to set Nachu up, but that's been spotted by Risky Bob. Namiga do not need to fight in towards mid, but they just acclimatize to that control anyway. Khan now moves over. You feel like Lear's going to maybe wide swing to get Khan on the angle to deal with Poddy. It's perfect, but then it's a team kill.
Oh man, that's so frustrating for Namiga because they've done really well to actually wrestle an advantage back in the round.
Look at
And
Glaive.
Khan only has a single hit point, and as you say, Glaive has kind of closed the door in here on Namiga. Well, he's got to be careful though, because if he goes down, then that completely opens up the opposite side of the map. Risky Bob's going to step in towards Cave, and he's good for one. Information on the second. That's immediately why there's been a response from Namiga to push into this B-bomb site.
This is really nice because you know he's in Cave and you know Glaive was in elbow. So Khan gets the bomb down, but how do you want to play this? He just completely ignores B ramp. He wants to get rid of SD White, and he's able to on the spam. This means Glaive needs to accelerate. He's still a little bit unknown until he drops that molly, but he actually ices out Khan. A 1v1 form. Sway wants to take the fight, and it's him versus Glaive. There's always going to be one victor. Namiga make things steady in the mid round.
Yeah, I was also looking at the 1v1 thinking, come on, Glaive, this is going to be a tough one, man. You got to roll back the years going up against the young prodigy Sway. And Sway knew he was locked in, and he wanted to take the fight on his own terms. That's why he just swings out there. I mean, this round was looking... This has been the most difficult round Amiga have won so far throughout the half, I think. And it's good to see that even when they don't just get successful opening positions and kind of get the round handed to them, they're still able to get the job done. This time it's Leo with the Mac 10 in middle. Fantastic support utility as he gets both the opening kills. This could shatter ENCE if they lose this round.
Absolutely. This turns from what could be, well, like a 6-6 if ENCE go on and win that previous round into
8-4,
8-4,
9-3.
9-3. Yeah, it's horrible. Yeah. It's really, really not ideal. Now we need some more mid-round aggression. It could come through Poddy, or alternatively, it could come through Lear. Poddy holds his nerve. More often than not, Namiga have been finishing on this B-bomb site. ENCE realize it, and they start making a gamble.
I mean, fair enough. This is the best approach you can employ in this sort of a situation is just roll the dice, because you bet on red, it hits red, cool. You have a chance of winning the round. You bet on black, you just save your money. You save your guns. Not that that's how it works in the real casino if you get it wrong, but it does look like Namiga have a pretty good idea as to what ENCE got going on right now. I guess they know Kaspersky is the B-side player. So that's a pretty good piece of information that they can go off of here. Zway is still searching as well.
And now that just accelerates you into A. Because they're playing the double setup. Xanta's now seen Glaive. Molly's good. Glaive will respect that, you feel. Although he gets pushed into the fight. Smoke goes on it. Xanta just spins around 3 versus 2. Keeps the man advantage for Namiga. And will keep the round in their favor. If you're Kaspersky, if you're Poddy, you do not push this smoke. You do not take this fight. You just save your weapons.
Oh,
Eats his foot. Yeah.
yeah, he can, right? And then he spots the elbow. That's enough to just tap. Give him a little tap, a little bit of a rude awakening, force him into the peak, get the headshot. And I think Poddy's in trouble here as well. Never mind. Xanta actually doesn't overcommit here. Now knows for a fact where Poddy is. That might commit Khan. But he's got the Yorps. He's probably not too keen to go too far forward.
No,
here.
he'll hunt him. It's Khan. Khan loves hunting.
Oh, right. Unfortunately, yeah, not going to be able to connect. There really has been a rise in Kazakhstan AWPers in recent times, Brandon. I mean, obviously, Molodor is the talk of the town with all the success we saw from him at PGL Astana with Furia. Moon, another name that comes to mind. You know, he was doing very well. Of course, kind of just like following in the footsteps of Mo. But yeah, there's a lot of Kazakhstan AWPers who certainly are exciting prospects over the next couple of years.
Absolutely.
There's another one I can't think about right now.
Remember the team?
No, I just remember that there were 4 young Kazakhstan AWPers, and I've nailed 3 of them. Kazakhstani, I suppose. I'll get it. I'll get it. We can continue.
Oh, now you've itched my brain, and I want to find out. Can you search by country in?
Yeah, you can on Liquipedia. That's what I've got. I've got it open right now. I see. That was the one. There we go.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, that's the one.
My mate.
Yeah, the guy you did a podcast on, right? Sell me this pro episode, I think.
Unfortunately, he's not doing that good at the moment.
Yeah, but I think everybody agrees with your sentiment, so don't think that says much about you. What this does say is a lot for ENCE, though. Down 7-2. They've won a couple gun rounds, both in isolation, though. They're going to have to eco here as well. Namiga looking so well drilled. In moments from all of the players. Leo, even the lowest fragger right now, had that great multi-kill, which was against a gun round with his MAC-10 in middle. And I feel like if we do get that Namiga versus PARIVISION Grand Final, we probably have the two teams who are in the best form throughout the playoffs going up against each other.
That'd be a really interesting test, I think, for both of them, because you've got Namiga that went 3-0 in the MRQ, and then you've got PARIVISION obviously went 0-3.
Yeah, true. And
you've-
stylistically, I think it would be a good matchup as well.
Yeah.
I think that PARIVISION aren't so far from the way that ENCE actually play Counter-Strike either. Maybe you completely
No,
disagree
they're
with
not.
me, but
No, I agree with
I
that.
just think they do it better. I just think they do it better. So that's why it's going to be fun to see if Namiga's style will work against something like that. But still a while yet before we know if that's going to be the case or not.
Poddy has been owned by a spam over towards middle. But SDY will get the best of Xanta. Now there needs to be a trade and there isn't one. SDY gets another and Glaive keeps pushing in towards Cave. This is an unexpected round out of ENCE, but one that has been abrupt. And yes, Zwei might have all of B, but look at where the bomb is.
Oh man, that just sucks. Because I think if they're both on the B site right now and able to plant the bomb, there's actually a chance with how low 4 of these 5 players are. Zwei's going to go the entire way around the world. He'll get an AQ for free. But what sucks is that you have to now compromise your entire position for 1 kill. At least it's the full health player he's taken down.
He's got to look back at long in the second. He's not going to, so Glaive should have this time in. And now, unfortunately, can't capitalize. Can't capitalize. or can't he? Oh, I don't know. He's got to know that they're low. The thing is, he's got an AWP, and he's dead. So it doesn't matter anyway.
Well, that's incredible. SDY, how's he gotten that second kill? The first frag, okay, probably fair enough, just butting heads with somebody in middle. Do we get to see it here? Oh, we actually might. There we go. Okay, lovely. Oh, we missed the second. Because the second kill was like that instant snapshot to avoid the trade from SDY. And then that's where things cascade out of control. Because I think if Risky Bob gets that kill, then Glaive probably isn't as successful coming through Jag. Namiga have more control. So everything working out perfectly for ENCE.
This would be a good result if they're able to make it 7-5, tell you that much.
Oh, yeah.
And to be fair to them, they might be able to, because an Amiga have got to force in. Khan will have an AK. Zwei will have a Galil. That'll be it, really. Unless we match Medic and he's got more money, but I don't think he will because he didn't buy anything. So, yeah, he'll be on a Galil. Khan will be on an AK. Everyone else will have basically nothing. They're not even going to buy. They want a better buy in the last round of play to guarantee an 8th, which I think is the correct decision here.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they're in that situation where even though they're only getting that $1,900 round loss bonus, 1 save is enough to enable them fully in the next round. I guess everybody bar Leah. So it does make sense. If they were all on 1,400 now, then we almost certainly see them force buy. All right. So great chance now for ENCE to finally string consecutive rounds together, something they haven't done throughout the half.
That's a good point. They should be able to. I doubt anything gets crazy unless this Deke hits diff from Risky Bob. It doesn't. SDY with the immediate collection gets dinked, but we'll just keep going anyway, and then Nature can step in for some very easy kills. Maybe Xanta
could do with
get a
those.
block kill. No.
Nate, you could do with a little bit of a boost in confidence. Had a very tough time so far here on Ancient, and probably the player that I adore the most on this ENCE team, just in terms of the skill set that he has and the projection of his career as well. Like, I think Nachu, out of the 3 youngsters, Poddy, Nachu, and Kaspersky, probably has the best shots at making it in the big time.
Yeah, I agree with that. He reminds me of a guy that... Do you remember when Vitality were rotating through young French prodigies? Obviously, they went with Kyujin, they have Masuta. Like, he reminds me of the type of guy that they would have taken a risk on like, a few years ago, before they went like full international.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. And I think it's probably better for him that he didn't end up in a situation like that.
True.
Rather go for like a more natural progression, an academy team into a tier 2 team, into a tier 1 team. I mean, imagine what an awesome opportunity this is for him getting to play under Glaive, under SDY as well. Just extreme experience on his side now. He'll be learning so much.
And that's a really good point to bring up as well, is the fact that as SDY's AWPing, ENCE have got a unbelievable amount of mental resilience and build back it into games because of Glaive and SDY.
Yeah,
and this looks like it will end 7-5 based on this man advantage.
I've seen this team make some incredible comebacks in the past couple of months. It really is uncanny how consistently they're able to do it, as Kaspersky will find great timing, combines with Poddy, forces Xanta to look the wrong way, and that means now Zwayer's on a swivel. He's got top mid, he's got Shelf, and he's also got Donut to worry about. He's only going to be able to get the 1 kill. Trey comes through immediately afterwards. SDY will finish off the job. No fuss with that last frag. ENCE have indeed made it 7-5 and certainly give themselves a fighting chance.
Yeah, they have, and it's really impressive that they've been able to bring this back. And I like the way they've been approaching these last couple of rounds in towards middle, because they've waited out the early util, then they've just put AWPs on the line. I think Poddy, even though he's only got 7 kills, I think he's done a brilliant job in his rotates in particular. He's provided a lot of coverage so that ENCE can go for these mid-round plays, such as Kaspersky pushing through Jaguar. He can then bolster this A bomb site. He can then also just come over and be that third player in reds to support that push in from heaven, so he can hold the elbow line or a player at big box. It's been really great sort of watching his rotates. He's been a big orchestrator of how ENCE have been able to build back in a number of these rounds.
Yeah, I remember an interview with Kaspersky where I kind of just asked him, what are some of the biggest benefits that you've kind of gotten out of working with Glaive? And he said he's actually just make sure that everybody is always constantly focused on what matters, focused on making sure that their head isn't where it doesn't need to be at that moment. You know, they're just focused on the round, they're focused on the plan, they're focused on the strat. They're not getting caught up emotionally, they're not getting overwhelmed by what needs to happen for them to get back into a game. I mean, I remember in the Yellow Compass Qatar tournament, they were down 11-3 on, I think, the CT side of Train against Spirit Academy of all teams. And ENCE were able to come back. They won that map. It was a best of 1. And that's what made the difference between them qualifying for the playoffs and getting eliminated from the group stage. And Spirit Academy actually fell short by 3 points. And they missed out on playoffs because of that comeback from ENCE. So, yeah, they really have been very impressive in that regard.
It'd be interesting because I think that's the comeback mechanic is something I think Namiga does struggle with sometimes. I feel like Namiga relies a lot on momentum, and they rely a lot on going into the lead early. It's just the way they play as well. And if they start hitting a brick wall, then it could be a little bit touch and go. That, don't get me wrong, they'll still be happy with 7 rounds, but the way the game was, I think they'll probably be also equally a little bit disappointed. I'm disappointed that we get these really long pauses and it goes into another tech pause. We've had like 4 of them already this half. Come on, guys.
Yeah, it certainly has kind of broken up this game a little bit. Hopefully we can iron them out as the game goes on. But I really agree with the point you make there, but it feels like Namiga are a heavy momentum-based team. And if they can ride that wave of momentum, they can just crush pretty much anybody who's in front of them. But if they start to run into some troubles, then they do kind of drop their heads a little bit. And it kind of makes sense. You've got a group of younger players, not a huge amount of experience, maybe a bit more emotional.
I think it's also just a symptom of MR12 as well. I feel like it's such a big thing now in Counter-Strike 2 that comebacks are a lot more readily possible. And you can go down so many rounds and be like, oh, it doesn't matter. And I feel like that's because of the economy as well. It's like, oh, okay, well, we just win this round and their economy's broken. Oh, they didn't get the bomb down. If you're on the T side, perfect. They're on Tech 9s. Now they're on AKs. And now suddenly we're back in the lead again. It's... It's unfortunate, but I think it does promote entertaining gameplay, even if it doesn't feel
Yeah.
fair sometimes when you are actually in the server.
I mean, I think MR12 is absolutely the way to keep going here for
No, I
the
agree.
professional gamer Counter-Strike. I just think that there has to be alterations to the economy. I mean, my like blanket fix is just to remove the first counts of round loss bonus. Like, if we want to keep it simple, let's start at $1,900. And I think at that point, it wouldn't be nearly as punishing for teams because you can't afford to bring the same economy across from CSGO, MR15 into an MR12 realm and not expect it to kind of break in certain facets of the game.
That's a good fix. I think also if you're on the CT side, maybe just bumping up a little bit more money when you actually get that defuse going through. I think that would actually help a lot as well, because that would
Encourage more retakes, by the way.
It would encourage more retakes. Also, it would be very similar to it'd be similar to the fact that, you know, when the T's plant the bomb and then if it explodes, you get a bit more money compared to if it does like defuse, etc.
Yeah, that's fair. I can get on board with that. That's one of the more micro ways you could try and just balance it out a little bit. I don't claim to have all the answers. Smarter people out there who know more about the intricacies and how to tweak it. But I just want to see them do something. It's been a year and a half now. I just want to see them do something with the economy. You know, let's try. Maybe after the major, hopefully they've got something planned. Anyway, the good news is it's enough waffle.
Yeah, Risky Bob had to move his camera because I moaned.
Back to the main course. Okay, well, I mean, justice, ultimately. I didn't know we had that much power, Brandon. Damn, I've been doing it wrong the whole time.
Yeah, my bad. But it means we can get things going. What a flashbang that is. And Risky Bob can't find anything. Natechu gets 2 kills, 2 important ones, doubles his kill count, gives ENCE a 2-player advantage.
Oh man, ENCE just seem to be alive and well here on Ancient right now, and maybe we're starting to see why they've decided to pick the map.
Yeah, fair.
Certainly have got a spring in their step, but in this round, they don't want to overplay their hand. They recognize they've gotten the kills. Yeah, they're waiting to see if Namigo are going to respond, I think.
They know that there's going to be a push from somewhere, and I actually really like the way Namiga have played this. It comes through Khan, but how far does he go? Well, he now screams to his team, guys, just wait, because there could be a player in cave. But if he is in cave, I've got timing. Now, the decision for Khan is, does he go into cave to clear this player out, or does he keep walking? Keep walking feels brilliant.
Oh, he's dead.
Is still holding, though, and Khan can't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, it was 50-50. It was difficult for him. And now ENCE have everything they need. They know that because Khan's pushed around, they've got the kill, and they have the player on the B-bomb site that they can just streamline their way onto the side of the map here. Great stuff from Nature. I love how they were all just posted on angles. They had all their bases covered. Red room. They even had elbow covered. They had shelf covered. There was really no way like Namiga could get back into the round with the net that ENCE had cast.
Oh, yeah, I love the fact that they're still holding for a heaven play. And it just shows how good the comms are and the understanding is at this ENCE team. There will be a few kills fought back. Can Xanta do anything with this? Bomb halfway tick. If he gets the instant headshot on Natechu, maybe we're talking about something instead. We're talking about nothing. 4K for Natechu.
He triples his kills.
He does. ENCE are back.
To triple your kill counts in the 13th round of the game is wild. Like, you go from 1 to 3 in the first round to the second. No one's going to say anything about it, but either way, that's now, what, 4 rounds in a row for ENCE? All of the back of winning that eco, by the way. We haven't seen Namiga win a round since then. So maybe there were some lingering consequences. I feel like also with their playstyle, it's what makes it difficult for them to get back into games, because if that specific playstyle is not working for you initially, it's not like it's all of a sudden just going to change as they look to try and go through the flames, get met by a nade, so much utility damage. Poddy will just be the cleanup crew here. SDY gets in on the act as well.
I love them because they're mental. Like, that's just so fun. They just don't care. They're like, all right, what's the most unorthodox thing we could do?
Yeah.
Let's push through all these mollies and give it a go. Why not?
Remember, we saw that yesterday. Who was it trying to push through both the mollies and tunnels? One of the 9 players.
Yeah.
Dragon or, I don't know, Was it? No, it was an OG.
No,
player.
it was
an
OG.
player. Yeah, it was like Fiku.
Fiku?
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's the same end result. But scoreline's now leveled up. Namiga get their weapons in play. Light on utility, fighting on the front lines here is Risky Bob.
That was the Nikados 1v2.
Was it that round?
That round,
yeah, true. Actually, I didn't even remember. We didn't even talk about that because of, well, it was just not relevant at all after what we had just seen. Did Risky Bob have head armor? I don't think so.
He got owned. I doubt it. Zwei
You
now
can't not
looks
have head
to...
armor in this first round as a CT side. I'm sorry, that's criminal.
Well, Zwei doesn't have head armor. Khan doesn't have head armor.
I know, and it's criminal.
This is worrying. They are sort of swarmed upon each other here. Namiga's now boosted it as well. Zwei goes for a swing, and this time it's not punished, but there goes Glaive. There goes the head armor out the window, and somehow Zwei's found a kill on the USP, goes back to the USP, but runs out of ammo in every single one of his guns. Khan, meanwhile, has dealt with SDY. It's a 2v2. It's low HP for Namiga, but it's also a mess of a round from ENCE.
Khan has the bomb. Khan has got the C4 under his control. Problem is he only has 19 health. Leah is on the other side of the map, so he can't do anything to assist Khan right now either. Kaspersky gonna head back and find the C4, but he finds Khan at the same time. Poddy will be able to pick up the bomb. Time is a problem right now. He's really hunting for Khan, gonna force the issue, and he does get that kill. Now he has to try and cross the traffic. Leah drops the incendiary, but that then compromises his position, and he doesn't get much out of it either. Poddy decides to drop a smoke onto the site to try and plant the bomb. Leah doesn't actually opt for the wall bang. Instead, will try and get himself into the site. That gives Poddy a chance. He can now shift walk his way back to ramp, get himself into some cover. And now Poddy holds all the aces because of how low Leah is.
And he's also got a molly. He can maybe even go back towards the double doors and find a
some
lineup.
Valorant.
Exactly. There's no kit. Leah's just going to stick it. Leah's going to try and call the bluff on Poddy. He's going to stick for 10 seconds. He's going to hope that it feels like, oh, he's faked it. Oh, he's not on it. But he absolutely is. Leah sticks 10 seconds right under Poddy's nose.
Mate, my head is literally in my hands right now. I cannot believe that Poddy hasn't decided to swing after the 7-second mark or even throw the molly. Why is he not even throwing the utility there? You can't just completely bank on him not committing to the defuse, especially not after 7 seconds. You're not hearing footsteps or another tap. Like, at that point, you gotta go.
Crazy.
What a massive dropping of the ball. That was after all of Glaive's heroics as well. John's just reminded me they were in such a good position throughout that round.
They died to a USP as well. Dwayne ran out of ammo and he lived for an extra couple of seconds, and he allowed Khan to push B ramp. And then you had that disengage as well from Lear. Remember, Lear went all the way towards Red Room. Shadow spotted for SDY. Kill claim for SDY. Can he get another one on Zwei? Not quite. But the attack on A isn't done yet. The rest of ENCE outpour on towards this bomb site. Zwei and Khan look to play together, and Khan drops the bomb.
Oh, okay. Well, looking very good now for Namiga. Revitalized off the back of the recovery in the previous. Could be some momentum built off the back of it. Poddy will find two, but Lear emerges from A main. And Namiga now get a 2-round lead, and they're going to play against pistols to get themselves up to double digits.
Oh, the wheels have come off. The wheels have well and truly come off, and you feel like ENCE has stabilized once. It's a really good recovery, but now they have to be asking if we can do it again. Can they do it again? That's the next question. Really good trades in this round out of Namiga. You got the trap sprung as well in towards A main. It's actually a carbon copy of the round where ENCE had all these players and Kaspersky flanked in towards A main. Very similar feeling. Kaspersky, the one with the hero rifle. Everyone else on Tech 9 and pistol. But Namiga don't care. Remember, they love to fight.
Yeah, good luck ENCE now shutting down the momentum for Namiga in the late stages of the game. They're looking buoyed. The word really is revitalized. Hang on, though. Oh, okay. Glaive spots quite a few. He's got some support. Kaspersky's AK. Desperately wants to get in on the action, and there we go. He's able to find 2 kills. There's a third for Kaspersky.
Why?
Okay, well, I was saying good luck ENCE to shut down the momentum. They've done it here in the eco.
It's so silly. Like, this is the thing, though. We're saying, oh, look, they love to fight. All tongue-in-cheek. But then why are we committing 3 players down B ramp against pistols? Yes, you've got trade space, and sure, but is it necessary? No, because now you've just given it back over to ENCE, and now ENCE do not need to come back from a 3-round deficit. They need to come back from a 1-round deficit, and your money is smashed to bits.
Exactly. That's what the problem is here. That's the massive implication and consequence of losing this round for Namiga. This was supposed to be the free one. We were waxing lyrical about what a good position they were about to find themselves in. But why do they decide to even venture down ramp there, Brandon?
I don't know.
What was that about? I mean, you're very good at coming up with reasons for these sorts of things. I'm gonna put you on the spot. Got anything about that?
Overconfidence, feel like, oh, we can just start bullying ENCE now. We can make them feel like they've got no control in the map, no matter what they want to do. We don't care if they're on pistols. We don't care if they're on rifles. We just want to take the fight to them. Remember how we said at the start of the game that Namiga loved to end rounds in the first 25, 30 seconds? Well, the round did end in the first 25 to 30 seconds, but not in the way that they envisioned.
Doesn't matter CT side or T side, that does remain true. And it costs them massively against the eco. Oh, okay. Great work there from Glaive.
Well, smoke missed the elbow.
Oh. Yeah, it's gone way too deep. Way too deep. Good kill back, though. Potty thinking that there could be some space in towards middle because of the kill that comes through from Glaive. Hoping that the donut player might be fixated on A. So it kind of gives up that opening kill. Levels are back out here.
Don't do this, ENCE. The one thing you do not want to do, as funny as it is, we're speaking about the rush of blood to the head for Namiga, trying to take these fights against pistols. Same issue still goes, that they're still dangerous with every weapon that they've got. Do not take 1v1 fights that are not tradable. That's the key phrase. Not tradable against Namiga, because you will lose.
Yeah, that's very fair and appropriate. That's how good these guys are on the CT side right now. Across the board, all 5 of them. Very strong mechanically. There's a bait and switch set up late into the round. You don't normally clear this cubby later on in the round, especially not when you've had presence in middle the entire time. Khan's been here for a while. He wants to step out. He wants to take the fight on his terms, and that means he gets 2 kills. Way will get in on the action as well and make good on Khan losing his life. Oh, ENCE have not been able to take advantage of the fact they're playing 3 MP9s here, the fact they want an eco, because it's back to square one.
The fact that they got the opening kill as well. The fact that this is a 5v4, and then with Super not being tradable, that's exactly what Poddy gives up. And then you've got some really good initiative being taken by Risky Bob on the jump spot, sets Khan up, and then Zwei walks over. Notice how Khan doesn't swing until Zwei is in a position where he can then come forward, just in case the MP9 plan doesn't come into fruition. It does. A double kill, and then even a third based on the positioning of Khan. Zwei has timed out, I think, so we're not live.
I mean, it's fine because it's damage done to ENCE. So it's not like it's damage done in the opposite direction to the team who have had the disconnect. So I don't think ENCE will mind conceding here. I mean, Glaive and I think Kaspersky are still playing the round out. Oh, it looks like we're still live, actually.
Yeah, it said damage done. I think they typed damage done, or we're running back. Oh, I think we're live.
Yeah, I think so too. And I don't know how I feel about it. I guess when we just bring it down to the rulebook at the end of the day, it's the correct decision.
Damage done in round 1 by Zwei. So I guess he did 1 damage.
Yeah, but for me, it's like the damage has been done to ENCE, so shouldn't they say, all right, fair enough.
Damage has been done, though. That's the key consideration. What? Okay, well, it's definitely happening now. Khan has gone 2. So now, funnily enough, it is a 3v3. It is still even. Everyone from Namiga on their bike towards this A bomb site. ENCE go, yeah, do you know what? Let's go in towards this A bomb site. Let's do it.
They haven't gone as fast as they could have, though, because Poddy had turned around for a moment. So he's been now slowed down by the smoke. But because of that slowdown, Namiga thought, well, maybe they aren't going A, which they are.
This is weird and confusing. Kaspersky might be caught here. I don't think they're going to be ready for the donut play, but Glaive will at least swing to give Kaspersky a chance, and he makes no mistake on it. And Xanta's now last alive. He's got no kit. He's got no hope. He spots Pody at back sight. The flashbang isn't good enough to upset Xanta. And you know Glaive and Kaspersky were in donut, but the time becomes a burden and an issue. There is a disconnect. It is unfortunate, but this will make no mistake.
Oh, and what a way to finish off the round as well. Yeah, I mean, listen, at the end of the day, I am a commentator. I don't necessarily, speak for the tournament organizer themselves. And all I'll say on the topic here is that I think if we look at it from a technical standpoint, from the rulebook, yeah, it makes sense. You can't reset the round. So I get it in that regard. But what I will say from like a sportsmanship point of view, unless there's more that I'm not aware of, I think that ENCE should have been happy with the round reset there. Because it was damage done to them, and it was Namiga who had the disconnect, I think they should have just gone along with it.
Can't change it. Just got to move forwards. And that is the fact that ENCE are still going back and forth. It's very much like the first half where the CT side cannot string consecutive rounds together, and that leaves the money vulnerable. Not only for ENCE, but also for Namiga. They're going to have to force back into this. Khan can get an M4. Risky Bob can get a FAMAS. There can be some MP9s. They have won rounds like this before. But they can't do anything until Zway's back.
Yeah, we'll have to just wait patiently for him to reconnect to the server. Hopefully not going to be anything that takes too long to get him back in here on Ancient. I mean, the second half really has just been a back and forth affair. First half was far more successful in terms of momentum. Namiga opened up strong. ENCE were able to kind of get in their stride as well. Won a couple rounds in a row. Don't know how long we're going to have to wait, though. And we have spoken quite a lot over some of these tech pauses. So perhaps we just take a little bit of a breather. What do you think, Brandon? Should we throw this one across to a break? Do you want to go into podcast mode?
Let's do it. Let's go for a little bit of a break. We'll put some music on for the fans, and hopefully Zoe will be back ASAP. We'll take a breather. We'll come back and resume Ancient just after this. Right, we're in. We're back. We're going again. And we've got Khan getting rid of Eskapersky immediately. So player advantage here for Namiga. And it doesn't get worse. Glaive actually deals with Xanta, who just pushes the smoke. That is risky as hell.
All right, well, what a way to open up after a bit of a break. This is such an important round here for Namiga. Should they lose this, then ENCE are in complete control. But I guess you could make the exact same point in the opposite direction. So this is a swing round. This is as swingy as it gets. So swingy, you could find it at a club. Good kill from Natu.
Oh, okay. Any more risky, Bob? Oh, nearly. A lot of damage applied to SDY. Remember that Khan is living on 8 HP. Everyone's rotated in here for Namiga. No utility left for them. They got to try and win with the gunfights, and unfortunately, that doesn't happen. Khan will at least find Poddy, but it's SDY with a drive-by, and it's ENCE in control of the map.
And if it wasn't SDY, it would have been the HE grenade that was thrown by Glaive because Khan was so low. He was, not going to be able to get out of that position. And ENCE are now in control, man, here on their map pick. Going to be playing against the Eco. Namiga finally run out of fortune. They've run out of money. And it should be ENCE running into the lead for the first time here on the map.
Should be. Don't do it. Okay, they won't do it. Everything is A-okay. Even if there are a few dinks in the way. 11-10, 2 rounds away from ENCE claiming their map pick. There's no AWP for Khan, but he's been pretty damn good on the rifle. Lear will be downgraded to a FAMAS. Namiga will take their first pause. Not happy with how the situation has gone. And they're hoping that they can just equalize things and maybe even overtake and steal the map pick away from ENCE. Because it felt like they were in a really good position to do so, as it was, what, 6-1, 7-1?
Yeah, I mean, they were in complete control at that point. And then losing to the Eco is what kind of threw everything off track. It was a very frustrating round for them to lose. And then they actually did it again in the second half, right? Well, yeah, they did it again in the second half where they were pushing down ramp and fighting into ENCE. So Namiga have lost 2 rounds that they should be winning every day of the week here in this first map. And now they're down 10-11. So ultimately, they have had huge implications in the map at large.
One of Xanta, Lear, and Risky Bob need to start pulling some weight. Sway and Khan have been doing absolutely everything to keep Namiga competitive. Elbow flashbang. And Sway runs out of ammo. Glaive and Eskapersky will do the damage back. Sway will hit his trade. Xanta tucks in towards long. But Eskapersky might just blindside him. Has to check all these different angles. And still is able to adjust on Eskapersky. Takes advantage of the low HP. 2v2. Poddy pushes close. This should be the round over and secure for ENCE.
Oh, man. Brilliant shooting there from Poddy. I love how he just pushes so far forward. He closes the gap. He closes the door on not only the bomb site, but the round as well. Because he makes sure there's no way for Namiga to get back in. He is the bouncer, ultimately. And Namiga are not allowed in. You can see Khan's just never expecting it. And this advanced position for Poddy. Instant snapshot for that second kill as well. 12-10. Awful economic situation for Namiga coming into this round to try and deny ENCE winning their map pick. And surely this is where it ends.
Surely. There's going to be a faster play. Look at Glaive already tucked up the B ramp. Xanta just eats that grenade. He's a dead man walking, you assume. Lear and Xanta now just occupying cave. The spam isn't effective and instead it's good on towards B ramp.
These are the types of rounds that ENCE are generally pretty good at winning, just because of how methodical they are in their approach. So it's difficult to catch them off guard. However, We have seen Namiga win a round of this nature already, with 3 MP9s, 2 M4s on that occasion. And they have done some good chip damage here.
Really
Lots
good.
of chip damage across the board. Leah, you are burning alive, sir.
This is so horrible, and you feel like you're definitely got to clear this angle if you're Ace Kaspersky, but you go into Xanta's MP9. That's the first blood, and we got 40 seconds left. Good catch. What a really good catch out of Glaive. Lear was trying to squeeze the net on these cave players. It doesn't happen. Xanta's still in his corner. Glaive is trying to alleviate pressure, but it might come through Pody instead. Between him and SDY, they are making everything happen. The MP9 of Khan's found 2 back. Hang on a sec. It's still a 2v2, but they're not ready for SDY. ENCE will close.
Oh, fantastic work from them. There were multiple moments on the map there where it felt like ENCE might fall apart and Namiga could tear ahead and get the job done, but ENCE just hold on. Very good composure from them as well, the way that they are able to finish off the map and get it across the line and keep themselves in the contest, because we were worried about going into Dust 2 and what a strong map that is for Namiga as well. So I feel like ENCE are now in a pretty good spot. John, you've been sitting waiting for a while, mate. Here's your moment. What do you got for us?
Thanks, Hayes. Yeah, that was... Look, I can't help but think back to round number 19, honestly. And we're going to see the highlights come through in just a little bit, guys. But round 19 for me, the disconnect for Zwei at the beginning of the round, it's just the trend was so in favor of Namiga at that point. And they even still almost pull that round back. But anyway, let's go through everything one round at a time here. And the pistol round was solid from Namiga. The follow-up clean. Like, they did such a great job of converting off their pistol round victory. And I mean, you're going to see it here. A little bit of pressure from Glaive on the tail end. But overall, they already had site control and taking care of business in that regard. But yeah, I mean, look, very solid even on round number 4. You know, opening 2 frags were going Namiga's way for 3 rounds in a row, I believe it was at the beginning. Yes, we had these fits and starts coming through from ENCE, but as soon as ENCE get around, Namiga come out with a huge one. I mean, Zwei in particular with 4K on the round. He had this beautiful boost onto tree, and Brandon was talking about it. The way it was set up was so nice, and he manages to get that frag thanks to a good Molotov toss towards big box. And I mean, look, it's just... I can't get... I'm sorry. I'm so focused in on that 19th round. But anyway, there was a lot that happened before that. Round 8, there was a TK for Khan, but he still manages to get 3 frags and still wins the round for his squad. And after that, you had SDY come out with huge frags from the 5-7. That was the eco round that came through for ENCE. And that's really what started to tilt things in their favor, is that eco round victory. 5 rounds in a row off of it going into the second half of action. And you're going to see, I believe, yeah, you might have just seen that eco round come through. It's just that, you know, 5-round win streak was great. ENCE felt like they were starting to get some control, but then the guns come out, and you know, even though I liked the way ENCE were playing on their CT side, on their T side, excuse me, very patient, kind of waiting for pushes to come through because they know Namiga love to take fights, as we've kind of emphasized throughout the entirety of this map. But you know, even then, it's still Namiga that come back after Glaive catches Risky Bob pushing up lane, and Namiga brought it down to, I think it was a 1v1, and Lear just stuck the defusal to win the round. And you feel like, okay, that was the round where ENCE kind of collapsed completely at the mid round. I couldn't believe what was happening in that one. After that, you know, you see Namiga start to take that control, get that rhythm, and here we had round number 19. It's just what could have been for Namiga, right? Because as soon as they lose that round, everything just starts to collapse in favor of ENCE. It felt like Namiga couldn't catch a break anymore, and that's thanks to Pody right there, right? Pody comes through, gets the 3K, just going on to that B site. What can you really do? What can you really do if you're an Amiga? You have to just shake that one off and say, well, we can't think about what could have been. We have to accept the result and move forward. But it will be ENCE coming out with map number 1. And we move on to that second map of Dust 2, where we still, I mean, we were talking about it before, how it feels like it's a lean towards Namiga in terms of the veto, the way things came through, the risk of going on Ancient for ENCE, and they almost get punished for it. Like, this was very, very close. You know, they could have gone either way. Even, you know, in some of those rounds towards the tail end. Round number 20, you know, Glaive caught Xanter pushing through the smoke, and that was the difference maker there, because it actually was an opener coming through from Namiga. Anyway, yeah, they have to move on due to Miga. Try to recollect themselves on Dust 2, which is, of course, their map pick, and they're hoping that it can go their way and push to a map number 3. We'll have to see how it pans out after this break. All right, we're back here getting ready for map number 2 here of Dust 2, and it's the Miga's pick. It's still a map that ENCE are comfortable on, but I do want to talk a little bit more about map number 1 for ENCE. I mean, yes, they win, but was it convincing is the question, Brandon.
No, to be honest, I think if that disconnect doesn't happen, they don't win that map. Simple as, because it completely ruined the economy for Namiga. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think they would have won that. I think Namiga win Dust 2. I think it should be 2-0. That's not the reality we live in. But hey, the reality is that maybe ENCE can turn this around. Maybe Namiga are so frustrated that Pody keeps up his good form. SDY came alive towards the back end of that map. We saw how good Nature was in that second half. So I don't think there's any sort of ruling out ENCE in this map, but it's going to be hard for them because Namiga are damn good on it.
Yeah, definitely. It's 15-5 over the last 3 months for Namiga. They've come out with 2 wins in a row against Monty and 9 Pandas, so it's looking pretty strong for them. They only actually played it 1 time in May so far, so that's the only surprise maybe for Namiga, but outside of that, I mean, it's a strong map for them and has been historically. I don't think anything's going to change from that going to this one, but ENCE have won 3 of the last 4. Sure, the competition hasn't necessarily been great, and when they were up against tougher teams, those were the losses. Ecstatic 6-13 and Passion UA 8-13, right, Hayes?
Not so convincing. They have got some decent wins. Partisan are very good on Dust 2, so that's a good win there for ENCE. Fnatic, they beat them 13-8. That was earlier in this month as well, so it's not like I'm cherry picking a March result or something like that. They have got 8 out of the past 10 games they've been able to win on Dust 2, but like you said, the caveat there is that it hasn't necessarily been against the best teams. But I don't think it's like completely unfathomable for ENCE to win this 2-0 from here.
No, I don't think so either. And it's also about how Namiga recover based upon that, what the occurrence on, the disconnect that happened over on Ancient. Yeah. So I don't think it's necessarily going to be a big deal because it felt like they were still back to their game and things were going well. It's just that the economy limitations because of that round loss were too much to overcome for them on Ancient. So we'll see if they can come through and do it here on Dust 2. We should be ready to get going in just a little bit. What are your guys' predictions here for this one, just on paper?
I think ENCE are actually going to do it just because, look, Zwei played well, Khan played well, no one else on Namiga played well. Whereas on ENCE, you can call on like 3 different players that had like significant impact. So I think overall they're more consistent. And that's what we came into sort of addressing this anyway. We said ENCE are the more consistent team. They're going to be playing their defaults really well. Their structure's going to be a lot better than Namiga. It's just the firepower. And so far, we've only seen the firepower on 40% of the team.
Yeah, it certainly is a big concern. I will say, even Nachu, who did come alive in the second half, he's a very good B-bomb side player on Dust 2, so you're going to be getting more return out of him on this map as well, which will only add to what ENCE have going for them. Kaspersky also, from start to finish, he was even the one guy, even when they were losing rounds on Ancient in the beginning of the map, that was still able to kind of keep up with the game and go toe-to-toe, blow for blow with Namiga. So I think that, I'm kind of leaning in the direction of the ENCE camp. They've just impressed me more so far throughout the series. So I reckon from here they could get it done in 2. Yeah, so I'll back.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of my lean as well, to be quite honest. I feel like they could get this done in 2 just because of the way things finished out on Ancient, because Namiga, while they were effective, right, at disrupting, their disruption was purely based off aggression. They were taking fights, they loved to do it, and that's what was making things difficult for ENCE. But if you look at structure, if you look at strategy, if you look at every other element of the game, ENCE were executing on those fronts. It's just that they weren't winning the duels mechanically. They were struggling until, of course, the tail end when they got 4 in a row. So, honestly, yeah, I'm going to say ENCE as well. I think ENCE can win this one and take it 2-0. And it looks like, we're still waiting for things to get solved in terms of, I think, some camera issues coming through. Brandon, maybe we have to blame you for that again.
Yeah, fine. That's fine. No. Blame me. I mean, look, I'm glad it got sorted, to be honest, because you can't have your camera poking the underside of your monitor. Like, that is actually outrageous, to be honest. So I'm glad he had to move it to the other corner of the room, and he looked really sad, like he'd been told off. And good. Sort your camera out properly.
Yeah, you didn't say that for Jame though, Brandon. You were happy with the hand cam for Jame. I guess the joke there is, I don't know how appropriate it is, but the joke there is that like the hand is the most important part of James' warm-up regime. So yeah,
definitely is a warm-up, isn't it? So yeah, I'm interested to see who's going to come out and actually face PARIVISION. Yes. I feel like if it is ENCE, that would be a really interesting one. The same thing for Namiga, though. I think it's actually, there's a lot on the line, I think, for both of these teams. I think it would be interesting if it is Namiga and PARIVISION take down Namiga, then it's 2 major qualified teams they've sort of had revenge on here. in a CCT, whereas for ENCE, I feel like it would mean a lot more to them if they're able to beat Namiga and then sort of have another opportunity in that grand final. I feel like ENCE and PARIVISION really need this victory, so I think that'd also be probably the better grand final.
Yeah, no, I think so too. Honestly, when I look at both these teams facing like PARIVISION versus Namiga versus PARIVISION versus ENCE, I feel like the PARIVISION versus ENCE matchup might be a little bit better because it's more of a strategic mindsets going up against each other in that sense. But whereas Namiga will make it interesting just because they like to take those fights. But I feel like PARIVISION are more prepared for that type of engagement, right? Because they do get a bit spicy in terms of the way they play the maps too. So I don't think that they'd be as disrupted as ENCE were perhaps on Ancient. And it looks like, guys, we might have an extended break coming through here. So we are going to take that break. When we come back, I promise we're going to have map number 2 of Dust 2. Keep it locked here on CCT.
Here we go. Sorry about the delay, everyone, but we are into map 2 of our second semi-final here. ENCE versus Namiga on Dust 2. And ENCE starts CT, a big stack out long, and Namiga are running through mid.
Yeah, pacey way to open up here after the prolonged break. Maybe that's all by design for Namiga. It feels like Ancient was played yesterday. It genuinely does feel Ancient. Because firstly, the only player on this B-bomb site with the Julies has somehow actually gotten a kill and an assist on a second. There's going to be a lot coming through Namiga's way right now. Although ENCE have now shifted their focus back into CT. Boys, you have to retake the B site here. Xanta's keeping them busy, but all of a sudden it's only Khan left.
This is so weird. And now he's got to figure out whether he swings or he doesn't swing. And he goes forward onto SDY. Nachu can't bite because Pody comes in at tunnels. And between the two of them, it all works out anyway. Target selection. King for ENCE, and the fact that they don't allow the CT player to get too much out of his position is everything. I don't even know what they saw to promote that swing.
Yeah, that was just pure chaos. Complete discombobulation across the board there for both of the teams. And I love this from Nachu because he's just toying with Khan. Because he knows if he just keeps Khan focused on him, then Poddy coming through from tunnels will be able to immediately get the kill. And ENCE do so well to maintain their composure in that round.
That they do. Unbelievable round. So Namiga, of course, they're going to be all in. They got the bomb down. They got a lot of kills. They got Galils. They've just got that Deagle out of Lear. For ENCE, if they start off on the right foot here on D2, then I am still worried a little bit for Namiga. That smoke doesn't go exactly where SDY wanted it to, but it still serves the same purpose. It denies access into short.
And that means they'll venture elsewhere. Couple players outside tunnels, couple players about to emerge long, but I'm surprised the tunnel players are even being active right now, considering they've got the bomb. Doesn't look like they're going to commit in the meantime. They will start to emerge out of long. They're going to get chased down, traded out. Xanta, excuse me, Khan will double down, and he's got the info on SDY's position as well.
Kaspersky makes his way over. There's no util, apart from one smoke on Nature, but I mean, he's over at B. So let's basically call it no util. Double push, coming out as short. SDY and Kaspersky have to make this happen now. Flashbang's not good enough. They all dink each other. Kaspersky's on for the multi. Risky Bob's 1 HP, and you feel like he's done enough. You know Khan was out long. Nature swings back over. It's all gravy for ENCE.
Yeah, that is incredible work from Kaspersky. I mean, he was phenomenal throughout the entirety of Ancient for his team, and he just immediately delivers the goods in such an important round as well. ENCE do well to win the pistol, but that only means so much if you don't win the follow-up round. So there's actually a huge amount of impact coming through off the back of the triple, and you couldn't even fault him if he got traded after the first 2 kills. That would have been totally normal. The fact that he gets the third and then gets a 2v1 for his team is just above that Call of Duty.
And remember, that's your 4 spy. Now you're left with absolutely nothing. And Kaspersky makes it so. He just keeps on going. We said that this is a good map for him, a good map for SDY. They've shifted into another gear. 3-0 for ENCE. Warp out for Khan. Let's see if he can find anything with it, because he's uncontested as Pody's on that SMG.
All right, well, like you say, Khan could be the difference maker here with that AWP. He's a very strong Dust 2 player. He's generally so good at holding a line. So on a map like Dust 2, where you're going to be CT side posted long, looking on towards short, posted long, watching the doors, posted short, watching cat, like, this is where an AWPer with his skill set can be so dangerous. You don't have to be a busy AWPer to be successful on Dust 2. And a full bonus round here for ENCE as well. What's the plan going to be? How do they try and set themselves up, considering they've got 2 MP9s in the mix? I wonder if Nature's going to consistently use that smoke to cross to the B bomb site every round.
Ouch. Well, that's a good start. It's not a kill out of the AWP, but it's a warning. Immediately, though, I love the reshuffle. Give me the MP9. You can have my rifle. Amiga take good advanced space spam is okay out of Glaive, and he makes his way just round the corner in time to not die to that spam from the sniper.
All right, well, ENCE haven't been able to find a way to affect the early round here with the SMGs. Normally, that's your best shot. Now they're going to have to try and lock down the map, and this is quite an interesting bait-and-switch setup. You have Poddy on the front lines towards long, and then Kaspersky deep in pit. Hiding an anti-flash. He's not actually going to be assisting in these fights. They're just hoping if they kill Poddy, they don't actually clear deep into pit.
Feels like they will. Lear's definitely considering it. And he moves back into blue bin. Oh, this is brilliant. He's really aware of this possibility. Timing doesn't work out for Kaspersky. Lear will get the better of him. And meanwhile, take your eyes over towards short, because Risky Bob has got the space on the edge of the smoke, and whilst Glaive deals with long, SDY's up close. They have to commit in towards short here, Namiga, and SDY is able to get the first kill, and he's also seen the second player.
Oh, all the info. Now Nate, you can hard commit to that rotation and try and join up with his teammates. Time of the essence right now. Khan drops a smoke on the side, but that then in turn gives SDY a bit of room to maneuver. Khan fakes the plant to try draw SDY forward, but SDY gets the kill anyway. Him and Glaive, the two seasoned heads here on this ENCE roster, delivering the goods in such an important round.
Such a wonky round out of Namiga, because you've got really good discipline out of Lear, and then the players on short who are ahead of the smoke just don't go. And because they don't go, because they allow SDY to gather all this info, they then give the control of the round back over to ENCE. It feels silly, and it feels really redundant. The fact that Glaive goes back in to clear Lear, and there isn't an explosion on towards short, you just give the round over at that point if you're Namiga.
And it's such a frustrating round to have to give over as well when you recognize they're playing against the two MP9s. Do so much damage early onto Kaspersky. It's not like he's the reason that the round falls apart either. You know, that was the whole trap that had been sprung. That wasn't what cost Namiga the round. It had nothing to do with it. And now it's just pistols. Strong start for ENCE. Remember, I know it was a while ago, a long time ago, but there was a map played before this. It was Ancient, it was the pick of ENCE, and they scraped by. They won 13-10. So Namiga have to win here on Dust 2 to force us to a third if they're going to stand a chance of getting it into the grand final.
I remember it was Namiga that was up, what, 7-2 on that map. This time it's ENCE that take the lead for the first time in this series, and look very dominant with it. It just feels like Namiga are really lethargic around the map. It feels like there's no real impetus on what they want to do. It feels like they're just trying to sound out most of these rounds, but by doing that, you're giving over control to ENCE, which is the one thing we spoke about Namiga being good at not doing on Ancient. They had really good trades. They were able to explode a lot, especially on their T side, and we're just not getting that. This is completely different to what we saw from Map 1 out of them.
And that's the problem with their playstyle, though, is that it's that volatility aspect of it. When it hits real good, but it can be difficult to stick the landing. And then you kind of ask the question, well, what do they have to fall back on if this playstyle doesn't work? How much depth is there to their game? They've got Box as the coach. I mean, he's a Namiga legend.
True.
In the Namiga jersey for a very long time has Box.
Oh, and
Gotta
they
be
missed
this round,
the
yeah.
boost.
Oh, but they don't miss the shot.
That works. That gives you something. Look at how fast the scaling is out of Lear as well. In towards middle, Poddy. Thinking about going through. It's a flashbang that he dodges, and the confirmation that no one is in mid. So all eyes on short, really.
And Glaive turns his eyes in that direction. Oh my goodness, damage done through the smoke though. There is still another player here as well. Boddy's found a frag back. Okay, it's kind of just thins out the approach for Amiga. Oh my goodness, SDY fighting forward there. They're still looking to try and commit their way up short. Pody in a really important position. Xanta running in his direction, but Pody's missed the shot. And now that makes it impossible for him, being converged upon from multiple positions. He's going to try and fall back to CT. Support from Nature will actually keep him alive.
Yeah, and look at the molly. The molly's brilliant, so it denies the bomb plant at least for a few seconds. And that means that Poddy can go and relocate. He's going to go all the way over towards long. Zwei tries to plug the gap, doesn't see anyone in short, and that has to turn your attention, if you're Khan, over towards long. Slides in towards Goose, holds a really deep line. Poddy's there, but Khan hits the flick. And for Nate, he's not died yet in this map so far, but Zwei will alleviate him of that burden. Namiga make things happen on short.
Yeah, I think that round lives and dies with Poddy hitting the shot on Xanta, because if he gets that kill, he can then jump back around the corner, get towards the ramp, and just play on the bomb site itself, and then just try and deal with the players coming up short onto the A side. But because he misses the shot on Xanta, he's forced into CT, and it feels like at that point, the round's completely scuffed for ENCE. 5-1, Amiga on the board.
And immediately a timeout. Not happy with how that happened. I think there's two key altercations here, and it's the fact that Poddy misses his shot at long. So if he gets that kill, he only has to look at short. Nature can then come in because he's got more space, because Poddy will be able to stand and deliver. But it was a really good molly that Namiga threw to flush him out the angle, try to force him in towards that long fight, and Nature won out the duel anyway. So maybe it's all a little bit redundant what I'm saying, but it would have given Poddy an extra few seconds. Maybe he's able to stabilize in towards short.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Oh, Poddy playing with fire there on the jump across. We need more from Risky Bob. He started off strong on Ancient, but he fell off entirely. I think he had 7 kills in the first 8 rounds, and he finished the map with 9 kills to his name. And there were a total of 23 played, so he really did disappear there. Can't afford for that to happen again. No disappearing acts this time, Namiga. I mean, you did mention we only really got a decent return out of Zwei and Khan.
Look at Glaive.
It's only Khan so far here.
Oh, Glaive's got really good timing now. Is he going to take it, though? You can see that Lear is just staring at this, but he also needs to turn around in a sec. Xanta gets rid of Poddy. And now Glaive starts to make his move. Xanta gives it over a little bit of a consideration. Looks back again, but that's the bomb dropped. And now Glaive can disengage.
Yeah, at this point, Namiga have so much to try and deal with before they can even conceivably think about getting onto the bomb site.
And this is great. Look at Eskapersky. He's come over to help Glaive. You've got Nature that's just pushing towards tunnels. There's so many moving pieces. And there's that trade that's essential. Now Nature can come through lower. This round should not be achievable now for Namiga.
Yeah, 30 seconds on the clock, and Zwei, it looks like he's actually going to try and go through long to get onto the safe side. Kaspersky has all the info. He's heard the steps. He's in the corner right now. Zwei not going to clear the entire way around. He nearly does get that 180-degree flick kill there, but it's not going to work out for him. And that means it's impossible now for Risky Bob. Takes so much damage on the cross. Kaspersky will seal the deal. He is electrifying right now. And I love the way that Glaive also uses him in that round, Brandon, as you highlighted.
Yeah, I really enjoy that. The fact that he can disengage, the fact that Glaive moves over towards long, the fact that Nature starts mobilizing as all this contact's coming in is brilliant. It's a great round of Counter-Strike. Get out of ENCE. No money really for Namiga. Back to basics. Back to lack of bomb plants. No AWP either for Khan. Means no early opening kill opportunities for this T side. This could be 7-1. This could be pretty much the exact same game state.
Yeah, crazy,
as it was on Ancient, just the other way around.
Yeah, uncanny how similar it is. Very good to see the way that ENCE have been able to open up here, despite the long break between maps. I thought that might do a lot of damage to the momentum they had built towards the end of Ancient. But they've looked fantastic from the word go. And a chance to really pull ahead here and put some serious pressure on Namiga. Poddy, right place, right time. Scoped in, frag found. These more as well, and Namiga decide they want nothing to do with that sniper rifle.
Uh-oh, says SDY. He'll drop his incendiary and move back. Namiga have just put that on their little side quest mission. Minus 500, minus 300 as that smoke gets deployed over its short.
Yeah, true. Just bleeding them a little bit. Not like there's massive amounts of money here for ENCE right now, so every little bit helps. Because firstly, you can't stare into the sun for so long, mate. That's going to damage your eyes. Talk about damaging eyes. Flashbang high into the sky, going to blind a number of people. Well, Namiga have done well to close the gap here. SDY knows he can't afford to overswing because then he just exposes himself to a number of opponents. Very good damage from Glaive. I'm still concerned for ENCE right now, though.
So am I. Khan's picked up an AK. Yes, he is low, but all it takes is one bullet right between the eyes. Nature, though, finding risky. Bobby puts the round pretty much beyond all doubt. There goes Glaive. Out from long, and you still have Poddy in from short. 7-1. Crisis averted.
Yeah, thank God. I mean, still a decent amount of damage inflicted, bleeding the utility, getting 2 kills as well. Bomb plant found. So outside of winning the round itself, not far from the best they could have got. Out of that little outing in the 8th. How many is too many here in the first half for Namiga to still stand a chance of coming back in the second?
I feel like they need all 5, to be honest. I feel like the T side is probably going to be where they get the lion's share off their round. So the fact that it is 7-1, we saw how good ENCE were able to bounce back on Ancient after having a first half comeback. So let's see if Namiga can have a first half comeback. Faster play. Xanta doesn't care about your U2, and he'll get rid of SDY immediately.
Yeah, that's Xanta's specialty. That's what he brings to the team. That is his skill set, and he's going to find Glaive through the smoke as well. All right, welcome back to the server here. Namiga. Poddy goes searching with a Tech 9. He has an AWP on his back, and he's in tunnels.
Sure.
And you know what? I mean, it's something.
It is, but Glaive's been found out. That is ridiculous. Oh, it's Kaspersky. Xanta's now been removed as well. 3v3, scaling. Now coming from the pole over towards back A. Risky Bob knows he's there, but can't win out the fight immediately, but understands that he's got him trapped in at Gandalf. And the smoke in on sight allows him to scale, but Risky Bob still finds the frag anyway.
And in the meantime, Namiga pushing onto the B bomb site. Yeah, they've got the bomb in towards the opposite side of the map. That's so brave from Zwei. Nearly gives up his life to Nachu. And Poddy, who's just been going back and forth in tunnels for like 30 seconds now, will eventually emerge. AWP out. Chances slim. Got a kid, he's got some utility, but I don't even know if he's going to attempt this outside of being offered something here. And there we go. That's the offering. And now it's down to a 1v1 between the AWPers. Nate does a mega amount of damage. He's not going to expect Khan to be close, but he's missed the shot. Tech 9 out. Oh my goodness, Poddy, what have you just done?
Okay, Poddy. He gets the kill. He knows it's Khan, and the thing is, this is really funny because Poddy knows that Khan will swing him because that's what Khan does. That's all he does. He loves to get aggressive. He loves to take these fights. It's what the CIS AWPers are born and bred to do, you feel. So the fact that Poddy drops that nade in close, he then gets the confirmation just by moving, just by being really erratic in his positioning. Why would you expect the AWPer to jump up in towards window? Oh, it confirms that Khan's close. He swaps to the Tech 9. He's already got a kill with his Tech 9. Remember, lower to B site, easy clap on that first one. And here it's just an easy collection onto Khan, who never saw it come in. That's another round just being claimed. And now I feel like the map is too far gone. And so is the series now for Namiga.
And remember, when Poddy gets that initial kill in tunnels, it's a 5v3 at that point. It's not like he's getting an instant trade to make it a 4v3. That was a standing start 5v3 for ENCE. And Poddy was the X factor. And I have to look at Zwei and say, I don't know if you need to be pushing outside of the double doors there in the 2v post plants. I mean, okay, you get the first, but then why have you even stayed there? Like, the information's readily available for Poddy. You've given up your life for free then. You've kind of forced Khan's hand.
Yeah, true. What the only devil's advocate thing you can say really is Poddy hits a blinder and he has to hit like an insta sort of headshot angle line. Here, this one's not an insta headshot line. This one's a miss flash, and Zwei the victim yet again. Poddy's still hanging about. He has got SDY support, but Poddy needs to get out of dodge, or maybe he doesn't. Lear next up to the chopping block.
Oh my goodness, man. This guy is just on point right now. 12-4. He was very good on Ancient, but he's phenomenal here on Dust 2. And he may even be able to get some more out of this round as well. He's in the right place. You can see Risky Bob. He is flirting with the idea. And someone call HR, because that's not the flirting we're in the mood for. How did they recover
Charm
from
me
here,
all
man?
Again.
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't help myself.
Oh, neither can Khan. Has to peek, has to try and find something back into the round. Comes up empty-handed. Flawless.
And that was a gun round, by the way.
It didn't feel like one, did it?
No,
3,500
not at all.
left in the bank balances for Namiga. ENCE looking to get double digits early.
Oh,
on
I mean, that
Namiga's
second
map
kill is
pick.
disgusting. Yeah, true. They are in complete control, and Amiga's saying, well, you know what, AKs or Galils doesn't feel like it's going to make much of a difference at this point. Let's try and find a way to win this round and then recover 9-3. Just look at the kill count across the board. Outside of Khan, there's not much to speak of here for Namiga.
They have been
2
getting
kills
good
for Risky
space.
Bob. Yeah, fair.
Always out long. That's why they've been finding these kills. To be fair to Namiga, Khan's on a really good angle. You feel like they should be clearing this, and if it isn't, Exkapersky, it should be Nature as Khan timed out. It looks like
Yeah,
it.
definitely. You can see, by the way, it was just spraying erratically after the first frag. Well, this time, there's no conversation about restarting the round, sportsmanship, or technicality-wise. This round has to be played out. All right, well, they're going to go back to the scene of the crime, probably recognizing because there was a double push through tunnels and it was a 1-for-1 trade that there's probably only one player over towards that side of the map. However, ENCE have 2 players in mid, so that's going to be a quick rotation if necessary. When necessary.
If
Bodies here.
necessary. Oh, that's a whiff. But Nature's still here. Holds mouse 1 and gets 2. Swaps the USP for the cherry on top. But Risky Bob finally has a rebuttal. But SDY is here. That's the bomb drop. Zway's on A. Unlucky.
Why has Risky Bob got his knife out and just running onto the bomb site like that, though? That just feels like a lapse in concentration. Probably just being overly critical right now, but...
Well, especially when Zway's on A and he says, I see nothing, I'm on A.
Precisely what I was thinking. Well, let's see if Zway can find a way to win a magical 1 versus 2. Now has the information on the first and the second as well, but SDY, as soon as he gives up his position, takes the kill.
There's that confirmation of that Khan DC, by the way. Yeah, unlucky. But Nature plays this to perfection. SDY is always good for a trade. And now we wait for Khan to rejoin.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this feels like, come on, you know, at this point, I know Namiga would never say, well, clearly we're not going to win the series from here. You know what? We've used a lot of the tech timeout already. You never want to say die. You never want to wave the white flag until you've actually genuinely been beaten, especially not in a semi-final matchup, right? You're not just going to bow out. So we'll have to just wait. But this has been abysmal from Namiga, I'm afraid. I wonder how much, because we know they were the ones having the technical issues between maps. You know, they had the tech issue, which kind of led to Ancient falling apart as well. So you got to kind of wonder where they're at mentally and emotionally. I do like this from Leah. You know, this is actually quite satisfying, the way he's tracking the wall like that. Everybody for ENCE has been delivering here on Dust 2. I mean, Poddy, 13 and 5. Mega impact, great clutch from him. SDY just been quietly plugging away with kills round in and round out. Kaspersky just been all over the map, it feels like. Right place at the right time. Nature anchoring that B site, some big rounds as well. Just everybody pitching up for ENCE. And it looks so good when they do. 3 rounds away from that grand final now.
There he is. Oh, no, he's not. Damn it. He was there. And now he's not there. Oh, mate. It's a shame. It really is. And now it goes back to the what could have been on Ancient, but you just ignore that now because it's what could have been on Dust 2. This is your map pick, and ENCE have not got an amazing record on this map, and yet you are being completely trounced by them. Poddy Masterclass, SDY, Skapersky, in fact, everyone from ENCE is doing a remarkable job.
Yeah, and like you made you made the point before we went into the second map that ENCE versus PARIVISION would probably be the best grand final we could have, and I'm so looking forward to that game. Assuming we get it, which looks increasingly likely. All right, well, we're going to be getting back into the action here. Proceedings underway. They haven't changed their pacing here, despite the break. It's going to be straight out towards long, and again, this is where they find their early success.
Can this be something? Anything for Namigo? It has to be. Surely this has to be the round that they get something back on the board. Kaspersky just lies in wait over at car. Poddy is closer at least on A. You need a multi-kill. You need a multi-kill out of one of these players. And if
not
anything, well, I was going to say, if anything, you're hoping for Kaspersky to not get mollied. Or to at least get a multi-kill. He gets nothing. Khan's like,
Oh,
haha.
I think he's still lagging. He still must be lagging, running around with his knife out like that.
Yeah.
But thankfully, his teammates will be able to just keep the round under their control. He's still back at the tail end of long right now, but it's not the end of the world because his teammates, like I say, will be able to seal the deal and double up the round count here for Namiga, making it 10-2. Doesn't really change the optics of the half all that much, I'm afraid. In other news, Astralis have beaten Spirit on a map.
Come on, Mirage.
Yeah, and Hooksy top frag as well.
Damn.
All right, well, unsurprisingly, another technical timeout called here as Khan has disconnected from the server. You got to imagine how massively frustrating this must be for Namiga when you're down 10-2 and you're being plagued by all of these issues.
Especially when it's your player performing at the best in the server, right? Can't catch a break. And this happened a lot on Ancient as well. It wasn't even Khan's issues, it was Zwei. So
Yeah,
they got
exactly.
different players timing out.
I say, let's get Boxin. Strap Boxin to the player seat, see what he can do. I was casting Favbet the other day, and they had to use a stand-in, and they decided to use their coach. I didn't know who their coach was, and then their coach joined the server, and I don't know if you'll be familiar with the name, but it was Crush. Do you remember Crush, the Ukrainian rifler?
Yes. That's cool.
Yeah, I was quite surprised. You know what? He had some rounds. He was able to get some kills. He wasn't like the hard style level of coach standing in for the team who didn't know which way to hold the mouse.
We love a competent coach king. Although, to be fair, some of those guys who tore up tier 2, tier 3 CS a few years ago haven't touched the game in ages. So
yeah, true. That's true.
I think back to the most egregious one for me is obviously I cast DSL Impact. I'm an Imperial Valkyries enjoyer. I heard that they had to use a stand-in. Oh, you're using the coach Bubble. Oh, great. Well, Bubble was tearing up the server in Bulgaria scene. He was useless. You sucked, mate. They could have easily won that map against Furia. All that comeback, all the way back. And he was diabolical.
Ugh, you hate to see it. Like you say, just time out of the server, though. Things move really fast, especially considering that he never would have played a game of CS2.
Exactly.
Yeah, I remember that Wendigo roster. I remember WESG 2017. Bubble, Dreamer, Victor, Ships. Who am I missing? Bubble, Dreamer, Victor, Ships. Was it Poison? I don't think Poison was in that team. This was before him, I think.
I don't know, one of them.
So I don't think it was Cirque either. I'm going to go investigate.
Do it.
It
Go
was Ships, Bubble, Victor, Blocker, Poison.
Blocker.
Remember that name? That's a throwback. I thought it was Dreamer. I was mistaken. And it was indeed Poison, as I kind of speculated. Either way, no more speculation required, and we're going to get underway, because we are live once again with the second half pistol round. This pistol round is of utmost importance, and now it looked like Leah, was he looking for a smoke grenade maybe? I thought he was timing out that time.
Please no. No, he was actually looking to see if there was a fast mid to B or if there was a mid-door smoke. There is a mid-door smoke, as you can see. Lear can't. And now all events can look to cross. They get really close to this mid-doors, Namiga. Are they going to push through? Are they going to be a bit cheeky with it?
That's a very well-timed smoke grenade. Blooms is immediately as ENCE get in that area of the map, but it doesn't look like they're going to be respecting it too much. They've dropped their own smoke deep into CT, flashed over the top. Risky Bob will miss the first shot, and there's two players that have dropped off from short and towards CT ramp. However, Sway's in a good position. He's the one who's trying to keep control of the bomb site at range right now, but ENCE have been able to close the gap. ENCE have been able to get some kills. Damage has been done, but it's a man advantage as they look for the plant.
Oh, I see why you made me so nervous there. Just plant the bomb, mate. And he was getting blocked by Glaves. Way will put him out of his misery. 3v3. Lear and Khan now coming through CT, and that's an essential trade. And it's on the long player. These two players creeping up site. SDY with a P250 is annihilating them. But now you've got Lear, a tap on the bomb, a hope to draw out Poddy, and he will get him, but this is a ridiculous off angle. Poddy's able to not take a lick of damage, tuck back in, and now get Lear to push him. No kit, no time, no pistol, you assume, as Lear falls out of there. Poddy claims the round and puts ENCE on the ascendancy.
And remember on Ancients, it was Poddy versus Lear in that pistol round where Lear sticks the 10-second defuse. Maybe not the pistol round, but it was definitely the two of them that went up against each other. So Poddy, well, he had some PTSD from that round. That's why he's just running up short so rapidly. Like, no, don't you dare stick another 10-second defuse against me. And he does commit in a big way. Yeah, exactly. That certainly would have made him panic a lot more. I mean, there was so much going on there on the bomb site, even before ENCE had planted the bomb. That was chaotic. Well, ENCE now have to try and just get past consecutive 4 spies, and they're in the grand final.
Easier said than done. But you definitely take that over 2 full gun rounds. Khan now moves over to short with his scout. 4 players strong here for Namiga. On this side of the map, Sway left completely to his own devices on B with an MP9. But ENCE look to be lining up the utility. They might just rinse and repeat this pistol. But with Nature having a little glance over towards tunnels, I wonder if he just starts lurking there. I wonder if this is mid to B. Oh, it is.
And it's the perfect antidote to the setup that Namiga have right now. Oh my goodness, Sway, whole world on his shoulders. He's going to try and fight these tunnels. This makes the most sense to try and take ground, but it's not going to work out. Nechu gets his gun out of time, gets the kill, and Namiga, now the only option left for them is to save their weapons. But ENCE are going to be up to map and series point here, man. 1 round away from the grand final.
Look at that angle. That is... Xanta's come around the corner, and that's a desk slam. If that's me playing, I'm angry, because what on earth is that angle from Nature?
What are you even doing there?
Exactly. And now they can hunt. And I love this decision. Risky Bob will get 1 back, sure, but Glaive can go round the corner with the MAC-10, add 600 to his bank account, get rid of that weapon. And now it's Khan v Nature. And turn the scout into an AWP, but he gets dinked. Nature will finally fall, but Glaive's right behind him. And Khan's just going to run away. He's going to keep his scout. He's not going to go for the Galil. That's too much of a chance to lose a weapon in general. But that's the only thing that Namiga are going to have into this.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate because they basically already lose the round off of that 1 kill on Zway in the B bomb site, and the rest of the team would already be thinking about just trying to carry their guns over so they can use them here, and only 1 of them are successful, and only just at that. 10 chances here for ENCE to get the job done. I mean, ever since that, what was it, Brandon, 10 all round where there was the disconnect from Namiga? they haven't looked the same. They haven't been able to get their heads back in it. Since that moment, they were broken. And they've remained that way.
Oh, yeah. And they're going to be broken still. They'll be crashing out here of the semi-finals of our first European series here in CCT. Unless Risky Bob and Zwei can piece something together. It's a tag, but it's not a kill. But with 2 tags and with these players low, maybe we can get something out of nothing.
The long push.
Oh, dear.
All right. Kaspersky doing his best Khan impression when he was timing out, but it's okay. Kill comes through at the end, and now it's Oni's way to be found.
Harder than you'd first anticipate. You will get rid of SDY, but Pody just taking his time. Flashbang for support. That confirms the kill and confirms ENCE are in the grand final against PARIVISION.
Oh man, what a display coming through from them. There was the questionable decision to pick Ancient coming into the series, but they proved that it was the right one as they were able to get the win there. And then here on Dust 2, they just completely outclassed Amiga. We did mention in the pregame we thought it might go this way just because of how ENCE have looked on the map in the past. It's not like it's a punish pick at all against them. And they were looking good towards the end of Ancient. We combined those factors and, well, I mean, they win, but we never expected them to win like that.
Well, no, that's the point. 13-2 is a landslide victory, and it makes them look really good. It's funny because it's taken the same shape as the first semi-final, where you've got PARIVISION looking bad on OG's permaban, and then going on to their map pick and completely destroying them 13-4. Same business here. ENCE picking a dodgy map of Ancient, struggling, but get it over the line, and then look worlds apart on the Miga's map pick. Unbelievable for them. Kudos to them. We'll see them in the grand final, won't we?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm very excited for that matchup. I've just gone back and had a look at the history for Namiga. I can't find a game in like the past year where they lost more heavily or equally as heavily as that on Dust 2. So that was a drubbing of a level we haven't seen against Namiga, not with this core, that's for sure. Either way, John, what did you make of what we just witnessed?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Hayes, honestly, because I think that you also mentioned it before, the fact that they had those technical issues out of Ancient and then continued to have them before this map, and we saw it still plaguing them with Khan disconnecting. I feel like that played, unfortunately for them, a big part of the result that we saw here up against ENCE. It is what it is. Not much you can do. I think ENCE played really well regardless, and we're going to run into the replays, see the highlights in just a little bit. But, I mean, look, you saw ENCE get that first pistol round in a pretty chaotic moment. Usually the pistol rounds are kind of boring, not really anything interesting, but that was crazy. Both the pistols, in fact. This first one, though, just a crazy swing that comes through into CT by ENCE to try and isolate that one player that could have disrupted everything, but they have some sort of read, and that's why it works out for them. And then afterwards, you know, you saw that 4-round win streak that comes through. I think there was a massive 3K from Kaspersky in round number 2 where he was being pressured so much on Cat, but had the answer not once, not twice, but 3 times. And that really allowed ENCE to build up at the beginning of this map. And they really never let go. You had that one round that comes through, and it's off an opener from Khan with the AWP. And then there's trades back and forth. It got a little bit scary for Namiga, but they still managed to close it out because they deal with Pody over at long and hit that shot. Outside of that round, Namiga were relatively flat. I mean, yes, you saw some closer rounds, round number 9 in particular, which was absolute pure chaos, where Risky Bob is going towards the A site and actually did a really good job to fake it while the rest of his team was going into B. But after that, you know, Pody, I mean, the 1v2 clutch, whenever it got even a little bit scary, there was someone answering, and Pody hit that shot. And I do agree, having the player outside of doors, you guys were talking about it, a little bit risky in those instances. But yeah, it's also a very difficult shot to hit with the op, so you got to give Pody a ton of credit on that headshot angle to get that, threads the needle, and then goes in, misses the shot. They both miss, both oppers do, into window, but Pody pulls out the Tech 9 and deals the killing blows. And I mean, look, Pody was red hot. I think him and Kaspersky deserve the special mentions. They were the ones at the top of the scoreboard. I'd say Pody better on Dust 2, but if I had to pick a player perhaps that stood head and toes above the rest, it's probably Kaspersky, really, because he was there every single time they asked him to perform. In particular, round number 2, that's at the beginning of the map, you know, and that's when the tone has been set, and he does that. Netu also had a really good hold. I want to talk about that in round number 11 from Carr. There were moments where ENCE had to perform on the individual level, but overall it felt like they had full control. Yes, Namiga gets one at the end of the first half, but it's just, you know, managed to get some long control, made it a 5v3, and they closed it out in a relatively straightforward pattern. But at the same time, it's not enough at all. Like, it was already 10-2. That's too late to get a recovery. And then, you know, you go into that second half and you get another blinder of a pistol round coming through. Fantastic shot from SDY, though. That was the difference maker, honestly, because it felt like Namiga were coming on, 2 players barreling down towards ramp, and SDY hits this one tap headshot with the P250 with such low HP that's his only choice at getting a frag, and he manages it. That allows Pody, who's in a position to defend the plant well from Cat, to really just pepper down that last player for Namiga and not allow them to get a defusal. Great work, and I mean, at the end, you guys saw it already, 12-2 in favor of ENCE. So overall, great work from ENCE on Dust 2. Namiga, technical issues were plaguing them, but you have to get past those things. You can't let those be difference makers for you, and they really was unable to recover at all. So that's it. That is the grand final stage has been set here. ENCE up against PARIVISION. We're going to head off, myself and, of course, Brandon and Hayes, but we will have some new commentators and a new analyst coming through. I believe that is going to be CMD64 over, Wild DD, M&J, and Paladin. I got to get that one right. They're going to be coming through here to guide you guys through the grand final while we sign off. Keep it locked here, though, on CCT for the grand final in just a bit.
I'm tapping like a child. Getting closer, my teeth. Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now? How do I hear your voice anymore?
Welcome everybody, Grand Final Sunday here at CCT Europe Series 1 in this third season of competition. I am your host / analyst Paladin, and joined with me are my wonderful casters, Wild Deity and MNJ, and we've got a banger today, PARIVISION taking on ENCE. And I'll start the conversation here with you, MNJ, just how you kind of are feeling with this grand final, because to me, I look at the bracket that we had, and I'd argue that these are our two best teams that we could have in the competition right now. that I'm pumped for this grand final.
Yeah, I'm absolutely with you. We've got PARIVISION, who have gone unbeaten throughout the playoffs so far. They've been absolutely fantastic. They look to try and keep that clean sheet going into this last as well. But that's going to be easier said than done, because ENCE have been formidable as well. They looked fantastic against Amiga in that semi-finals game. And they're going to be coming off of the high of what was a very dominant performance on Dust 2. So I think they're going to be feeling fired up right now coming into this series.
Yeah, let's throw it to the bracket to kind of see the roads of these two teams and how they got to this position. PARIVISION on one end has done a lot of great work in the competition so far with, as you mentioned, M&J, no drops in maps. They've been unbeaten throughout their way towards the championship game. ENCE, on the other hand, have also shown, some sort of kind of wishy-washy gameplay here and there, but the fact of the matter is they've still had a difficult road to get here. They had to beat on Nexus, they had to win over SAW, and to get over Namiga to get here, as previously mentioned. And so honestly, to me, I feel as though ENCE have very deservedly taken their spot in this final today. Early thoughts as we continue to build into this game, Wild Deity. How are we feeling about this ENCE roster at this stage?
I mean, ENCE, I feel like they've been pressured a little bit more coming into this, which is why I feel like you're right. They have actually very deservedly made their way to the top. They've made their way to the grand finals. And if you sort of try and make a comparison here between what PARIVISION and what ENCE have had to do, ENCE have had a slightly more difficult run. And despite that, you look towards PARIVISION for a moment, you'll quickly realize that it wasn't exactly very clean from them. If you try and sort of zoom in a little bit, some of their games did, in fact, look a little bit rough, Paladin.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, to me, both of these teams are hurting for a win. They both really want something to hang their hat on as we get closer and closer to the end of the season, because frankly, both of these teams will not be at the major. They both had fairly disappointing runs, one more so than the other. And who knows how long both of these rosters will be able to sustain themselves moving forward to that second half. And you look at this roster, and I think you got to draw the same conclusions that I will on PARIVISION, is that there are players that stick out to me that need an upgrade on, that need to pick up their performance. And for me, I think that guy on this team for ENCE is got to be Pody. I've seen a lot of great work out of this rifle corps. Consistency issues are definitely there, but I think that sniping role and having a Finn on the team has always been super important for the ENCE organization. But to me, M&J, I feel as though I want a little bit more out of him, especially in a best-of-3 against James, no less.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting comparison, right? James has been on very, very good form recently. So, as you say, Pody, I mean, he hasn't been terrible, but we could do with seeing a little bit more out of him here in this grand finals. And yeah, that sniper disparity could be a little bit of a problem. PARIVISION, though, I don't think they have necessarily had those weaker links. I think across the board, the consistency is definitely there.
Yeah, I had my worries about this roster, especially when you say Kickert's calling on this team, and that really kind of blew me away. But they still have a lot of that slow-paced style that James likes to call. So there is definitely a meeting of the minds there. It's not necessarily a brand new vision for this roster, but to me, I'm still very happy with the rifle corps that they have. Noda and Belchanok have still shown some good promise. I think. On a similar token, I'd like to pull the question towards Travis. I think this guy has been a stalwart for Russian Counter-Strike, but for me as well, I need a little bit more out of him. I don't know if you echo the same sentiment, Wild Deity, but that's kind of the guy that I'm looking towards here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe in the context of PARIVISION as a whole, but within the context of this grand final, I feel like two teams that have generally been good at outputting numbers across the board, because I feel like that was the difference maker in both the semifinals from PARIVISION, from ENCE. If you try and compare the entirety of the teams, there's just a tiny bit more coming out individually recently from the members of PARIVISION, and I feel like that might be the setback. And I think you very aptly did bring out the AWP versus AWP comparison, because that could in fact be the difference maker when, generally speaking, the teams are firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, I think that the rifle cores on both sides have shown that they can be world class in a lot of their ways and are on that cusp of trying to break into the VRS top 32. And I think both of these teams would love to break into that sort of the territory as we get closer and closer to that end of the season. But we've got the vetoes, I believe, ready and waiting to kind of figure out where we're going to end up here. PARIVISION, funnily enough, do actually opt in for the Dust 2, even with ENCE having some good form on that map. I was kind of expecting it to go to the decider, but it's been such a comfort pick for Perry, and it has been for ages at this point. On the other end, ENCE going into Train, I think a little bit more of an edge that you might give to Glaive, a player that wants to adapt this map as much as possible. And then an Ancient to decide, which I think has also been stellar for PARIVISION. And if you're Perry, I feel you should be very happy with how you go into this veto. You get two of your most played maps in the pool. That kind of safety blanket of both of these maps are there. To me, MNJ, I feel pretty happy for Perry here. And I think that for ENCE, you got to look at that map of Train, and straight up see a rock solid performance from them if we want a little bit more of a competition.
Yeah, to be honest, I actually think this is a pretty decent veto for both sides. It's very similar to the veto that we saw from ENCE in their quarterfinals match against Saw with that Train pick and the Ancient Decider. They looked really, really good against Saw. They absolutely stomped them 13-5 on that first map of Train. PARIVISION played Train earlier on today, though, in their semi-finals game, and we saw some real moments of brilliance. We had an absolutely stellar map out of Nota. He was just popping off. And, you know, if he does that again, then it could cause ENCE some issues. But I do sort of have to agree with it ever so slightly leaning in PARIVISION's favor, purely because of that Dust 2. They have been so powerful on Dust 2 recently that even with it being a strong map for ENCE, you just can't help but tip the scales in the CIS team's favor. They not only have they been getting wins on it, but they've actually just been stomping everybody that they've played. We're talking single digits for the opposition. We saw them play it already twice here so far in the competition, in the playoffs. They beat TNL, they beat Ruby. That Ruby victory was a 13-2. It feels like such a staple and such a brick wall that ENCE will have to do a whole lot to climb over. But they did just look very, very good on Dust 2 against Nemiga. So maybe there's something there.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't count Glaive out in a lot of these situations. Pretty expectant that PARIVISION would like to go towards comfort in this kind of scenario. It's something that PARIVISION likes to do just in any circumstance. They will just pick Dust 2 automatically, which is, it's funny that they want to go into that kind of it's sort of this competition with that pick of Dust 2 in a grand final setting. But hey, that's the major champ aspiration and confidence that these guys have on the other end of the server. But any important individuals that we're looking at here, Wild Deity, before we jump in a game?
Dude, I feel like we've already had the conversation about individuals, right? And when we were talking about the veto, I kind of want to talk less about the tactical angle and more about the entertainment value. Because listen, Paladin, we're about to go into the grand finals. We're not only starting off on some very contested grounds, but we also get to see both PARIVISION and ENCE on a map that they have been dying to play, right? Dust 2, the forte of PARIVISION versus ENCE that is warmed up after battering Nemiga in the fashion that they did. I feel like there are many conversations we're going to have, but the most important topic is going to be who lifts that trophy at the end of the day. It's PARIVISION versus ENCE as we kick off with the grand finals, Josh.
Well, here on Train, it's PARIVISION starting on their CT side. Kevlar across the board, but a couple of extra trimmings. Get out on Travis. Julie's dropped to Nota. A fairly standard defense, but it's going to be ENCE. Grouped up, ready to try and pop on to B. Minute 20 on this clock. Nades in hand, a whole lot to work with, and they're going to go for the execution.
Oh, this is going to be good. Kaspersky already quite deep into the bomb site, but Belchanok already starting to rip heads apart. Kaspersky bit limp-wristed on the Glock, but that's okay. Recovery's been made, and Sumda Young has done some damage as well. 3v4, trying to come back into the B bomb site. Travis finds a head, back into even Steven's standpoint. Sumda Young, a difficult angle to clear because he's already made his way back up highway. There's going to be no flank to try and bail them out. Travis coming in from the oil train, missing a couple crucial shots, Going to be an awkward set of engagements, but the bomb is already ticked down. Potty takes out James. More and more damage. Glaive has the last laugh as ENCE will make their mark in the first round of the Grand Finals.
Couple of sloppy duels there at the start, but very crisp to close it as soon as they've got that space and the pressure of the bomb beeping. They see the light at the end of the tunnel. And they're able to just zoom right towards it. Really nice stuff from Potty. PARIVISION, not much justification to go for a buy here. It's got to be a full eco. Nobody spends a penny, so we'll see somewhat of an investment in the next. But right here, it's about just trying to do any damage they can and don't get farmed by the MAC-10s. Don't feed that T economy. ENCE will start to run away with things. Backing up here into main. Kaspersky could be in for a nasty surprise or could be in for a little field day. No, it's just the one. And an AK in enemy hands.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. Definitely could leverage that for a little bit more. Look at that, though. Nice little spray down. Young's been practicing on the wall in death matches. And ENCE will be able to get away with 2. Now, that's really good for the confidence of ENCE. You know, it was a bit of a conversation we had was about how when you've got players like Glaive on the other side of the server, they've got some superstar leadership on one side, and then again, like, I feel like that can be said for both teams. Like, we've seen James in just some incredible scenarios, just taking his teams to incredible heights. So, it'll be really fun to watch this play out on Train.
2 AKs recovered at the end of that last round, so the economic blow doesn't hit too hard. But PARIVISION out with the big guns of their own. James with an AWP. It's glass cannon, though. He knows he can't take any major risks. Pop flash will be enough to get him off the angles. The MAC-10's got a little bit of wiggle room here towards Ivy. Things start to slow down. A minute 20 on this clock. Smoke will go round to the side. And ENCE once again just group up towards B.
Bit of a distraction, a bit of a ploy towards the A bomb site, but the bulk of the action coming towards B. James. Ooh. Okay, that's Belchinok with a kill, so a little too slow for ENCE towards the B bomb site, which will allow them to be picked off one by one. Young in the meantime wants to make this a little bit more doable. Now their attention's diverted. Belchinok is still being a problem, but Pody will try and keep things in check. Young way too far back and just no HP to fight back, so PARIVISION are going to come right back swinging before things get too dire.
A little bit of a weird one there from ENCE, yeah. Just too slow there towards B. There was no trade for the initial fight, and I think they were sort of waiting for Young to activate something on the flank, but when he won the first fight, he got tagged down super low. The alarm bells were then rung that there was a snake in the grass, and they were able to just stomp on it quite quickly. Reinvestment here for ENCE, but this is actually where taking 2 casualties against the eco starts to plague you a little bit. The money, bleak, a couple of players
look at
down
this.
To the upgraded pistols, but so quick from Young.
So much access gained towards A. And now the CT's feeling a little bit locked out, a bit hard done by that type of aggression that we see very early on. And the man that started it all is adding more bodies to the pile. Eventually taken care of, though, by Belchinok, who's been doing a stellar job at providing the numbers already. 4 kills to his name. And PARIVISION know that too much wiggle room, too much leg room, rather, has been given up to ENCE. They're going to have to back off. Got to keep these weapons intact, especially when you've got the big green in the hands of James. Definitely could put that to good use in the subsequent rounds. Good effort from ENCE. Not watching.
Oh.
No. Got stuck in the lower corner.
Goes about that so loud, but we'll get out of there. That's okay. I actually quite like just a very early save call here from PARIVISION. As soon as Young finds that double entry, even when they trade it, it's a bit of a no-brainer to just pull the plug. And this is sort of what Paladin was saying in the opening segment as well. Even though Kickert's the one calling the shots, it does really sort of reflect a lot of quite iconic sort of James style. And that's sort of what we're seeing here from PARIVISION. So they're not taking any major risks, prioritizing this economy, prioritizing that AWP.
Unfortunately, PARIVISION are going to have to troubleshoot the aggression that is about to come out from ENCE very early, or they're going to start losing too many rounds. Look at this from Young. Could have been the double, but I think he'll be more than happy with what he's gotten. Bit of damage, a kill, not bad. Jane, you gotta hold the line though. Tripwire set up. Pody's gonna trip right over it. And his 3 players now trying to regain some control. Noda quite low, so not quite as advantageous for the CT side as it might look. Kicker has to take his front foot forward to try and get into a fight. Forced out by the Molly, but Noda, the man who was lingering on few points of health, is the one to keep it in contention.
Sundar Young, just the best entry in the biz. Back-to-back rounds now, doing massive damage, but look at this from Belchinok. Oh, he's not even needed for the second, but he would have had it all day long. James there to follow up and finish off. PARIVISION make it 2. And yeah, okay, these last couple of rounds have looked a lot better. Oof. If Sundar Young lands one more bullet there, we could have seen a different outcome.
Yeah, that was a good watch if I've ever seen one. Nearly had it, but yeah. Sundar Young, I think nobody's questioning that entry business. 7 kills already. Off to a smashing start on Train, but PARIVISION wanting to provide the resistance. Need to pop the smoke, but nothing come through to his vision. A little bit of push cooking up. Belchinok's about to run into a fight. Uh-oh. The 2-man crunch certainly should be paying dividends. Noda's gonna keep things under wraps. Doesn't let it get too bad. Still a couple of riflers alive. But instantly, the healthier one is going to go down. Now it's just Nate Yu with half health. Trying to still be a bit of a nuisance.
Tickets scrambling around for an AK. Won't get such a luxury. It's only a Galil on his feet. That's you. And living on borrowed time here. Eventually should be taken out, but he's hoping to take somebody to the grave with him. With 40 seconds left, knowing that this round is a done deal already. Only a matter of time here. There you go. Kick it will execute to finish off things. PARIVISION will tie up the score. And in a very, very confident fashion, Nota finding his 6th frag as well. He's the one that I want to put the spotlight on for this map. He was absolutely fantastic earlier against OG. And whilst he hasn't been the star player of this roster recently, he certainly has been today. If he can keep up that form, then yeah, we could definitely be in for a treat here.
I'm kind of surprised that we see a tactical pause so early, but I think they want to make sure that they're ahead of any troubleshooting that PARIVISION might be bringing to the table. Because remember, the precedent that ENCE have set is that they're going to play this super fast. They're going to make sure that they'll leverage the form that Sundar Young has been bringing to the table, try and get him into early positions on A. And PARIVISION are happy to try and punish that early on. Just taking that aggression head on. Some really good work being done towards the deep ends of B last round. 3-man crunch is what stopped the T-side aggression. And ENCE are going to have to take a breather here, Josh.
It's the T-side of Train, so they have got a little bit of breathing room, haven't they? They can afford to drop this round. They can afford to finish the half with 5 and still call it a decent one.
I don't know, man. I'm just not convinced by any particular percentages of how sided this map is yet. Oh, good shot from James. Molotov's going to keep them at bay. Now they've made their ploy a little bit too obvious, so surely this is one that PARIVISION can just brush under the rug. A bit of a faux warm-up for James.
A chance for him to stat pad, of course. Only 2 deaths is exactly what you expect out of the sniper. Backing up that KD, Travis with a little firing range here as well. Trying to conserve the bullets, doesn't fire off the last. Nota will be there to pick up the pieces. But a single casualty around like that, not too bad.
I appreciate that Travis was able to keep things clean though, like relatively. I know that he's a casualty there, but doesn't get overwhelmed, takes a sweet time, and is able to line up 3. Now, PARIVISION up ahead. A very solid start from ENCE. Now they're going to start to squirm a little bit. Now, if you look at the other side of the scoreboard, of course, we've got Nate Yu, who still hasn't made his mark on the scoreboard. So you know that whole conversation we had about individuals just sort of firing on all cylinders from both sides, but the comparison having to be like the total absolute effect of how good they can play together. I feel like NetU's kind of missing in that piece of the puzzle.
Game will be the first to drop this time round. Someday Young again back to his entry shenanigans. Smoke to go down, and once again, slower stuff from ENCE. 2 here towards Long Dog. The smoke will impede their progress further. Trying to regain a bit of control here into main as well. Molly to cover the corners, make sure that no one's lingering. It's Kicker a little bit deeper behind the red train. Contact made, smoke dropped. Just trying to buy time here for his team.
Can't play this too slow, though. And PARIVISION are going for a bit of a gamble. Prioritizing all their resources towards the A-bomb site. Molotov once again slowing them down. But it is going to be the eventual crunch coming out from all 3 angles. Remember, ENCE still have a player all the way towards Ivy as well, who is going to emerge late. 30 seconds. Can't wait for the pop.
There really isn't a lot of time left on this. ENCE running the clock.
Reed is so good.
And they're walking into a bit of a stack here as well. PARIVISION have got a perfect read at this.
What?
Glaive with a lightning fast shot. Pody's there to follow up. Glaive doubles down. And it's all onto the shoulders of Travis. With 10 seconds, he could still end this. But Pody's reaction and the adjustment onto the bomb site is perfect. And ENCE will convert. I can't believe they get it done with such little time on the clock, but they stay composed.
Dude, I mean, a credit to ENCE being able to find the kills, right? And obviously for Sundae Young, the fact that he got the entry, thinned the hedges very early on. But PARIVISION, you've got to pat them on the back as well. That was a perfect read. They had all the players in the right positions, but the slight staggering of the pace from ENCE's players that were coming out of Long Dog, I feel like that was the piece of the puzzle that went awry for PARIVISION. Just the little spray transfer didn't end up coming to fruition. The Long Dog players came out a bit too late.
Still feels weird calling it that, but
Yeah, you're right.
yeah. Just have to. It's the rules.
Yeah, I
Part of the
know.
contract.
I know that British people don't call it a dog, they call it a Wolfington. I feel you.
And then a bit of a double whammy for me. Molly in. IT was actually going to be flushed out by this, but won't be a recipient of the bullets. Just a little tag from the Flames. He'll actually return the favour with the spams back as well. But Kicker ready to be popped in. Oh, God.
What?
Oh,
that's a real mess. That was not how PARIVISION wanted that to go. On a 5v3.
Unbelievably sloppy on the execution. ENCE come out on top, but James is still fighting back. Travis down, Belchanok, he's gotten a double, now it's still possible. A 2v2, trying to line up the shots. Belchanok doesn't have the HP to try and take this fight head on, so he needs support. A couple shots to the body. But does James even want to try and go for this?
Probably not. No,
I mean, I don't know, man. If they give themselves up, perhaps. He's still going to try and go look for a fight, and he might have one isolated for him. Trying to sniff them out. Molotov is really good. Audio cue is going to be perfect. It forces Bodhi into the angle,
what a shot.
and James going to try it now. Bomb a quarter of the way left. James quick tap on the bomb. Glaive has his angle, though, and he's going to put James right out of the picture as ENCE get away with it.
Ah, that's a real shame. He had a rifle at his feet, but knew that by swapping out to it, it'd make the audio cue give up that element of surprise. Firebomb was fantastic, but playing, it's not even a 50-50 there on the bomb, is it? You know, he's saying, right, well, I'm hoping that the player's towards pop, and if he isn't, if he's anywhere else, then I kind of just give up my prospects of this round. But there's enough cash in the bank that it won't be too much of a problem. They'll drop down to some kind of a half buy here. It'll be a full investment in the next. ENCE able to take the reins, though. 5 on their T side already. Likely to make this 6 now. PARIVISION do have to start worrying at this point. They're a team that have had lots of little successes recently, but always fallen short of the big fish. They missed out on the major. Just recently, they finished second in Challenger League. They missed out of the Pro League spot by 1 map in the finals. The best of 5 against Bait. They lost it 3-2. They just want that taste of success. We did see them win EU16 back in February here in CCT, but since then, it's been a whole load of second place finishes. It's been a whole load of consolation prizes. They want to lift that trophy today. James, very interesting investment with the glass cannon, with the rest on the eco. Kicker's going to fall first.
Oh yeah, and that's a freebie, right? Completely uncontested. I am not a big fan of the fact that James takes this AWP in his hands. I mean, maybe he could force some kind of... I don't know, man. I tried to grasp for straws, but the copium just wasn't pumping. Okay, that's a good shot from James. The problem is, this has now exposed the fact that he has gone for the AWP. So now even if he can get a double or something, as long as they can get pistols out of play, they're going to go for the hunt. So, yeah, not sure if it was the best idea.
Hard.
Oh, yeah.
And the weight of the round is on his shoulders. Either he goes big, makes a play, and maybe something can come out of this, or it is just a pursuit of saving it into the next. And if he's not able to do so, then we won't see that sniper in round number 11. Nightyu picks off Nota, but James looking to follow up. Just bouncing between the angles. He's being toyed with on the ladder. And this might just be where he has to pull the plug. Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah,
if the
but
bomb
where
goes
does he
down,
even...
they're going to have loads of time.
Where does he even go to save, right? There's only so far you can go on a map like Train, especially because ENCE are going to be hunting for this. They know it's a 4v2. They've got a little bit of money in the tank that they can definitely risk. James was chased down by a nade, so he's already low. Needs to be the one to get the first shot off. Glaive on the hunt now. Very important that James gets away with this AWP, or it's a very mishmash economy. Oh,
Okay.
Travis, love that. I need a bit of a bait and switch setup. Somebody next on the chopping block.
Wow.
So Travis is going to protect the president.
Oh no, Travis has died to the bomb.
No!
And that's the AWP gone as well. Oh, that is such a disaster. I was about to say they've hand-delivered another rifle. And all things considered, whilst I'm still not a fan of the decision, it's not a bad outcome. But it is an absolute stinker. James, able to get out the AWP for the penultimate round of the half, but it's at the expense of Travis being down to an MP9. Could still be sufficient here, but yeah, that is as bad as it gets at the end of that last.
Oh no. Once again, so much early damage being inflicted. It's generally been some Die Young that has been pelting James with bullets. But this early aggression onto one of the most important cannons that PARIVISION have is disabling a lot of the output that we might be able to see from PARIVISION otherwise. Bit of a recovery from ENCE on the T side, actually, once they started to lose their gas after the initial push. Started to think they might be out of it. Oh my, that is a very sloppy spray from Kaspersky. He's going to get punished for it, but Glaive and Nate able to make up the deficit. 3v4 now.
Been a bit of an uncharacteristic start from the pole. He's normally the hardest hitter here on this ENCE roster, but 3 and 10. And as you say, looking a little bit sloppy in the gunfights. Belchanot wants to try and return this the other way, but bad timing as he pulls out the incendiary. Nightyu will pop his head, and it's all on to the man of the hour earlier on in the series against OG. It's Nota with the 1v3. He's got the information. There's one to his right, but oh, what is this timing? What is this timing? Oh no! He's messed up the spray, but the second peak is Nightyu. He's low on health. The HG will do the damage, but the AWP hasn't fired up the shot. This is such a mess. And Pody just pulls his Glock out and says, it's all right. I'll go over the top with it on burst fire. And then to just about get it over the line, but you can't help but feel the opportunity was given there to Nota. He just wasn't able to seize it.
There was a crack in the window. He could have definitely seized that opportunity. But man, it can't come so close in so many of these rounds. and the consistent output that they've had against James, it feels like ENCE have an agenda to disable James very early on in so many of these rounds, just never being able to participate in a lot of these fights, but this time it'll be Pody to take the brunt of the damage. PARIVISION know that they have to close the distance. They don't have the right weaponry for any long-range engagement, so early util is going to allow these MP9s to be ushered up close. Oh wow, Kickert so cognizant of the fact that there could be a player on the left side, even though they're trying to bait for him with shots through the smoke from the right.
There's no tricking Kickert. Oh, okay. The weakest buy round of this half out of PARIVISION is the one that yields fruits, at least so far. The Desert Eagle shot, the MP9's popping off. Kickert will follow up with an AK that he's found. It's a triple from him. And the bomb plant denied as James is just lingering there towards heaven. PARIVISION, I don't know if you can call it a good half, but it might just suffice as they'll take 5 rounds at the end of it. ENCE have looked fantastic on their map pick of Train, but still a lot of work to be done here.
There's certainly a lot of weight on the pistol round, right? If ENCE are allowed to get a little bit too comfortable, I think we might be seeing the first map go their way. And ENCE always came into this knowing that this would be a bit favorable. It's a map that they have been trying to play time and time again. It's one that they've had a fair bit of success on. But it's not like PARIVISION's been completely out of that equation. They've had some good successes on Train as well. In fact, they finished up a game against OG in the semis, 13-10. They're able to beat the likes of Zero Tenacity, who just have so many reps on the map. I'm not sure if they can match up to the powerhouse that is ENCE. Here comes the pistol round of the second half.
Gonna be an easy feat, but feels like a little bit of a must-win here for PARIVISION. Nota around the corner, Glaive jiggling. Shoulder spotted. Neither connecting their shots, but off of the contact, Glaive doesn't want to overstay his welcome. He'll go to the back of the red train, call for the support. The smoke into Ivy leaves him on an island. And 4 about to pressure into his position. He's got his work cut out for him. And Dinked already should be overwhelmed by the Glocks as they'll barrel forward. That's exactly what will happen. And here comes the cavalry.
Oh, they still have to watch for Sam Da-young, though. He's in the back lines, but Belchinok will overwhelm. Dooley's waiting to emerge. Kaspersky now part of the conversation. But too many angles to find. Cody largely irrelevant in this fight because he has to wait. And by the time he even thinks about getting any damage going, he's already in a 1 versus 4, instantly ripped to shreds by Kickert, and PARIVISION will buy their ticket back into the game.
A little bit of a gamble there from ENCE to somewhat overstack towards that B-bomb site and giving PARIVISION a little bit too much room, and it will give them room here in the scoreline too. Should be able to tie things up at 7 apiece as ENCE will go for the full eco. I like this buy out of PARIVISION. James gone for the Mac-10. He wants to be the one to try and farm a bit of cash to get that AWP out as soon as possible, but the rest with the rifles. So we won't see much of a bonus round in play in the next. It's all just about staying alive here, building up that economy early. Last point of contact. Pody tagged down low. James gone all the way through the smoke. He's surprised that there's no one on the other side of it. It's Belchinok to draw first blood.
And PARIVISION, definitely a sigh of relief for them that they can quickly bring themselves right back into it. ENCE, fair bit of work to do. And you know the best thing about this is, regardless of who wins, we've got Dust2 up ahead, right? And again, it's going to be another map, much like Train, where both teams have been itching to play it. We saw how dominant ENCE looked in their semi-final against Nemiga. Dust2 had basically nothing, no performance come out of Nemiga. Largely due to how dominant ENCE were able to make themselves. I want to see if PARIVISION can be dealt the same fate, but I highly doubt it. I think there was a moment in time where both teams in their respective semifinals, they ran into a bit of a bump in the road. PARIVISION a difficult first map in their semi against OG. ENCE struggled on the first map against Nemiga until they got to the tail end of Ancient. So there's definitely weaknesses in their armors. Just about who exploits the other first.
This next round is going to be the important one. Obviously, a flawless affair there out of PARIVISION will do them a lot of favours. That money looking quite tasty. A sort of cushion to fall back on for a rainy day. Over on the other side of things, ENCE with the rifles across the board. Not needing to invest those helmets, but those premium rifles that little bit more expensive. So util out, nobody with the kit. So that's something to keep an eye on if we do find ourselves in a late round post-plant. Tied up at 7 apiece. Anybody's game for the taking. PARIVISION here on boot camp. Looking to lift their first trophy in the last couple of months. I said they've fallen short a few times recently. They fell short in the first half of this map as well, but they've recovered nicely. They just need to keep this momentum going. 2 Galils, 2 AKs, and a MAC-10 in play. I'm ready to run it back.
The threat of economic distress looming over ENCE's head. They need to get past this round without too many scratches. Back and forth on mid. Jame comes out on top. Lay down. A big piece to be missing. Kaspersky, he's got laser vision. Able to respond right back, and in the process, James been quite tagged up heavily as well, so ENCE are going to come out of that equation maybe a little bruised up, but definitely better than their counterparts. But PARIVISION being careful on the audio, being careful on the info. Couple players tucked into Long Dog. But an Ivy, got a player in main, so the trio crunch is what they're trying to set up. Jame hoping that somebody runs into his crosshairs, and that's a wish that might come true in just a moment, Josh. Oh no, he's moving though.
Kaspersky locked in on this crosshair head angle though, so shouldn't matter that James low, but the timing suits him perfectly. Belchanok's MAC-10's going to barrel forward, hits the dink, but nothing more. The 2-man advantage as Pody pulls the plug. Someday Young follows up, and it's Nota left with it all on his shoulders. Sees the feet creeping up the ramp. He hasn't got the bomb. He hasn't got many options here other than to just try and save. Lucky for him, the economy will support a buy around it, so...
Ooh.
Wouldn't be all too problematic. It's a nice shot, though.
Yeah, the fact that his tool belt is just lined up with util, he's got an AK-47, Kevlar, everything. He needs to be careful with this. And the good thing for him is that ENCE aren't feeling too comfortable going for the hunt because they've just averted the crisis of the economy falling apart for the CTs if they lose the first round where they get their hands on guns. So they're not going to still have that same outcome by trying to go for a bad hunt. 3 rifles saved, and that's good work from ENCE. So the biggest speed bump that the CT side economy generally faces, that's been averted. Question is, how far can they carry this little piece of momentum that's been granted to them?
We're talking about 2 very tenured and disciplined IGLs here as well. There's not a world that Glaive says, yeah, let's throw all our resources at trying to hunt this AK. He's also quite conservative. Says it's all right. We'll play our own game.
And of course, PARIVISION have that aura of being specialists at saving, right?
Oh, yeah. Experts in the field.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't seen too much action over towards this B side of things for PARIVISION. In fact, we haven't seen all too much of it throughout this map as a whole. This is where Pody and Nighty will be tested. They have got a double defense and a third on the way. Glaive's made the right read. With a minute left on this clock, will this be the final destination of choice here for PARIVISION?
That's what they're lining up their util for. Here it comes. Don't give the CTs too much time to think. Pody, first one to be tested, burning, so he's going to have to give up the audio cue. Nota catches him as he's falling off the ledge. Glaive, the IGL, wanting to hold him down. Nate Yu tested, but will eventually be bested by Travis. No, hang on, stays alive for a little while longer, but then Belchanok's going to part of the conversation. It's Sumdai Young in a 1v3 when the dust settles, and PARIVISION will come out on top.
You can see what it means to them as well on the cameras. A little bit of hype picking up here. They are very happy with that buy round. It all starts to crumble when Pody gets caught with the flames at his feet. They hear that sound cue, they swing out, make light work of the entry. And ENCE now in a bit of trouble. Money's looking poor. With 2k in the bank for Pody and Kaspersky, it does feel like we should just see the pistols here in this one. PARIVISION will be able to take the reins once again.
I just don't want ENCE to go down the same route that we saw PARIVISION go, where they were starting to furnish James with an AWP when there was absolutely no need for it to be brought out. But man, just looking at the individual performances, it's such good entertainment value to now be seeing Pody be the one that brings out all the output from ENCE, and to be standing against the Titans that are Noda, Belchanog, James, who are the heavy hitters on the other side at the moment. If you're just talking about like the top end of performances, right? There is so much more coming out of PARIVISION, but the impact frags from ENCE are what's basically carrying the situation and making sure that it's still a competitive affair, 8-8.
Won't stay that way for much longer. Unfortunate time for a technical pause, but better to iron out the creases.
Dude, I mean, if you just bring the conversation to just the bottom of your screen, right? If we can't see the scoreboard, would you think that this is going 8-8 based on the kill counts? I think not.
Definitely not. Belchanok's been popping off. Nota's having a great game. James up there putting up numbers as well. It really does feel like there is this huge kill disparity on the server with PARIVISION winning in that department, but yeah, just so often finding a couple of kills but having to give up rounds. We'll break even with the score at least. Sumdai Young invested with a 5-7. Everybody else on a full eco here. The damage control important. PARIVISION don't want to be giving up rifles in a round like this. They've got their own money to worry about. Their own potential problems moving forward. James, 3 pistols, about to swing him. He'll thread the needle, shoot between the bunch. He hand delivers a sniper, but I think ENCE will be pretty keen to try and hold on to.
Yeah, they get to shop on PARIVISION's debit card. I think that you're super happy about it. As long as they can hold on to the spoils of war. Going for the hunt's actually a bit tricky for PARIVISION when you know that there's 5 players alive, right? They can always just be a rat trying to go for a ninja defuse or something of the sort, so don't want to give up any more weapons. In fact, in numbers, even the USPs can be very deadly to deal with. Oh, I love that from Kaspersky. Just wants to make sure that they're close by. But PARIVISION, not very threatened by him. Also, the bomb radius on Train is surprisingly small.
It is, but then we did also see an awkward moment. I think it was Travis, wasn't it, that died up in the brown halls with the A plant, trying to hold on to that AK. You do sometimes sort of forget that, yeah, that bomb will still penetrate through the walls.
Yeah, it's just a radius. Doesn't really care for the walls.
Yeah, it's not bothered, even if it's a big steel door. Pody, oh, what a shot to get things started. That's through the smoke up towards B. One of the harder hitters taken out early here as well. Nota dropping. James wants to try and return the favor. Walks up, scoped in towards Ivy. Inches from his monitor, but flashbang will be enough to pull the trigger and back away. Should drop a smoke as well. Map all the way around.
It's all about keeping the IV players busy for a second. Hang on, did Kaspersky spot the bomb? Does he want to try and get this individual duel going? He might just have to. Kaspersky, though, goes down alongside Glaive as Belchanog wants a piece of that pie as well. And suddenly, an uncontested trade with a weapon that wasn't even purchased on their own bank account turns into 2 casualties being given up. A huge swing from PARIVISION as ENCE pressure the wrong spot.
Shot Pody. Tipping the scales back in their favour. Travis starting to watch his way up. Oh no, Pody. An uncharacteristic miss. He's allowed to survive for a couple more seconds, but Travis won't give him anything more than that. And when he misses the second shot, it all comes crumbling down. Young sloppy on his engagement. And Jay knows that as soon as that contact's made...
What?
Oh
No?
Oh, jeez. And he hasn't got time for the bomb either. That's it. James just fumbled it. That's going to be ENCE tying it up at 9 apiece. James was playing it perfectly to peek off of the contact, but he misses the easiest shot of the game so far. And ENCE snatch away around. They had no business in winning.
Unbelievable stuff coming out, and James is going to be kicking himself for it. We saw quite a few misses coming out from ENCE. But man, on the other side, James will be countering that tally. The psychological recovery from that's going to be difficult. It's a long way to it, but the scoreline's tied up. Shame, wanting some redemption, will be putting Kaspersky in the ground. And this time around, PARIVISION playing it a little bit faster than they've shown us before. Oh my, Belchanok already trying to get his hands dirty, but stopped by the smoke. Vision obscured, so doesn't want to go for it immediately. But Young wants some action. It's nature to go down to Belchanok. And Cody, great little peek into Long Dog. Gets one, avoids the repeat, peeks with the nade, switches over to the AK-47, and that's quite a bit of gymnastics to clean up one more kill. 3v3 though, so it all works out. Kicker, a response with the AK as Young takes out his comrade. Glaive, bad timing, James will find him, but it's still Pody that can take it all home. 2 players that are quite low if he turns his head. Oh, they just passed by each other. I thought they could feel each other's body heat with how close they were.
I don't know, Fraz. This might be a blessing in disguise. There's 0 chance that James is going to expect Pody here in main. And he's got to go and recover that bomb. So Pody will have another chance at trying to catch a timing if he looks towards his right, and he will. Freebie, bomb drop, 30 seconds, and kick it low on health. Shouldn't matter all too much with the AWP on Pody. But all or nothing here in the fight, and he sees the foot. Oh, kicker. Oh. Could not afford to fumble there. And he doesn't make the same mistake as James, as PARIVISION pull ahead once again.
Dude, the margins to which these rounds are coming to.
Yeah, we're on a knife's edge. Time and time again. But honestly, going back and forth like this and having these really close rounds hurts that CT side. You see it reflecting on ENCE's money right now. PARIVISION can kind of afford it. This scuffle back and forth. Still get out those rifles. For ENCE, they've got to take a breather. They've got to come in with the pistols right here. Kick it.
Oh, wow.
Taking advantage.
PARIVISION, so much more room to breathe now, as they should be able to guarantee an 11th. In fact, I feel like this this level of cohesion, this confirmation of rounds should have come in a little bit sooner, but James having a weird moment there early on. Man, that PARIVISION couldn't get on track to destroying the CT side economy earlier. And once again, Josh, it's going to be Pody against the world, right? He's going 21-13. 3 of his teammates haven't even cracked 10 kills.
Important to note, though, you know, in the pre-game, Paladin pointed out that Pody hasn't really been at his best recently, and if ENCE do want to try and overcome the hurdle that is lifting the trophy here, this grand final win, Pody needs to pop off, and he is. He's 21-13, as you say. He's pulling major numbers.
The worst part is that the conversation was about what pieces on ENCE can be upgraded, right? As in replaced. But Pody, somehow, as the one that was brought into question, is the one that is bringing all the output from ENCE.
else really delivering here. The weakest link being Kaspersky, which, as I pointed out earlier, a rare sight here. Has been the hardest hitter for ENCE as of recent months. HG will fall a little bit short, so Kaspersky does get away with no damage inflicted. I think in the next few seconds we'll see Kicker come and join the rest of his team in pursuit of this B hit, but with a man disadvantage, 45 seconds on this clock. They've got to be quick and they've got to be crisp. Jane with that sniper looks to carve them a path here. The smoke will impede his progress.
Not too much time remaining. PARIVISION finally pulled the trigger, and they do have access to the B-bomb site, but the first engagements might be what decided. Pody wanted to stay alive, caught by the nades, the mollies, eventually dunked upon, and now they've got control. It's all about keeping ENCE's hands off of them. Nate, though, from the back line, this is a problem. Now, this is the angle that's hard to deal with, but Kicker will find him. He's still trying to navigate around. The train's caught by Glaive. It's a 2v2. Belchanok's low, though. He's been the heavy hitter. Noda finds the head of Sumdai Young. The IGL Glaive has to thread too. There's the first head, but not too many bullets remaining in the mag. Conservatively goes for the reload. Noda knows his position. Jumping up. Glaive will find the final laugh. And there it is. Glaive gets on the bomb in due time as ENCE make it to double digits off a clutch.
It's absolutely brutal. Kicker actually had the angle on him as well. It should have been a freebie kill, but his attention was drawn away by that second play. You see it again here. It gave Glaive a freebie. Belchanok was exposed despite being low, and they fumble around on the bomb site in the 1v3. They feed it to Glaive on a silver platter. They'll call a bit of a pause here just to cool off after a clutch like that.
Dude, the fact that Glaive gets that kill as he's getting up on top of a ledge, somehow more speed than Noda there on the angle, is pretty unbelievable. And remember, I was pointing out that 3 of the players hadn't even cracked double digits. Now it's Glaive, the first one to the podium after the first 2.
Okay.
I think ENCE are definitely feeling the effects of Nate and Kaspersky not being able to bring much to the table, but I feel like that's been made up for in folds by Pody, by Sumdai Young with some of his entry work that we saw on the terrorist side, and now with Glaive's impact with the clutch.
Yeah, they're absolutely back in the picture. Closing out that round would have been the difference between this being 12-9, them having the economic advantage and a very good chance to just close this one out. And instead, they're playing on the back foot. And ENCE know if they best PARIVISION here in round number 22, then they will have the reins. They will be the favourites to finish off the job here on the first map of this grand finals. And the T-side money will be broken. Contact made. M4 drops off the ladder. Night lines up both. And PARIVISION realise what is being lost here after such thin margins in the round prior. Oh, this is just sick. This is cruel from ENCE. We'll see this go 11-11. James, no chance in this clutch.
What a recovery from ENCE. I can't help but feel like there were multiple times where PARIVISION could have closed it out, right?
Yeah.
But now ENCE knocking at their door.
Look at that transfer. So crisp. And yeah, you're right. PARIVISION have had their opportunities. They've had their opportunities. They've not been able to seize them. And if they lose this map, especially if they lose the series, they're going to look back at this and think, wow, we had it in the palm of our hands and we let it slip through.
They were stopped from 12 rounds. They were stopped from the map point and potentially breaking ENCE's economy by Glaive in a 1v3, 1v2. I can't even remember. It was just so impactful of a clutch. Can't help but feel like PARIVISION are hard done here.
A little resurgence from ENCE means that all 5 hit double digits now. We encroach on the end of this map. We'll need the full 24 rounds here on Train to separate these two sides, possibly more. It all hangs in the balance. We'll have to wait and see. Not going to be James to deliver us anything in this round. Eventually, he'll be spammed away by Nitio. Dodging the bullets through the windows, but eventually succumbs to his wounds. And a last hurrah here for the PARIVISION T side. It's had its burst, it's had its moments. It started off very nicely, but it ends with a flop. Unless they can make something happen here. ENCE will be 1-0 up in the grand finals.
A chance to take us all the way to overtime would be very fitting for a game that is this hotly contested, Josh. H.U. about to feel the bulk of the action. Pody waiting. He's the man that you want in this position. Gets Beljanok, and they're going to start running right into these CT side players. Hang on. They recognize that pulling the trigger a bit too early could be a problem, so instead rerouting their efforts through Long Dog. PARIVISION want to make sure they play this final round of regulation with intent. Kaspersky, his job is to relay the information, but his spray is going to be real sloppy, and he's caught by Noda. And because of the commitment towards the B bomb site, it'll be really hard to come right back onto A. Pody already repostured, donate you. Beautiful work as he gets a double and ends against all odds. Although it looked impossible, they've recovered it. Jame, a 1v3, looking very unlikely, but we've seen this man in some killer scenarios. And this could be another one of them. Nate, you finds him through the smoke, and ENCE will recover Train to take us to map number 2 with their chests puffed out and their heads held high.
Yeah, impressive stuff. I mean, it has to be said, that's the ENCE map pick. So the fact that it does come as close as we see does still fill me with a little bit of confidence for PARIVISION. I think they're a very strong Dust 2 team, and I'd be surprised if they don't take us to a third map. But a stellar start from ENCE, and it puts them in good stead to maybe lift this trophy at the end of the 3 maps.
Yeah.
So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I just feel like this was such a fumble in a couple of these moments from PARIVISION. There was so much chaos going on that honestly, I could not tell you what happened without a replay, but that's exactly why we're going to be putting Paladin on the microphone. I know he's been diligently taking those notes, and we got to bring him out of the director's chair to tell us what's up.
An absolute necessity for ENCE there to actually get that one over the line, and as Wild Deity kind of mentioned, PARIVISION had a couple of opportunities to close that out there, and I'd honestly argue that they had the better individuals on the day. You talk about the rifle core, you look at Belchanok, you look at Noda, and what good work they were able to do, and you think that that's enough to get it over the line, but I think the good work from ENCE and Glaive to just get the foot in the door on that T side, especially after the clawback from PARIVISION, things looked very good there. So we'll hop into the replays and start the conversation there and kind of build the narrative as to how we actually got to this position of ENCE winning out this map of play. And it starts with just a solid call from ENCE to just play a little bit more aggressive, play a little bit more in your face on these initial takes. And I think the responses from PARIVISION actually made me believe that you would have a shutdown CT side where you would have the clawbacks consistently from the Brown Hall crunches, from pushes in terms of how they wanted to approach the extremities of the map, sides like Ivy, sides like the T-Con position as well, getting players up and close and personal in that sense. So good work in the initial goings of it for PARIVISION, but this is when things kind of fall apart, where you've got dry swings in a pop dog, which really rubbed me the wrong way, and just I think just poor positional plays from PARIVISION, where they weren't able to get the right players into the right places. And even if they were, you weren't having shots landed. And that's where I think you got to give credit to SDY to get them over the line in that sense, to open the floodgates over through the T-Con end of things. And you had some great moments from not SDY, from Glaive as well, which was huge, I think, in the grand scheme of things. That kind of made some of these late game scenarios more so in their favor. And even after all this is being said, you look at the 7-5 half, you say PARIVISION still wins the pistol. A lot of great sequences from both Noda and Belchanok. Belchanok doing so much work on that B-bomb site as far as anchoring is concerned, and then some great output in terms of the T side openings as well. That you're thinking, hey, they've done enough all in all to get it over the line at this point. I think the biggest kind of misdemeanor that you had from PARIVISION comes down to that Jame miss, where you've got this beautiful 2v1 setup, players playing off of contact very well, and Jame is not converting that frag. All of a sudden, it kind of looks like it's a bit of a fall apart from PARIVISION when you look at the scoreline. They actually have a couple of bounce back rounds, but I really think the MVP of that kind of last couple of sequences comes down to Natu. Fairly quiet series from him throughout, and I think the boldness of him to still play with that level of confidence to kind of bounce back was immense. I mean, you had this one play from Natu, obviously the double kill on the back of the B bomb train, but it's the aggression that comes through with the actual B side aggression, where he pushes through their side hole smoke, has the early flank on the brown holes re-aggression, and completely catches players off guard. And again, this setup with Pody that was really nice. The double kill from the Z connector as well. So much little sequences here and there from the Frenchman that completely turns around the scope of this game and actually brings them towards that 13-11 scoreline. That, look, there were some players, I mean, I'll sure to mention it, Kaspersky, who I needed a little bit more out of that I didn't get throughout this map of Train, that made me feel as though that PARIVISION could close out with some of these players not necessarily swinging on all cylinders. Natu was that guy to give the second player to back up Pody and give a little bit more oomph to ENCE as a whole and get them over the line at the tail end. So I'm kind of looking towards him to be that linchpin and continue to output because I definitely think Kaspersky could do with a little bit more firepower on his end. And as M&J has pointed out a number of times, with the highest rated player on this team being absent, it's going to be a cause for concern. Where you look at the win conditions for PARIVISION on the other end, and it looked pretty stellar, right? The calls looked pretty solid. You looked at Jame on the AWP, bar that a couple of whiffs here and there, he still had a largely effective map. And of course, the most important thing of the duo of Belchanok and Noda having a lot of key impact within that map of Train. That you move over to Dust 2 and Ancient, two maps that you say are the comfort territory for PARIVISION, and you start to say you're gonna need just a little bit more in the tank from these ENCE players if you want to go toe-to-toe with what PARIVISION have on offer. Because yes, the scoreline reads 11-13 against PARIVISION, but for me, I think on the date, I still enjoyed what I saw out of PARIVISION pretty much start to finish. There were hiccups along the way, but I think the system has me a little bit more excited. I think the individuals have me more excited. And again, the veto still lends itself to comfort in the territory of PARIVISION, that I lean towards them in the mid to late round scenarios to have a little bit more of an edge over players like Kaspersky and players like potentially SDY, who also tapered off towards the end of Train there as well. So overall, I'm very excited to see what Glaive has cooked in the kitchen, because it looked like he had quite the solid game plan over there on Train to get it over the line, as he has in his career on that map for quite a bit of time. But we'll see what he has in store for us as we move into a little bit more of the dangerous territories for ENCE as a whole, and whether they have the chance to potentially sweep after that good performance that they had against Nemiga earlier on in the day on Dust 2. But we'll take a little bit of a break, and we'll see whether or not ENCE has that chance to sweep, or whether PARIVISION are out for revenge here in the CCT Season 3 Europe Series 1 Grand Final.
We're back. We're about to head into Dust 2, the second map of the Grand Finals, as ENCE start off on the CT side and PARIVISION on the T. It's been a very awaited and anticipated map, Josh, because it's one that both teams really want to play.
Yeah, we saw ENCE pull off an absolute masterclass against Nemiga in the semis, but it's PARIVISION's bread and butter, the staple of their pool, and they have not lost it in a little while now. So we're going to try and keep up this streak of, I think, about 7 or 8 in a row. Glaive here, up on the boost. USP won't be able to connect, but Kaspersky will. A player that went a little bit quiet in the first map. Triples up here to try and put down this round.
This could be the
Kaspersky's
ace.
on for the ace. Oh my goodness. All right, that's a statement.
Yeah, what a way to be kicking things off.
It's a shame we don't get to see it from the Kaspersky POV, but it seemed pretty crisp from the third-person perspective.
Yeah, and the fact that ENCE have already recovered on map number 1, now they have that win under their belt. I'm sure they're going to be feeling a lot more confident going into things. You get that pistol round going. The conversion as well.
Oh, hang on a minute.
Don't
They
be fooled
actually
by the HUD, of
lost the
course.
rifles there. So they are going into this buy round with 2 MP9s, which is a little bit awkward, but it feels like blink and you miss it, and we're into round number 3. These first 2 of this series, this second map have gone incredibly quickly. PARIVISION now with a buyout, AK's in hand, James. Fine enough for smoke. Sunday Young's going to use that space to just walk all the way up short, try and take an early aggressive angle. Belchenok will do the same here on long. Deals the damage onto Glaive, who will now fall back.
Lower start. And yeah, you're right. The fact that they've lost a little bit of weaponry does make it difficult. But if ENCE can continue this momentum, could they potentially have a flawless run in the grand finals? I don't know, man. I just don't feel like that's going to happen. With how competitive these teams have looked, especially on Dust 2. The problem is, if PARIVISION end up losing this 2-0, Josh, they're always going to be looking back and thinking that there was a moment in time where they could have closed out Train. But it slipped from in between their fingers. Middle aggression on the agenda. Util the bait out some Young. Gets into a sloppy fight. Travis is going to have his number, and he dials it. 4 on 5 as ENCE are pressured. But the information's there. Kaspersky knows that they are scaling up short. Travis finds the opening, and now there's only one member to try and hold it down. There it is. Pody, the superstar of map number 1, has to bring out the output. But he will be caught after a singular kill. And PARIVISION should be able to put themselves right on the board, Josh.
That's the completely wrong idea with the spacing. He's tucked down, then he pokes his head back up in the same angle, not expecting one to have crossed all the way to Gandalf.
I mean, in all fairness to him, there was utility, there were flashes, right? Kind of hard to keep track of all the action.
A little bit flustered, I guess, but going to be PARIVISION on the board. You mentioned a minute ago that, you know, if they end up losing this map, they lose the series 2-0, they'll feel a little bit sore about Train. But to be honest, for me, if they don't win Dust 2, then they don't feel all too deserved for this series, even if they were able to just edge Train over the line. They had their opportunities, they weren't able to take them, but this, to me, is absolutely where they take us to a third map.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it is about winning your own map pick, right? You can't really complain if you can't win your own map pick, so... It's going to be a good start from PARIVISION, though. As soon as they get their hands on weapons, they will be turning up the heat. Now, ENCE, of course, because the money was a little wobbly in the past couple of rounds. It's going to be hard to furnish the full purchases. I believe we're looking at a technical timeout. Not really sure what the issue is, but hopefully we can get that ironed out in just a moment. But so far, man, there have been so many points of conversation that we can have. I think the superstar that is Pody, I feel like if ENCE can lift this trophy, or I guess download a JPEG of a trophy because this is online, if that ends up happening, Pody will definitely deserve a big pat on the back for that, because he's the only reason they've been able to keep themselves alive.
I don't know, I'd make it my wallpaper if I won a CCT. Yeah, they've had a little bit of a crutch to lean on so far, haven't they, with it being the ENCE map pick on Train, but certainly no excuses now. We do have a little bit of information as to what the issue is here. It's just a little bit of loss, so quick reconnect from Kaspersky. He'll be back in the server and good to go again in just a moment.
It kind of sucks that it's the heavy hitter that's experiencing technical difficulties, though. I mean, Kaspersky has been a bit silent for most of the game, but kicking this game off with a 4K on the pistol round, certainly a way to be making a dent.
Yeah, 4K in the pistol. He's found a couple since then as well. Buffing himself up that little bit further.
Packet loss is a fickle beast, man.
Bro.
I grew up around a lot of packet loss, okay? Pakistani internet isn't the best.
Yeah,
I
it hits home,
so...
doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does, dude. I got so tired of it at one point that I just stopped. I just stopped playing. I just went outside. I touched grass, actually.
I feel that. I feel that. I went through a little phase where even living in the UK, actually living in a major city as well, yeah, had really, really bad internet. And I had to use a 5G router for quite a while, which is kind of crazy. And yeah, it's all right for, you know, download speeds and stuff, but ping, it was really bad. So
It's inconsistent, isn't it?
yeah, I went through a major arc of playing Bloons Tower Defense during that time. I got really, really, I was going to say really good, but I don't know where sort of the skill ceiling is for that game. But yeah, I completed all the levels, completed all the side challenges, pretty much everything. Because yeah, Counter-Strike was a bit of a non-starter.
I'm so scared of downloading any of those games because I kept getting sucked back into Plants vs. Zombies for so long. It's
happens to the best of us.
Yeah, multiple weeks have gone by just clicking on plants. Could have become an actual gardener in that time.
Yeah, how much does Plants vs. Zombies pay?
If anything, it drains you of your money with how many microtransactions the new ones have. So, yeah, they killed the franchise.
Oh, seems like Kaspersky's back, so it'd be good to go again in just a second. And into round number 4, we will trot with reasonable CT buy. It's not going to be all the bells and whistles. Kaspersky's down to a Desert Eagle. You got Someday Young on that MP9. The cruel result of the round prior. But there's still a little bit to work with.
For PARIVISION, it's all about making sure that they can hurt the economy for ENCE now. Want to see how they play this, though. Relatively default setup. Some attention towards tunnels. Just trying to go for early mid control being established.
Hang on a minute. A lot of heavy mid presence here. And ENCE don't want to contest it at all. This is kind of the result of not having that AWP. Not really having anyone with the weaponry to try and fight here. They do have to give up that space. It's going to allow PARIVISION a whole load of leg room. Now work their way up into short. Cody pull back through CT. But a much slower round from both sides. PARIVISION know that they've got the advantage here. They don't want to be making any mistakes. Patient as we progress.
Someday Young able to hold the line. Problem is, PARIVISION, they've spent so much time just trying to maintain control of middle. Now, Kaspersky's expecting them as well. Right through the smoke they come, wasting time. Buying time for his teammates to activate. There's only going to be one defender on B's side. It's all about the flank now, which James is all too aware of. It's NateU who will have the weight of all these players crumbling down on him. Bomb dropped. They need to find the kill, and they need to get the bomb down. And NateU's doing a fantastic job of flossing around the bomb site. Travis eventually able to get on the case, but when all is said and done, it is still a 2 versus 2, so it's doable by ENCE. James, not quite the right weapon. They're probably hoping that they could have exchanged hands. to make that rifle a little bit more relevant. Nate goes out, James tagged up quite heavily. It's all about just making this a two-man push. Bag spotted, shot connected, Pody found, and there it is. James holds down the line as PARIVISION get their second.
Yeah, a notoriously difficult site to retake, and we really do see it again right there, that B bomb site. A tough nut to crack. Especially when you got James on the other side of it. It's that AWP, a force to be reckoned with. So tied up at 2 apiece, ENCE with a lot to try and do here. It is just going to be the pistols, so any damage is good damage, but moving forward from there. A tough task. Nota. Not a bit of a prod.
I think from ENCE's perspective, it feels like a bit of a missed opportunity. The fact that PARIVISION played that so late in the previous round that they could have potentially just interrupted any streak of rounds coming their way. Could have been a chance for ENCE to also start building up their economy while breaking PARIVISION. And now is the time for PARIVISION to start taking a lead. Risky holding on to that USB with both hands clasped around it, sweating a bit. Knows he's about to meet his maker in just a moment. And there it is. James brings out the cash register. And it's the third round for PARIVISION.
Wanted to build up a bit of momentum now. And a bit of cash behind them as well. Travis with $8,000 in the bank. James does one better. 9.3k post-buy here as well with the AWP in hand. Moving forward into this half, PARIVISION are going to be feeling confident. Flash bang in. James. Blinded shots, not far off.
Oh.
It's the prod from short that could cause problems. Nota's got one right in front of him, and he's focused on the short fight. Kaspersky gets away with a freebie.
I love the fact that Kaspersky takes initiative there. He knows that he needs to help Sumdai Young because a 50-50 duel could go either way. And PARIVISION reeling their resources. Now they want to start contesting long. A smoke goes over towards middle to make sure that there is some misdirection being deployed. Going to be an exchange right here on long. Glaive around the smoke, and they're the ones that have deployed it right around with the flashbang. Glaive does a fantastic job at finding Kickert, and the damage should be chased down with a nade. There it is. Belchinok's down. It's a 5v2 as ENCE have completely decimated the offense of PARIVISION. One by one, they've been picked apart. James sees the barrel. He's going to let him cross. Knows that pulling the trigger means that it's not possible to save anymore. But Pody's careful. I think he realizes that he might have not been careful enough. Goes back for James. James wishing now that he did pull the trigger instead.
That's a rough one to lose. Yeah, it all just starts crumbling after that initial fight, doesn't it? The re-aggression on long was absolutely the right answer here for ENCE. They certainly just had all the right answers. All the right answers in that round. Tied up at 3 apiece. PARIVISION are going to call a little bit of a pause. Of course, they've got plenty of money. I mentioned before, Travis and James were rolling in cash. They're not going to be all too challenged financially just yet, but can't help but worry playing this back and forth.
And a back and forth affair is exactly what you and I expected going into Dust 2, right? You're looking at the powerhouse of ENCE that have been unbeatable on Dust 2, especially in their semifinal against Namiga. But then PARIVISION have such a good track record. It is their own map pick. They have an 82% win rate among a very large sample size. 33 reps in the tank. I think it's been like the past 20 games. They've only lost 2.
He paid cheap. Nota will take a decent chunk of damage from it as well. the meantime. Clearing out long, re-smoke. He's more than happy to just sit tight with the space that he's been given. Minute left on this clock. Molly will go down. Glaze actually going to be able to play in front of it. Flashbang, good, but Nota, gets handed a freebie. The trade's back. This is still doable, but PARIVISION with the advantage.
Bit of a response, but Kaspersky should have won that fight any day of the week. Had the drop on Belchanok, but is still unable to line him up. 2v4 as ENCE still have a remote chance. Get away with murder. There it is. Sumdai Young knows where the bomb is going. If James isn't there to watch the cross, I think a 1v1 could have been certainly serviced. He doesn't want to take any more risks, so he goes the long way around. Pody waiting for the cross. Bomb should have no trouble getting planted. This is where Pody's just got to go for the save. I just don't think that PARIVISION will allow ENCE to get away without having to play the whole 3 maps, man.
I think that was sort of always the narrative from the start, right? Unlikely to see a world where we do see that 2-0 allowed for ENCE.
But I think the good thing for ENCE is that they've still been able to keep a hold of their money. The fact that an AWP goes over means that they can still buy up very comfortably. Pody, in fact, can even drop over a weapon or two. And it's a good time for ENCE to be taking a tactical pause. Try and iron out any issues they've been having. They've had a couple of moments where they went for initiative. They had Sumdai Young play towards short. They've had Kaspersky fight in lower tunnels. They've taken the initiative to fight long before as well. And those types of things have actually worked out for them. I feel like when they turtle up a little bit too much, it works to the strengths of PARIVISION, who love to go for these one-off duels where they just pick them off one by one. But again, it is really hard to take initiative against a team that is playing a slow default, so that's something you've got to expertly navigate.
James, ready for the fight in mid. Won't come his way, but there are 3 there, and they'll cross into lower tunnels. Kickert seems none the wiser.
Oh, Travis is going to see it, right?
Oh, hang on a minute. Yeah, I mean, Sumdai Young will now certainly be aware of the presence of one, but I think he's going to be baited into the rifle. This is perfect. And Sumdai Young maneuvering. His footwork is brilliant. But the pick on short will ball things back down to a 3v3. It won't last long as Pody pounces. But right back the other way. This round is chaos. A minute 20 on this clock, and we're down to a 2v2 already.
Belchanok's waiting. Sumdai Young, his barrel's going to poke. Quick shoulder peek. But he knows that Kaspersky's around the corner as well. PARIVISION just being able to individually outgun the side of ENCE. And a breather afforded now as PARIVISION should be able to march on to 6 without much contest, without much resistance from ENCE. Less than $3,000 on everyone. And it was a really good start, don't get me wrong. But the fact that Noda opens things up and then James is able to transgress long, that's all it takes for PARIVISION to be right back into the game. And of course, some beautiful work being done by Belchanok as well.
Kaspersky. Moving forward with the Desert Eagle. Hoping that some straggler is lingering around in the T-spawn here, realizing that won't be the case. PARIVISION are already committed up long. And in the next few moments, they'll realize that the site is completely open. They'll be able to get this plant, take a 6th round, no trouble. And it'll all be about the exit frags here for ENCE, their opportunity. Try and make things as expensive as possible for the T side, who haven't really had to worry all too much about the money so far. love that. Smoke onto short. Yeah, just making sure this one doesn't complicate itself. Spotted. He's actually seen both. So yeah, Kicker's just going to chill out here. Not overstep it.
It's certainly going to feel like a bit of an uphill battle for ENCE because there were so many moments right here on Dust 2 where I felt like they could have made the difference. It was coming down to the 2v2s, the 1v1s. And PARIVISION have been really good at holding down the line when there have been engagements which rely on individuals. We saw Jame defending the B-bomb site. We've seen Belchanok pop off. We've seen Noda get a fantastic couple of entries. Unfortunately, there is nothing to match that on the other side of the scoreboard. I feel like that's also a narrative we had back in Train, where PARIVISION just had way more kills than ENCE, but somehow they still ended up losing. Now, problem is, this time there's also not any impact coming out from ENCE, and that is the concerning part.
Oh, Belchanok. A good entry. It's a lot of early damage taken, so PARIVISION are sort of limping their way up long here. They have got the man advantage. Glaive with 141 points of damage, but no kill to his name in this round. In fact, not very many kills to his name in this map as a whole. He's 2-7. He's having a bit of a rough start. PARIVISION have just found it far too easy to take this long control in these last few. Once again, they receive it with open arms. Interesting. Travis doesn't take that fight. Here's the AWP jumping up short. Doesn't want it. Ollie could cause some problems. Someday young. Oh, that's big.
PARIVISION now wanting to regain control of the A-bomb site, but they realize that they are a tiny bit locked out of it because the full rotation's already happened. And getting past 4 will be a very difficult endeavor. Some more damage inflicted as they're crossing over, and you already talked about how they took damage on the way in. Kaspersky, flashbang to start peeking long. Nate, you needs to hold the line. You cannot lose that duel on short, or it all goes awry. PARIVISION are able to somehow claw out of that one with their heads held high.
This round here, just so bizarre on the basis that as soon as they find that kill on Glaive, they're out in the open, they're cycling util on long, they're super confident that ENCE are not going to try and retake that long control, and they're absolutely correct. They're allowed this space, they're allowed this room to maneuver. It seems to be causing the defense a lot of problems. Jame here on the boost, trying to hit the cross shot. Won't connect it. It's going to be the MP9 to slip the net. Glaive in the meantime, though, look at this. I mean, SDY has fallen on long, but you might be able to catch one back.
Seems very unlikely that he gets anything out of it. He is going to run right into the AWP and wants to overwhelm. Maybe? No. Nate, you tries to get some funny business going with a 5.7, and a close-range pistol can always be nasty. Kaspersky trying to hold it down with a Desert Eagle. Needs to pop off perfectly if he wants to make it work. Flashbang makes his job harder. Still ends up hitting a headshot. But it's really not going to matter in the grand scheme of things, Josh, because PARIVISION much further ahead in ENCE. And remember, ENCE is the team that looked like a powerhouse just a few moments ago, right before this best of 3, right here on Dust 2.
I think that sort of goes out the window a little bit now, doesn't it? That momentum, that confidence that they were able to gain against Namiga. Very clearly absent here. PARIVISION just a different beast, and they're delivering on all fronts. It's 8-3. They want to make this 9 at the halfway point. Whiskey with an M4 in hand. Good spam out of Nightyu. That sort of came out of nowhere. I don't think Nota made noise. It would give him a much-needed man advantage. The difference between a 9-3 and an 8-4 is pretty monumental. Especially if they can win that second half pistol round.
ENCE have already recognized that it's all about getting themselves enough of a margin to come back into things. PARIVISION wanting to contest short. A has been their bread and butter. They've flirted with B a couple times, but generally speaking, the initial progression has always been towards the A bomb site. Oh, Kaspersky not expecting it. Kickert and Belchanok, they just hold it down. Double kills coming out from Belchanok means that ENCE has suddenly been put up against the ropes once again. Glaive, the healthiest player, 2 kills to his name in the game so far as we come to the end of the first half. Gonna have to do some heavy lifting now, despite not having a great track record on this map. Nityu, inches away from certain death. Kickert finds him. Glaive wrapping around ramp. This is doable. Remember, it was his clutches on train that allowed things to happen for ENCE. A little bit of damage with the nade. Needs to be a bit more economical with his bullets. Knows he's fighting 2, and Belchanok will have the last laugh as PARIVISION get 9.
Okay, not bad at all. One hell of a half and one hell of a recovery there at the end as well. After taking the early disadvantage, Belchanok, a bit of a staple in that first map. A superstar delivers again, 3K at the end after a little bit of a slow one. They go down with the bomb as it goes boom at the end. But ENCE have got their work cut out for them. A long road ahead if they want to try and pull this one back. It feels like too tall a task, but the pistol round will be that first step on the ladder. 90 the man with the util. They've got a smoke as well. Someday Young, assuming he goes for Kevlar. There we go. What are they going to try and cook up with this?
With this kind of performance, what's going through the minds of PARIVISION right now is probably that they could have even done it in 2 bites if they had a little bit more oomph in that first map, right? But problem is, even this story's not over just yet. On train, it almost looked like PARIVISION were just about to get it, and then ENCE were able to recover. Now, is that storyline going to stay true? Is ENCE going to be able to find that impact? If we see a performance in the pistol round, if they can start slowly crawling their way back 1 round at a time, then certainly PARIVISION could still be threatened. We have yet to see how well they can do when the uniforms are switched.
I think they have built themselves enough of a margin for error here. They should be able to just get this one over the line, even if we do see some complications with their CT side. Nota going to make sure that's not the case. Early dink connected onto the man on the back of the site. That's Belchanok dealt with, but the Jewelies will now activate. Only good for 1 for now, but reinforcements called in. We sort of break even. Both teams with a casualty and a little tickle of damage. And it's going to reroute onto A.
Yeah, Travis is a bit of a solo adventure here, though, so he's going to start scaling towards long, recognizes that he doesn't want to be caught in the site alone. Instead, it's going to be James to start taking his place. Kickert moving in as well. This is a perfect read from PARIVISION, and they'll be waiting to clothesline every single one of these D-side members. Some damage in response, but it'll be really hard to make this round convert. Someday Young, brilliant on train, will be unable to find his footing here. Nityu trying to make this 1v3 work. 45 seconds on the clock. There's the first headshot. This is still kind of doable, Josh. It's not out of the window just yet. Flash trying to give himself some leg room, but Travis will get him.
Yeah, not a lot more you can do in a scenario like that. Low on health and limited on options. 10-3, PARIVISION really pulling away. And this is where, to some degree, they do start feeling a little bit sore that they weren't able to close out train. Not for the reason that you stated earlier of, losing 2-0. Feeling disappointed that they didn't close out those opportunities to prolong play here at the grand finals, but actually feeling a little bit sore about the fact that they didn't seize the opportunity to close out things 2-0. Not give it ENCE in at all, not give them an opportunity. This force spy is working quite nicely. It's all a little over-aggressive from PARIVISION.
Yeah, opportunities offered. The Deagle's allowed to activate. Nate Yu's going to get his hands dirty as well. Of course, it's still the M4s. Sorry, an M4 and a FAMAS against relatively weak firearms. Oh, Scout's waiting. Ooh. There's Nate Yu to clean up Pody's food. And Travis knows he's completely locked out of this, so ENCE are going to be given an inch. All about whether or not they can still run the mile off of it.
Travis actually going to back away and opt to save that for Mass. I did wonder, with the bomb having not gone down yet and a fair bit of damage dealt, if he'd try and have a crack at it, but it does feel more important just to hold on to that rifle, especially on the CT side. Tech9 will go hunting for him. It's Glaive. He's got an MP9 on his back, but fancies the semi-automatic pistol. It's a couple of tags of damage. In fact, they're all really hunting for him here. It feels a little unnecessary just to get rid of a FAMAS, but given the fact they're on a force buy in the first place, it's not going to make all too much difference. There you go, and that's a little upgrade for Glaive. The direct Pody Scout into that SMG. They'll have what should be a bit of a freebie in this next. PARIVISION are actually in a really tough spot. Travis and Nota on double eco. The door is wide open here for ENCE at the very least to close back a few rounds and make things look somewhat palatable here on Dust 2. Very lackluster approach to this round as well. PARIVISION sort of haven't forced into it, but Travis has bought a Deagle. He's down to $800. He'll get, what, $1,900 in the next. They won't be on a buy in the follow-up either. Yeah, this is the opportunity. This really is the opportunity for the ENCE side.
Somehow, still a crack in the window. And ENCE are going to welcome that opportunity with open arms. A site on the agenda. Could be a very comfortable plant and not much that should come out of PARIVISION in this. We just have yet to see how PARIVISION do in gun rounds against gun rounds, though. So I still don't have my fingers crossed for ENCE just yet, but the beauty of MR12 is just that you often end up in so many of these scenarios. Like, beyond this point, you're going to see ENCE only have to take back 5 rounds to make things all even, Steven.
Certainly a beauty, a blessing here for ENCE. Perhaps a little bit of a curse for PARIVISION, because the pressure will now absolutely be on. Recognizing how many times we've seen teams in this situation, right? Where you think you've got this huge margin for error, you think that you're so far ahead that you don't have to worry. Very, very quickly, you see that scoreline close up. ENCE building up this money as well. And they've still got a little bit of room to work with. PARIVISION are only on 10 rounds. It's not like this is 12-5 right now. They've got a little bit of space for mistakes. Not yet, but take back a few more rounds. Pull this sort of 10-7, 10-8. There's a little hiccup, a little bump in the road. They can still brush it off. HE onto Belchinok could do a little tickle of damage. It's another one of these sort of all over the place half buys.
This is something I'm so worried about. Just the fact that ENCE could creep into the game without PARIVISION really being able to do anything about it. Just not having the money immediately or furnishing a response.
Kind of all a result of losing against that force buy round, right?
Yeah. Once again, the one thing I await is seeing PARIVISION with the weapons against the weapons. And no, these pistols don't count. Damage on to Belchinok from SDUI. ENCE are going to be able to get In an advanced position here, all the way into B-bomb site. No real response from PARIVISION again to be found. And Glaive allowed to start farming. Oh, Kaspersky.
Ooh. Nothing
My
allowed.
goodness. Certainly gets a little awkward. And James is happy to dish out some damage, but they're able to minimize it to just some Die Young.
Yeah, not bad. Honestly, losing one of those SMGs in a round like this as well is very okay. I'll be more than happy with reinvesting a rifle, knowing they're going to be up against the big guns here. It's 10-6. One more buy round would close this up to a point that I think PARIVISION will start shaking a little bit. Rifles back out, though. M4's in hand. Jane with the AWP. They've really prioritized this firepower. I mean, you look at how little util they've got. This is exactly what I was talking about. In the round where we really should have seen them ecoing, going for these sort of upgraded pistols and a little bit of Kevlar here and there in a round that just feels like a bit of a lost cause. This is where it impacts you. The buy round, there's one kit. There's hardly any utility. You've got a couple of players, in fact, 3 players without the helmets. That's not normally a big problem, but with Kaspersky on an M4, Glaive on an MP9, it is a little bit of an issue. Slight mismanagement of this economy could be the difference maker. Molly. Clear out the close box. Won't spread as far as Nota. He's sat on the car. For now, staying put, undecided.
Dude. The 3-man commitment from PARIVISION into B is going to be their demise. James needs to be pristine. There's the first shot. He does have support, but nobody on the site to keep a finger on the pulse. A second shot connects from the superstar Opper. Going 17-7 right now. Has been a powerhouse to keep PARIVISION alive. But ENCE do have access to the site. Bomb planted. Now PARIVISION want to wait for their teammates to come through before they start activating everybody else. Pody waiting for it. Travis, though, being able to find their number. Nate still providing some resistance. Problem is, the op just deactivates when you're up close and personal. And PARIVISION, despite an awful read, are able to recover.
Okay, just getting away with that one. Going to be 11 rounds as well for Niteu. Hold on to an AK-47. It, to be honest, doesn't make a huge amount of difference. They got tons of cash behind them. The problem is how much longer they're able to hold on here to Dust 2. Absolutely stomped out as they tried to progress onto the A site. They did manage to get that bomb down, but already knew at that point it was a little bit of a lost cause. 4 AKs, Pody's or somewhat of a last hurrah here for ENCE. This one doesn't work out. PARIVISION will be on to 12 and have 6 map points to close this out and bring us to a third and final decider here in this grand finals. HG to blow it open. Oh,
no,
a little too deep.
Yeah. And remember, PARIVISION, despite the fact that they're so far ahead, they're still going to be on their toes because we need to contextualize this with the fact that Train was a recovery from ENCE. It didn't seem teed up for them. It almost felt like it was going to slip out of their fingers, despite being their own map pick. So PARIVISION know that they cannot give ENCE a single inch. Turret control being established by an individual member. Pody trying on middle. James not allowing access. Not even giving up the fight. Not going for anything special. Lack of information for both parties, but PARIVISION heavily leaning towards an A-side gambit. Double smokes on middle. Definitely add some more confusion to the pot. But a counter smoke from PARIVISION is going to slow ENCE down. Oh, Kaspersky. Does he get spotted? Oh, no, he's going to catch James in the back.
Oh, that's big. That's a huge into the bomb site now. Travis has to try and stay alive. He's got support from his teammates. There's a little trifecta, a Bermuda triangle on this A site that ENCE don't want to be walking into blind. The util damage is good, but with 18 seconds left, they do need to speed this up. Fire at the feet of Travis will finish him off. And succumbing to the wounds of the burns, Nota arrives at the party, but a little too late. Pody and Nighty will finish off the job, and ENCE stay alive. They stay afloat. A must-win round converts. PARIVISION. Oh, the timing, it's just brutal.
Yeah, James going to be kicking himself for the fact that he lets a player slip the net. A tactical pause coming out from PARIVISION for good reason. Remember, their money isn't always going to be there. And just the potential of financial distress is going to keep them on their toes. And once again able to find a crack in their defenses. And they're not even at map point just yet. It's not even the overtime guaranteed, so they've got to watch out.
Yeah, look at the money again. This Jame AWP buy, we criticized it on train, and he was punished. It wasn't even like we criticized it and we were proven wrong, and now it's got to take two of it. It's an AWP buy at a bizarre time. At least there's some pistols and armor around it, but very fast from Pody. Had ENCE just exploded onto the B site off the back of that kill, this round would have already been wrapped up, but getting inside their heads a little bit, complicating matters. They will tap the brakes. Might walk into the waiting AWP Jame. He's sat over towards short. See the jump spot. Oh, Naichu, that's so quick.
Oh, Naichu tells Jame to sit down. The AWP purchase being wasted. The heirloom being passed as Noda's going to step up to the plate. Maybe 5 and still making this a very competitive affair. Noda waiting with the tripwire is going to be able to find Kaspersky. And now that they know that the heavy-hitting weapon is on A, it's in their best interest to start prodding towards B. I really don't want them to overcook this, man. There's 40 seconds on the clock. Just get on a site, get the plant down, and worry about the numbers later. Still being extra cautious, clearing out every single angle. They've got a lurk set up as well. And based on the money of PARIVISION, I feel like ENCE are still very much in it. As long as they can get the AWP out of Noda's hands, could be a perfect return.
I'm getting deja vu here. Remember last time, by exactly like this. Jame went to save the AWP. Ticket found himself an AK. It looked like, in fact, sorry, it was Travis that found the AK, but it looked like they were going to hold on to both. And one went down to the bomb. That won't be a problem this time, but the other was hunted. And it seems like there's a real bloodlust here for ENCE.
Problem is this time, it's just an impossible defense over towards long, and there's nobody close to act as a second prong, so it'll be really hard to get those weapons out. So this is a bit of a lifeline, actually, for PARIVISION, because now knowing that you've got a couple players that can still afford weapons entirely means that you can force up another gun round just off the back of that save AWP. Rifles being thrown into the mix, and in fact, there's going to be util all across the board as well, so this is an ideal case scenario for PARIVISION. Didn't go all that well last time when they committed to the sniper.
Now, this is time to start sort of taking this map a little more seriously, right? Tactical pause, talk things over. They know they're going to be up against a strong buy here. They had the opportunity to take that away. Had they have hunted that AWP in the last, we wouldn't see Jame on one here, but he has that luxury. He's got to make sure they just play their own game. They've looked good here on the T side of Dust 2. There's no reason to slow down now. Pody's been hitting some good shots after a quiet start. Kaspersky has definitely cooled off a little bit. Remember, he came into this map very hot. There's still plenty of opportunity to pick this back up again, but he's blinded out along. This is such a mess. But it's Kicker to come out on top, and HG will do a lot of damage onto Glaive. Won't quite finish him, takes an awkward bounce.
Kicker's keeping himself alive for so long. The smoke is perfect. Gets just enough time to back off. And PARIVISION in that engagement, they'll be coming out on top. ENCE forced to default, and now they've also completely lost any sight line of Long. No control whatsoever. They'll have to force this issue. Get back into position. Dwarf's got the pressure of James watching it with an AWP. There's 2 men on the B bomb site. Wherever you go, there's going to be blood involved. Kicker playing behind the smoke. Remember, he's the one that's rotated all the way over from Long, so it's going to be kind of hard to expect this much attention here. The smoke fades.
He doesn't stick around. Fast, he's actually repositioned down into CT. Until now, go for the pop out of short. 30 seconds left, so they haven't really got time to second guess this or change their mind. A little bit of a smoke up to Cat, so we'll give them some room to maneuver, but that's going to pull the rotations over. They got to be crisp. They got to be quick. James on the AWP hits the first shot. Hasn't got room to back up though. There's a fire at his feet behind him, but Kicker and Belchanok will do the deed. And Glaive by himself, 1v5, knows that this one is impossible. With 5 seconds left, might just back off into pit, hold on to this AK. They've got money to buy around it, but that's going to be PARIVISION onto 12. Yeah, I don't really know why he's continuing, but at the same time, they've got so much money, it doesn't really matter. Map point, though, for PARIVISION. It looks like we might just be going to that decider.
I don't know about that just yet, Josh. I feel like ENCE might have a little bit more in the tank, but it does kind of feel like there are moments where ENCE can speed things up, try and get PARIVISION on a bad timing, but they're just too elaborate, so to speak. Want to see if they try and troubleshoot this and speed this up. No, but this time there's 3 men on short waiting for them. The aggression from James. James is going to pay off dividends.
In the round that you expect to see the tempo change out of the T side, it's actually the CTs that shifted up a little bit. Into 6th gear, James goes. The opening pick to find 19 kills. He's hungry for a 20th before finishing off this map. Cody, in the meantime, has managed to maneuver his way through the double doors. Couldn't find anything for now on the angle. Oh, hits the shot, but it's not lethal. Smoke behind him, Belchanok low. Look at Travis. This could be everything.
Oh. They know his position. Problem is, he's still going to be able to back off comfortably. Now they have to deal with the potential of a flank. They have to force their way onto B, and this is definitely not going to be an advantageous set of fights. James off the angle, misses an important shot, but Belchanok is holding it all off. Some Young's going to fall. Nate Yu's quite low. Pody and Glaive. A 2v5 next to impossible. Pody's still going to try and be a problem, but PARIVISION have already proven that they are the victors here. Pody, it's all about the stat pad now, Josh. Yeah. There's not a chance in hell that 20 seconds are manufacturing a recovery for ENCE. PARIVISION able to get it over the line on map number 2. They're not going to fumble their words at all. And now it's time for the decider.
Okay, well, I mean, ENCE giving us something there to get excited about towards the end. I can't help but feel that if they'd have taken more rounds in that first half, we could have really gone the distance, maybe even OT, but it just didn't feel like they left themselves enough of a margin for error. And yeah, a brutal loss there on Dust 2, but somewhat the expected result. And to be honest, I'm really glad we're going to a map 3, a grand final that truly delivers. PARIVISION, they have had an unbeaten streak. They've not dropped a single map throughout this tournament. It has to happen now.
Yeah, I will say that ENCE's gameplay there was a bit of a question mark for me. There were so many times where I felt like they could have pressured PARIVISION a bit more on the timings and stuff like that, but it felt like they weren't able to quite troubleshoot their issues in time. That being said, though, I want to know what those issues were, so it's off to Paladin. We'll see you in the next map.
This is a bit more like it here from PARIVISION. I mean, this is kind of what I expected after you saw the great work that they were able to do on train. They had a couple hiccups on the road to potentially close it out, weren't able to actually get the job done there. But here on Dust 2, you can already see why they go towards this map so often. And it's that T side. Those mid rounds look so stellar, where there are man disadvantage scenarios time in and time out throughout a number of these rounds. And usually in these situations, you rely upon ENCE with some of the experience factor, where you look towards Glaive to calm down the members that are on that defense, but they just weren't able to get it over the line. We'll jump into the highlights and start the conversation there. But just credit to ENCE here to at least sustain life to start things out. And then Casper Sky to have a bounce back map, at least to start things out. 6-1, I believe, to kind of start the affairs, but then ends the map with what a 12-17 scoreline. So only 6 kills for the remainder of that map, which I think, as I kind of alluded to on train, was a desperately needed win condition on this roster, and something that Jame was always going to take advantage of. When you look at the other side of the equation, you didn't have the elite map from Noda. Definitely had some moments throughout this map, specifically alongside Travis. But you look towards Beltranok and Jame, who just had so much impact throughout this map, and it's constant just reorientations in these T sides, finding ways to dig yourselves out of just precarious situations. There was this round here that I'm alluding to, particularly with Beltranok, and just finding so many 3v5s, 4v5 conversions that ENCE should not be allowed to drop the ball for if they want to potentially close this out in 2. And I think you got to commend, again, how Kicker wanted to call around in these man disadvantage situations that ENCE couldn't keep track of. And it's a very reductive conversation to bring back to, but unfortunately you do need players to individually hit home to kind of shut down some of these issues. And I think Natiu, for me, was the most exciting player of the bunch when you talk about the T-side clawback. A couple of solid rounds from him. Again, very similar to that of CT side train, where he does keep them above water for just a little bit longer. But unfortunately, it was all consolation, because the fact of the matter is Jame has showcased, yes, he had some moments on train that were moments to be forgotten, but here on Dust 2 you can see why he is considered, or why he has been considered, to be one of the better operas that we've seen in Counter-Strike. And it's just the fact of the matter of how he plays the percentages that is so impressive to me. And I think that, yes, you can take the bad side of Jame, where yes, he sometimes is put himself into a clutch situation in a 1v2 or 1v3 that is doable, but he refuses to actually commit to the clutch. But this is where you see the good side of Jame, where he can take over a round, he can take over a map all by his lonesome. And really, you saw a certain round there where you had a 3-stack on the B bomb site, 2 players on that A bomb site, 1 player stuck in pit, mind you. So it's only Jame that can really fight through on that A bomb site, gets 2 important flicks, stays alive to allow for the retake to come through. Retake is effective. They find a way to scale the players from CT back to the ramp side of the A bomb site. And that's how you see just the amount of gravitas that Jame can provide as an AWP player. And something that we didn't necessarily see in Train that I'd hope to see on a map like Train, where you can kind of rely on AWPs a little bit more. But on Dust 2 specifically, you can see just the amount of impact that he can provide on this map. And you can see, again, all the win conditions of PARIVISION coming to fruition on this map. It's not necessarily ENCE providing the worst type of Counter-Strike. I honestly argue Glaive still has some great T-sides to call, still some solid CT setups, but just not able to execute individually to get those visions to life. And that, I think, you have to commend some of the individuals on the PARIVISION side, and again, commend the system that Kicker has built up. And something that I referenced to at the end of map 1, that PARIVISION have a little bit more to give even with that map loss, and showed a lot more signs of life that are more sustainable moving into this series. And now we move over to Ancient, another map where I think Kicker can individually find ways to win out the mid round, win out the late round. But I think for ENCE, they'll still be happy to move into this map. I've still seen some stellar work from Glaive on this end. It's just finding win conditions to back him up. can Pody re-find himself moving into this map 3? Can Natu have a little bit more consistency? And most importantly, can Kaspersky actually have some impact in this series beyond just a couple of fleeting rounds here and there? If he can be a consistent factor, we have a series on our hands. We have a rifle core that can go toe-to-toe with PARIVISION. But if they can't, this is going to be PARIVISION to run through, take the title, and jump into that top 32 conversation in the VRS. But we'll take a little bit of a break. We'll see what can happen in this final deciding map between PARIVISION and ENCE, and whether or not ENCE have a little bit more left in the tank when all is said and done.
Welcome back, everybody. We're about to kick things off with map number 3. ENCE on the CT, PARIVISION on the T, and both teams have won their own map picks. This is going to get hot, Josh.
It certainly is, especially considering this is the usual ENCE map pick. This is ancient, their turf. They've proven it so many times throughout the tournament so far. And they've just got to do it one more time here against PARIVISION. A decider here in the grand finals. Nota, the first to drop here in the pistol. The minute 20 on this clock. A bit of presence here in A main. James taking contact in middle. ENCE have got all the cards right now.
Oh, Casper Skate. That brilliance of pistol rounds exhibited itself in the previous map as well, and it's just ENCE all over the scoreboard. Travis trying to take some pot shots, but surely nothing of substance can come out of this. It's going to be a singular kill, and then it'll get tapped away by Glaive, who ends it on a 3K.
Winning that knife round as well will just do them some favors here, ENCE. As I say, that comfortability here on Ancient, being able to start off on their CT side as well, running their strat book. Glaive will have it open, winning the pistol round. Confidence is going to be at maybe not quite an all-time high with how things went on Dust 2, but considering their T side was looking better and they were amounting to a little bit of a comeback, I think the confidence is going to be pretty high here for the boys on ENCE. PARIVISION knowing all or nothing here boils down to one map. We've seen it from them in other high-pressure matches recently, and they've faltered under said pressure. Full eco into this one. Maybe using it as a bit of an impromptu timeout. They've barely left spawn. Talk things over. The key is identify a rifle and die to it. Do not allow these SMGs to farm that money. Glaive ready and waiting around this corner to do exactly that.
Some of the pressure now piling. At least they tried to, but instantly taken away by ENCE. A little bit of damage onto Pody. Actually not bad in terms of health at all. Too bad the conversions aren't going to come through. Single casualty.
More importantly, Glaive's actually able to go and recover Pody's for mass as well. So it is actually only an MP9 lost, which they'll be happy with going into the buy round. Yeah, don't really want two MP9s. Rifles in play. Naitu with that one SMG, yet to really be relevant in this map so far. It has been Kaspersky and Glaive doing everything in number 1 and 2. Expect to see that change here in the third. PARIVISION with the big guns out. AKs across the board. Lacking on the util front. No sniper. The firepower.
Oh.
Finally leaning in their favor. That's a good stuff from Nota.
Oh, Neteu's position could be really deadly because he's sitting inside a tiny cloud of smoke, which will be really difficult to check. And as this is going to obscure, smoke's going to start to fade. Neteu about to run into a fight in just a moment. Knows exactly where the player's nestled into. Nota trying to get into a fight here, but will still let Neteu step away. Or will he? Goes for the fight. Wow. Caught by Neteu. Instead, the tables will be flipped around. James trying to apply pressure towards A. It's Neteu coming in through Donut, who wants to keep fighting the good fight. Shuts down James as he comes through, and Pody will find Travis. So ENCE starting things off beautifully with a 3-0 start. And man, I can't help but feel like Glaive has really been powering a big chunk of that. I mean, yeah, this round comes down to the other heavy hitters, but for the captain to be allowing the momentum to build up, I think that's big considering that he was mostly absent previously.
Absolutely gorgeous. The one contingency, the man in the round with the SMG. And ENCE are able to just accommodate that space. The re-smoke into elbow gives him the room to take that fight behind the boxes. And really take the reins of that round. Ends up with a triple, upgrading into the AK. ENCE with 3. As for PARIVISION, not only have they not managed to put a round on the board yet, but they've been unable to do really anything here. No bomb plants, a couple of kills scattered, but nothing substantial. It seems like that momentum that we saw building towards the tail end of Dust 2 continues here for ENCE. Travis here in Cheetah, behind the smoke. Kaspersky on the other side here, stuck in cave, but ready to just redeploy the util, keep him busy for longer. Running down this clock is the forte of ENCE. They will be more than happy to apply the time pressure here to PARIVISION.
We've already had the conversation about how this is one of the prime picks for ENCE, so they'll be super happy to be playing Ancient. And to start things off in the way that they have, the confidence must be mounting, but here comes the cavalry. PARIVISION in through cave, 1-for-1 trades. Bodie's gonna start to be pressured, but doesn't have many more bullets left in the magazine. Some die young through the smoke, finds a casualty, but PARIVISION have been able to recover a couple of rifles. Glaive does have Belchenok turned towards him. Just pull the trigger, man. He's gonna do it. Noda stuck in the back of the bomb site, eventually found by the captain of ENCE, and it's a 4-0 start for ENCE. Not the biggest of investments from PARIVISION, sure, but it does feel like the momentum is really building up now for ENCE.
Just look how quickly they recompose after things get a little bit sloppy. You see Pony sprays labored, an instant trade, and they lose the cave control. It boils down to a 3v3, but it lasts only a matter of, 1 or 2 seconds. Then we see Sundar Young with the spam kill through the smoke and the instant retake. They just keep their heads screwed on. They keep the rounds coming. PARIVISION will be happy with a bomb plant. That means more money. And it will actually accommodate an AWP here for James. So sniper in play could be the difference maker. Pody's got one to work with as well, though. Scoped in. Smoke will obscure his vision for now, but as the flashbang pops through, Belchenok tries to play on the other side of this. Will certainly be punished. There we go, he's seen the leg. Pody's not going to move a muscle. He'll stay right on this angle. Flashes have already been deployed, so he's just ready for this.
Oh, they're going to start whittling away his teammates, though. Pody, this nade is going to be perfect! Lands, does a big chunk of damage, and although it's not responsible for the kills, they'll come through anyway. A 3v3, but much more favorable for ENCE with how the HPs are looking. Noda down to 21. But James could be the difference maker. He's got the AWP as Nate starts pressing forward. Might be able to find him with the tripwire. Pody's given up his position as he right-clicks again. So a slight advantage. Oh, starts to run away. Nearly caught by the bullets. And instead wants to tuck himself into Donut. 45 seconds to go, and James now starting to feel the pressure. He needs to push eventually. Quick little jump spot, starts tunnel visioning on a player over towards mid, so Nate, you can swing out and find him. A double kill from the man, as Travis is left to his lonesome. Needs to collect the bomb and get it down. So the ideal solution here is to just find both kills. With the lack of time, he's not even going to try and pressure it. Knows that he's completely locked out. And I cannot believe we're seeing this version of PARIVISION at the start of Ancient.
It's the worst time for it, isn't it? To lose that momentum, to lose that control that we were seeing on Dust 2. Look at this again. I mean, they were just teasing it, weren't they? And the entire time. Peppering util onto elbow. You had Pody's AWP scoped in that I thought was going to be that point of contention. I thought that was going to be that first point of contact. It didn't end up being the case. It was the fight from Shelf. It was the util to come in. And then the eventual donut push that got that one done. But look at the money here for PARIVISION. They've actually gone for a buy as well. Kicker's down to $50. The rest have got enough to pull out a full investment in the next, but it's a little bit all over the place. It feels sloppy. They could really do with some kind of conversion here. Weaponry says otherwise. 98. Aggressive into A main. Belchenok needs to clear this corner. Oh. Okay.
Unbelievable shot. There's a rifler on the first shoulder peak. And this could be PARIVISION's moment to get back into the game, John.
Yeah, that is certainly something. SDY on the other side of this smoke, though. Flashes are going to pop over the top, but look at him. He's crossed over to the secondary box. Pody with another elsewhere. So that's going to even out the numbers. SDY only 1 for 1, but he's dealt a fair bit of damage. He's gained a lot of info, and it's a completely botched smoke with a huge gap in it. They have to then expend another. That's them out of util. Glaive doubles it up. And just like that, PARIVISION choke. Not a huge lead in the round, but a real opportunity to put their first on the board. And Jen left with a 1v3. Realistically, I don't think he's going to touch this. Let's find the head. Hang on a minute. He is playing in for it.
Yob's waiting for him. Has been spotted. Putting the bomb down, though. Just an impossibility. And, man, Glaive right before that death was going 10-1. 10-2 now. A monstrous scoreline. And look at the way they entered that bomb site. A beautiful shot from Belchanok, but all to no avail. Wow. Glaive being able to find 2 kills in the smoke like that is just unbelievable stuff. Unfortunately, with the limited time available and eyes on James' position, it did feel impossible. 6-0 start for ENCE. PARIVISION, I don't even know what they're supposed to do. Look at this, peppered with damage again.
They keep falling into this trap, don't they? Trying to go for the early elbow control. They're somewhat giving it, but then the late util does a whole load of damage, and Nota finds himself with 30 points of health before seeing an enemy. Potentially 1 bullet away from death. Glaive, interestingly, with an MP9 hit. The rest with the big guns, though. A couple of contingencies on the other side as well. Kicker demoted to the Galil. He was the one with the rifle in the last. A minute on this clock.
Nobody going to be able to fire on all cylinders again. Look at that. Gets away with murder. But it's still Travis and Belchanok to come out from that engagement on top. Quick rotation towards the A bomb site, but they're still going to be running into 2 ENCE players.
Look at Glaive's position.
Is perfect. Glaive, the captain, he's exactly where you need him to be, but James Crosshair is as well. Sumtai Young still trying to thin the hedges, but he won't be able to find that engagement. Kaspersky, a 1-on-4 that he knows he's got no business in, and we finally see some signs of life from the corpse that is PARIVISION so far.
That's a really awkward round for Glaive, and it's a real shame that he's on an MP9, to be honest. If he had that rifle, absolutely would have finished off his meal with that first fight and then been able to have a freebie onto the bomb planter as well. But yeah, could have had the timing, wrapping around through elbow as he got aggressive in main, decided against it, went back up. Thought he'd be able to deny that plant, but PARIVISION just, the spidey senses clicking in, the due diligence to just hold over towards that main position, knowing that it is a possibility that someone's got aggressive. They were absolutely right. They're first on the board. Certainly not too little too late just yet. There is still a lot of this map to be played, but it has felt like it's lent in the favor of ENCE through and through so far. Plenty of money left to work with as well.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm saying this, but ENCE have made it look like their semi-final against Nemiga so far. It was a 13-2 finish on Dust 2. Could they replicate that sort of monstrosity against the powerhouse that is PARIVISION? I highly doubt it. Even their own map pick wasn't looking too convincing, right? So what makes you think that Ancient's going to be a win?
I mentioned it in the original veto. This just does feel like their map pick. They've had such a luxury in this veto. Smokes will go up. Plant granted, but a 5v5 retake, not something you see every day, but ENCE already hot on their heels, and it's Glaive. Who else but Glaive to draw first blood here? The 5v4 ensues. Travis low on health. He's holding the flank. He knows that Glaive's coming in from behind, but he will surely be checked here. You can already see Glaive's crosshair leaning over towards that right-hand side. Jane with a big pickup. As the time pressure keeps mounting, Travis
Oh, now they can't do
will
anything.
get rid of that thorn in their side, and you're right. That's round over. Pody will have to pull the plug. ENCE give up another. And a bold call to just play the retake there on the A site. It doesn't work out for them.
I don't blame them because Glaive ends up getting the first kill, right? And after he finds that first shot against Kicker, then suddenly they have a small advantage. Although the time's still not on their side, they can still have more angles for PARIVISION declare. Just a three-man crunch, sorry, the three-angle crunch can be next to impossible to defend against. But I love the fact that James takes the liberty to find that first fight, start thinning the numbers a little bit. Travis is able to hold the flank, and that's how they get away with that without a scratch. And surprisingly enough, how fickle the CT side economy can be, they still end up with no money despite having won 6 in a row. Just 2 speed bumps is all it takes, Josh. They could be reset. PARIVISION, their goal right now is to try and get 5 rounds at least. They can just brush that 6-0 start under the rug.
First half still absolutely on the cards. A little bit messy from Belchinok. Does end up losing his life, but instant trade. SDY can't be a problem any further. Cody's AWP falling early means that it falls into the hands of ITU, who can have an impact with it, but no Kevlar. Tag down low. Kaspersky goes 1 for 1. Not an easy feat. ITU's AWP looking to activate here, and it does. Quicker than James to the trigger. Back into the 2v2. This is not a round ENCE should be winning. And one that PARIVISION cannot afford to lose. Travis on low health. Nota has to come and join him here. That bomb still lingering in A main. There's 40 seconds left on this clock. And as the time pressure mounts, he actually opts against her in that molly. Doesn't want to blow his cover. He'll walk up to the site instead. ITU's gone wrapping around. So an opportunity to get this plant at the very least. They'll play this 2v2 retake together. But without the Kevlar, that's the problem.
Yeah, Glaive is so far away from the action, and the fact that they don't have a kit, it's just not worth it for even in a 2v2 scenario. If Glaive had somebody present themselves on a silver platter, if he's able to get a freebie there, then maybe. But in every other circumstance, you just need to tuck these weapons into their back pockets and let them live to see another day.
That's a shame. I think ITU thought he had a read there. He thought he was cooking with the wrap into mid. Nota hadn't been seen in such a long time. But in hindsight, needed to just stay posted on that A main position. Could have pulled off a round that they had no business in winning. Either way, it's very good damage to come away with. That AWP saved again and an AK-47. They can buy around it now. Try and extend this lead further. First, we'll see a tactical pause, though. The first actually used so far this game. It's kind of interesting that PARIVISION haven't utilized any of those timeouts so far, despite being 6-1 down. Maybe saving them for later, expecting this one to go the distance. They need to materialize this comeback first. Pickard having a bit of a slow start. He's 2-9 on the other side of things. If you want to compare the in-game leaders, can't really hold a candle to it. Glaive is 11-4, leading the charge on the server.
It's kind of crazy to think that in both the first 2 games, it felt a bit more damage heavy from PARIVISION. It felt like their numbers were just looking a little bit better than ENCE. But now, it's a completely different story. Not sure how PARIVISION ended up botching the first map with the kill disparity that they had against ENCE. But now they have to fight the uphill battle against a map that ENCE would be happy to call home. Bit of a slower default from PARIVISION this time, just poking around the extremities. Bomb eventually destined to start pressing forward to cave. Plenty of time to work with, though. Young unprecedented. Belchinok's not even going to look for that angle. Kaspersky tucked into the corner. Should be able to get the freebie here as Travis clears the left side first. And he's trying to get away from James. Jumps across over. Noda does have quite the angle here, quite the position, but he's not able to find the IGL offense. 12 kills to Glaze's name now, and it seems like everything that PARIVISION bring to the table is being thrown right back at them.
It's rounds like that that make ENCE realize that going for the early fights and getting aggressive is not the answer. Wait long enough and PARIVISION will give you the freebies. They just don't clear their corners there. Looking a little bit lost, all very disjointed. As one by one, they feed the beast. And it's the Kraken events that are looking for at least 8, maybe even 9 rounds here in the first half. PARIVISION back onto the pie. Money not all too problematic just yet, but James posted up on the fight. That scope would have been heard. Kaspersky on the other side of this one. Apprehensive to go for the peak. He's just got util in hand. We try and run down the clock instead. PARIVISION tap the brakes.
Seems like every time they try and press an angle, they just get picked off one by one. It was Sumdai Young to start the onslaught of kills in the previous round. Let's see who's going to strike first blood this time. Generally, they've had to deal with a rifle in cave, so I'm not sure if Pody's going to be expected here. He's only played this angle maybe once very successfully.
He did ultimately get overwhelmed, but he's done very well there. Easy pick, falls away, 4v4. They will still have to play for the retake. Smoke goes up. Bomb yet to go down. Nota, a little bit scared to cross. He's low on health. Travis will be here close to the Mac 10. As the spams come through, they'll do a lot of damage, but they won't deny that C4 from going down. And now this gets a whole lot harder for ENCE.
Oh, holding on to this side is going to be so difficult, but it's always James that protects him from the retakes. Beautiful opening shot. The numbers advantage for the T's, but the HP's not doing them any favors. Nate Yu's head is going to pop like an orange because he doesn't have Kevlar. Pody and Sumdai Young forced to back off. And PARIVISION have at least built themselves enough of a lifeline to stay alive in the second half. 4 rounds is not bad at all, but if you can make that 5, suddenly you can completely brush that 6-0 start under the rug.
Final round of the half here now as well. Big guns will come back out. This was really well played from Pody. Just unfortunate they don't have a second player, a second prong on the site anywhere really. They have to give it up, and as soon as Travis gets up in their face to the Mac 10, it's problematic. A little bit of a technical pause before we commence with this last round. What is this buy from Glaive? Last round of the half, there's enough money to drop him a rifle, and he's gone for an MP9. Sumdai Young said, come on, don't be a fool. There's an A1S. Pick your MP9 back up, sell it so you can buy util. You can see the cogs turning. It takes a while, but they get there. Looking for 8 here, though. They really should be expecting to take it after the start that they had. They went 6-1 up. 7-5 would be a disappointing end to a great start.
Yeah, at that point, I think ENCE were just trying to recreate what they did to Namiga. But some resistance has definitely been offered by PARIVISION. So weird to think that we're not seeing any more of that firepower that we were craving from PARIVISION, right? We were seeing Belchinok just firing off. We had some really good moments from Noda. James just generally been really good. But I feel like some pieces of the puzzle are missing. Surprisingly enough, it's for ENCE. I feel like the man who's generally not been stepping up for them He's the one in the grand final, the final map, that'll put out the numbers just to try and force a victory here.
It's the first time I've seen that reasoning for a tech timeout. Someone's been digging for gold.
What is that supposed to mean?
You not seen it?
What?
You not have that idiom? Like, no? Okay,
no,
all right.
no.
I gotta pull back the curtain now. We're in a tech pause because one of the players has a nosebleed. Yeah.
I just Googled that. Oh. I'm sure that's not what it means. Okay, hang on. Okay, so apparently I think it's gonna be a little while before we go live again, so we're gonna throw it to a break, and when we're back, we should be right on with the action again. Or not, I think so. Okay, very short break as we come right back into it. Final round of the first half up for grabs. And this would certainly bolster ENCE's position. But for PARIVISION, it's very important to keep themselves alive. Don't want to be at the mercy of the pistol round. Look at how chaotic this engagement is. Kaspersky, with his eyes shut, will be able to find two. Some Young will put Noda in the ground. And Kaspersky pulls out the sidearm to put another one 6 feet under. It's James, who just can't seem to find a shot here. And ENCE, in a very quick fashion, end the first half with 8 rounds to their name.
It's another fast-paced one from PARIVISION. We saw how that panned out for them last time. It wasn't very good. And unfortunately, the same result here. A couple of key shots being missed by James as well. He's hit some of the harder ones, but yeah, those routine, easy pickups he struggled with right there. It really wouldn't have made much difference, but just adds to the tally. 8-4, a fantastic half from ENCE. 5 away from the finish line here. 5 away from crowning themselves the Series 1 champions here in Season 3 of the CCT. The pistol round worth its weight in gold for both teams. But if PARIVISION want to stay relevant here, it feels like a little bit of a must for them.
No more mistakes allowed for PARIVISION. They've had their fair share already. And ENCE know that this is prime real estate to close out map number 3 quick. Pistol round is of the essence. Dooley's up close. Kicker's been a bit slow this game. And Nate, you will make that trend continue. Kaspersky barely even sees Uzi's fighting. And everything's starting to fall apart for PARIVISION now. James trying to preemptively get into a fight. Try and isolate a duel. But it seems all for naught as the B site's been taken over.
Oh, nice shot.
Hang on.
Yeah, hold the phone a second. This round felt down and out, but they've somehow carved the path back in. Belshadok with another. Looking for more here. Pody's stuck on the site. He needs the support. There it is. Glaive alleviates a little bit of that pressure, but Travis puts it back on straight away and doubles it down with a triple in the round. PARIVISION take a 5th. I said that pistol round was a must, and something clicks in that 5 versus 3 that just awakens this beast on the retake and gets it over the line for them.
This would be the fumble of the game if ENCE can't get it over the line now. one by one into the site. Individual peeks allowed from ENCE. As the duel's being isolated now. Of course, the bomb plant and plenty of kills does mean that weaponry should be able to come out for ENCE. But it's still going to be very favorable for PARIVISION. Just kind of tease them up to get to 8 and 8. As long as they can just keep winning against the weaker buys, Josh. A lifeline for PARIVISION. And Travis makes use of it.
Touch it up. Following up, making sure that they don't succumb to the force bite. It would be a bad round to lose. Nota picks up another. Looks like this will be where we'll end this very dominant lead from ENCE. It'll go 8-6. ENCE won't have money to buy up into the next either, really. It's a nice shot from Kaspersky as a fadeaway, but 3 players down alive. A1S is carried across. And this will more than likely go 7 here for PARIVISION, so gap sufficiently closed.
Oh man, that is going to hurt so bad for ENCE. They know that that's an opportunity that they have fumbled beyond belief. And PARIVISION aren't even going to feel too threatened anymore. But I do think they need to start firing off a bit more. Kicker sitting on 3 kills, Nota on 5. Inexcusable when you're in a grand final. But I'm hoping that slipping into the CT side uniform is going to change some things.
And it goes down. SDY is going to dial this back a little bit. They're putting a lot of pressure over towards B, but PARIVISION seem to have the right idea. Nota up onto shelf. Glaive won't see him jump up. And the next peak could take a little bit of contact. That's going to be enough for a smoke to be deployed. But PARIVISION not really taking any chances here.
Yeah, Travis just rubbing his hands together as he sees multiple players with pistols as he creeps up on them with the MP9, but unable to actually find a kill. Bit of a back and forth, sure, but ENCE are going to have to fork over this round. Currently nothing they can do with 20 seconds remaining. I'm not sure why they take so long to just hurl themselves into the fight, because there was a very real chance there for a moment that they risk dying after time, so nice to see that they eventually do allow the money to roll in. Oh no, Nachu, dude.
That's literally that. That's exactly what you've just said. There is absolutely no reason for Venezio to survive there and die after time. He was barreling himself towards them, just saying, please, please kill me. And he'll be into this next round with 2400.
He had to be part of the pack when they got into the fight. In that instance, he could have been more useful with the Glock, and he would have had a chance to just die and have the money. So not the worst scenario for one of the players to have a MAC-10, but certainly not the best either. PARIVISION, early on, guns versus guns, started to take control of Havin. Nota takes quite the scratch, but is still able to find Kaspersky. James catches a bird flying across his screen. And before you know it, it's already a 3 versus 5. Molotov perfectly placed to get Glaive off the angle. Pop in the smoke. Try and get a bit more advanced. ENCE struggling. But a round they can certainly take. 2 players swing out. Glaive only able to find 1 sloppy spray on the second, but can't blame him for not being able to transfer.
Yeah, I needed a higher power to give him a little bit of luck there. The second bullet connects, but I'm already 2/3 of the way ticked, and PARIVISION very slow to this one. SDY has picked up another. I mean, James on that AWP. Doesn't feel like he can bring much to this equation. So Belchanok drops the smoke. It's not on the bomb. He'll actually go down with the ship. In fact, everybody will. As it goes boom, STY just about escapes, but ENCE will take a round. And it's such a huge disadvantage. It's so bizarre, the 3v5. And we've seen this very strange back and forth in the last couple. Nerves getting the better of these two sides, I think.
Very unfortunate in that round with how good it was looking for PARIVISION for a moment. They were able to catch two players as they were walking in to the A-bomb site. Oh, Belchanok wants to get his hands dirty, but some die young. Will find himself on top. Kaspersky puts Noda down as well. And although ENCE might have slowed down for a moment, they're right back into the swing of things.
I don't know, hold your horses. We saw a 5v3 thrown in the last round. As I said before, it does just feel like second half of the third map. Mistakes are shining through. Nerves are causing issues. Kick at the one man with the rifle here. He's just praying that they've stacked the right bomb site, that he's made the right call. And somewhat undecided, but it does seem like they'll lean towards B, especially if Nighty takes any contact here. Starts to work his way out. If he finds an empty bomb site, then they'll rotate in. If he doesn't, they should just hit on B. That's Travis with a big kill, but he has only seen the one.
The problem is that was a kill with a body shot, so he ends up seeing the second player peek off the death cam anyway. ENCE. Easy peasy bomb plant on B. No real resistance. I feel like the narrative of this game has hinged so much on PARIVISION often being unable to close out in places where they should be. We saw that happen on Train. They ended up giving it up to ENCE. And even in just all those micro moments where it's coming down to the clutches, it's coming down to retakes and stuff like that, time and time again, ENCE will be able to stop them.
Wow. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Kind of hit the nail on the head with that one. PARIVISION have been the ones making the mistakes. Not being able to close out two-man advantages and whatnot in very key rounds as well. I was going to say money will be broken here, but recovering 3 M4s does sort of change that narrative ever so slightly. We'll go into a pause before this next round, but it does seem like they'll force what they can around the rifles. It's not going to be the best of buys, but it will suffice. No up on James again, though. Not an easy task. Not an easy task to close out a third map like this from a deficit without the weapons. This is the route they've chosen to go down, and they've got to own it.
Man, for PARIVISION, it almost feels like the only reason they're still in it is because of that lifeline being offered with the 3v5 in the pistol round, right? But they're starting to give it up once more. Not too far away from the finish line if you're ENCE. Not sure why we're seeing a timeout.
Not another nosebleed, I hope. There's only so many times you can use that excuse, right?
Unless your teammate keeps punching you in the face.
Yeah, maybe they are on boot camp.
I mean, it could happen. For context for the viewers, a little while ago, we had a technical timeout, and the reason for that was a nosebleed, so.
Yeah, tough love from the IGL.
Please
Where do
do
you draw
not
the
coach a
line?
team. I just don't trust you.
I'm sorry. Be more scared of you than me, though, bro. You're jacked.
But I'm a good person.
All right. You got me beat there. Timeout cancelled though. We are ready to go once again. ENCE 3 away from the finish line. You've got to double that figure. If you're a PARIVISION fan, it's 6 the magic number. Push them on to 13 and lift the trophy here for Series 1. Kaspersky out of middle, takes a lot of damage from the nades, and the spams will finish James through the smoke. The MAC-10 sent packing. Very quick
it's a good
early
start
advantage.
for PARIVISION, but I can't help but feel like this is where the general heavy hitters from PARIVISION need to become part of the talk. Kicker on 5 kills is inexcusable. We're in map 3, we're in the grand finals. And just a couple of players falling short could be exactly what makes the difference between a win or a loss. The trophies have been eluding both teams for a while, so a taste of victory is what they've been yearning for.
Game. And has the right idea here. Very aware that the Red Room control has been lost. SDY sat patient. Oh, God. Cody sees a little bit of something. I'm not sure what. Travis maybe feeling a little hard done by. Doesn't know what's hit him. SDY. Patience a virtue, and it does pay off. That's the A rotation taken care of. Jim now has to worry about 2 angles. With his head on a pivot, 180ing between them. Naitiu will pick off his teammate, and this is all falling apart for PARIVISION. Timing gets the better of him eventually. And it's all on to Nota, the man of the hour in the semis, but right here has to deliver. And it's the first, but I think enough damage taken that he won't pursue this further. That'll be ENCE on to 11.
And dude, what do they even have left to fight with? They didn't leave themselves a huge margin in the first half, and now they've got no money to work with. It would be such a sad way to go out for PARIVISION when they had the potential to win this game outright in a dominant fashion. If they had won Train and they just closed out Dust 2 in the fashion that they did, we would have just been calling it a steamrolling event.
And now we see the PARIVISION pause. I was surprised they didn't call it when they were 6-1 down, when they were having their struggles in the first half, but seemingly confident that they could swing the momentum back their way. We've seen it happen so many times recently in MR12. They were able to do that. They gave us a 7-5 half. But yeah, now feels like a worthy time to call a little break in this one. Money is looking bleak. Round count's looking rough. And ENCE are already rubbing their hands together, looking at that prize money, looking at the VRS points, looking at the glory that comes with a prize like this. They're a team that have come so close so many times. They've actually finished top 4 in 3 recent CCT events. They've not been able to overcome the hurdle that is the semi-finals. Finally, they do it this time. And it looks like they might be able to take it all the way. Glaive with the entry.
Once again, ENCE. The opening frags going their way. There have been a couple of moments where PARIVISION started off good, but nothing's been really converting. And the narrative we had to begin with was that ENCE would be happy to call this particular map home. And it's showing.
Man advantage. Minute on this clock. SDY. Creeping around the corners. James on the other side. Let's take the contact. Nota there. He'll clear out the back of this pillar. But the MP9. Oof. Does the damage, can't find the kill. And the numbers now well and truly against them. They have got the pieces in place, stacked up on this A side. Belchernot on the boost, it's only 1. And Nota can't trade it back. So Travis, it's a 1v4 or bust, and ENCE will be on to 12 rounds. There's not a lot to save here, but not a lot to gain by going for it either. He'll swing out, he'll do damage, but it won't be the kill. ENCE keep the rounds coming. And they now give themselves 5 chances to finish this off.
Unbelievable stuff. PARIVISION looking like a shell of their former selves. This doesn't look like the team that made it all the way to the grand finals. They had way better performances before. And although they might have been able to best ENCE on map number 2, this doesn't hold a candle to it.
Look at the buy that they have to work with here to try and hold on as well. 2 MP9s, a Deagle off a Mass and an M4. It's felt like this entire CT half, PARIVISION have just not had any money. They've mismanaged this economy. It's cost them so many key rounds. And it might just cost them the game here. ENCE certainly won on the veto front. They're about to win on every front here. All they've got to do is overcome this last very short hurdle. Timing, key.
Oh, no.
SDY doesn't get it, but he finds the kill anyway. And that might just be the first domino to fall here.
Yeah, it does feel like the beginning of the end, doesn't it, Josh? Piece by piece. PARIVISION. Hang on. Maybe they haven't crumbled just yet, Josh. It's Kickert. He's been silent the entire game. But could this be the time where he steps up? Could he still turn things around? James, the heaviest hitter, fighting back. Kill collected. But look at how little HP Kicker's got. And is the heaviest fragger of the team on ENCE against the lowest, and there it is as the final nail in the coffin goes through. ENCE are the first champions of CCT Season 3's European Series 1.
A massive, massive result from ENCE, one that they will be very happy with. As I say, in previous seasons, they've come so close, but so far. And finally, they get a taste of that success. For PARIVISION, they'll be feeling sore about that one. I said they've had a lot of second place finishes recently. They've had a lot of tournaments just like this, where they come in hot, they go undefeated, and then when it gets to that grand finals, it's just a little too much. And well, that third map, I think, was a really good showcase of it. All of that momentum, everything that we saw from them, especially on Dust 2, wanes quite quickly. We saw a lot of mistakes and a lot of key rounds lost, and a sad and quite unfortunate end to a great tournament run there for PARIVISION.
Yeah, it was honestly an amazing run, sure, but at the end of the day, ENCE were able to dial their number, and we got the result that we did. And of course, I want to pull Paladin back into the conversation because I think it's so important to break down exactly what happened.
Yeah, I mean, talk about a turnaround from ENCE in that map number 3. It felt as though they were counted out in a lot of these situations. At least I did for at least maps 1 and 2. But on map 3, they found the multiple win conditions that they were looking for so long. I mean, you talk about the sleeping giant that was Kakwerski for this entire series altogether, and finally finding a little bit more impact when called upon. Doesn't fizzle out beyond the pistol. Found so much impact in terms of the cave aggression that he was able to dole out. Same goes for Natu on the mid control. I think his mid control schemes that he had alongside Glaive were fantastic. And I mean, I got to talk about Glaive. I mean, I sung his praises about how he was calling throughout this series, but this time he takes it one step further and individually does some good work as well. I mean, individually, the fact that he was able to step up in the fashion that he did, I think that completely changes the dynamic of how this ENCE team looks, right? I mean, you talk about ENCE way back when they were a Polish team and the little honeymoon run that they had in Katowice. Glaive was the guy that made them as dangerous and dominant as they were from an individual perspective, right? So it was always going to be a necessity out of him. I mean, the question is how consistent they can get that level out of him if you're not going to have an elite AWP and if you're going to have by committee fragging. And while, you know, that question we'll still need a little bit of an answer for later down the road, for now, I think they can be very celebratory for it if you're an ENCE fan that Glaive was able to get it over the line for you from a macro perspective as well as from a fragging perspective as well. And you can't forget the great work that SDY did as well on the offense alongside his good friend Kakspersky. I felt like both of them had some significant impact across the board, where it felt as though there were certain man disadvantage scenarios that PARIVISION should be able to convert, weren't able to do so. And that was what was very worrying to me for PARIVISION on the clawback, is that yes, you had a great series from Noda and Belchanok when you consider the beginnings of the series, but very quiet to end things out. Belchanok not finding enough impact on that A-bomb set as far as the anchoring is concerned. It felt like mid-round situations, Glaive could always rely upon going back A late and fighting into Belchanok. If you talk about the work that Nodo could potentially do in middle, mid control was also denied time and time again due to him not being able to either, one, have support, or two, finding ways to get crafty with an extra opening. And overall, I mean, that's where I think the conversation about individuals and system kind of falls apart, when you don't necessarily have the tethering that is expected out of this roster that, what frankly, showed a great consistency in that first map and second map, mind you. So unfortunately for PARIVISION, I think there's a lot to celebrate for sure, but it's the glaring issue that sometimes when you move over into these crunch time scenarios, you still don't have enough experience on board to get it over the line and to have players like Belchanok and Noda still feel comfortable. And this is still a work in progress for this team. I mean, you got to consider how they were building from absolute scratch to get to this point. And they've still got a long way to go once they want to break through this plateau. But we'll jump back into 3 cams and we'll have our lovely casters back in the conversation as we try to close out the broadcast here. And all in all, Wild Deity, M&J, happy with how ENCE performed in that, especially in the final map specifically. I'm thinking about just the great work that Glaive was able to do individually. And the question that I posed in the kind of middle of that segment was, do you think this is particularly sustainable? I don't know if either one of you have necessarily an answer for this, but to me, I'm still apprehensive about that.
I mean, I just feel like you should never be in a position where at the end of the day, your IGL has to go balls to the wall and have a superstar performance to close out a grand final, right? It's frankly unsustainable, and I feel like the only reason that ends up working out for ENCE, although I don't want to take any credit away from the team that just won the grand finals, right, is because the superstars that you would expect from PARIVISION weren't firing on all cylinders. We didn't quite have the numbers being put out on Ancient.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I think PARIVISION will have a lot to think about when you think about how the series ended with more of a whimper instead of a bang. So unfortunate for them, and we'll continue to see them in these deep playoff situations, as we've kind of noted for a long period of time with these last few series that they've had. So this is not the last you've heard of PARIVISION, and we'll monitor them very closely. But that's going to do it for the broadcast here for the first series here in EU. I've been Paladin, joined by Wild Deed and M&J. Hope you enjoyed the broadcast, and we'll see you soon for some more Counter-Strike action.